What if Harry Potter had a harem with Artemis, the Greek goddess of the moon and the hunt? Expect divine drama, jealous gods, and an overpowered boy who lived, caught between magic and mythology. If you love bold crossovers and long-form fanfics, hit subscribe, turn on the bell, and join the Cosmic Harry Patreon to support the channel and get early access to stories. Also a fictions that's too far for YouTube. Let's rewrite destiny.
Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter had harem with Artemis? The clink of china pulled Harry up from the thick, drugged fog of sleep. He did not open his eyes. He knew that sound. Cups, saucer, the soft scrape of a chair leg over stone. The hospital wing always smelled the same as well, sharp and sour at the back of the throat. Potions, polish, a bit of metal, and the faint wax sent from candles that had burned all day. He let his breathing stay slow and even. He was good at that now, after years of pretending he was fine when he was not. His chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm while his heart hammered against his ribs. Someone sighed near his bed. Old lungs, tired. Harry knew that sound too. Albus Dumbledore. He kept his face slack and let his fingers lie loose around the blanket. The wool scratched the heel of his palm. The bandage around his right hand itched, but he did not move to scratch it. A softer, fussing noise joined the room. Fabric swished. Feet in sensible shoes tapped closer. Molly Weasley, he thought. There was the smell of her perfume, warm and a bit sweet, trying to cover the sharper scent of the potions. Then another set of footsteps, heavier, a bit stomping, trying to sound casual. Ron. Harry kept his eyes shut and shifted his focus to the sounds. Madame Pomfrey muttered in the distance. Cupboards clicking shut. A quill scratched somewhere. Wind pressed at the high windows. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Thank you for coming at this hour," he said. His voice was low and calm, as if they were all in a cozy study and not at the side of Harry's bed. "He is my boy," Molly whispered. Her voice shook. "You do not have to thank me for that." Ron snorted. "He will be fine. He always is." Harry felt the words like a tap against bruises he had forgotten to cover. He almost tightened his hand on the blanket and forced himself to keep still. "Nevertheless," Dumbledore went on, "it is late. I would not disturb you without reason." There was the faint tap of porcelain again. Harry pictured the headmaster with a teacup in his hand, blue eyes on his sleeping form. "How is he?" Molly asked. "Really?" Dumbledore paused. "Physically, he will recover. The damage from the curse is contained. Madame Pomfrey assures me there will be no lasting injury." Harry wanted to laugh. Physically, that had never been the problem. "But," Dumbledore added, and the word hung in the room for a moment, "there are matters we must settle before the next move in this war." The word war lay on the air like weight. "Next move," Ron repeated. "You mean the prophecy thing again, don't you?" "Ron," Molly hissed. "Not so loud." Harry's heart kicked harder. He focused on the scratch of the blanket on his wrist and counted his breaths. In. "The prophecy does not change," Dumbledore said. "It states that either Harry or Tom must die at the hand of the other. We have always known that this path was likely to end in sacrifice." Molly let out a low, broken sound. "He is a child." "He is 16, Ron muttered. "He is not exactly helpless." Harry's stomach clenched. 16. That was right. 16, and already they spoke about his death as if they were discussing a chess move. Dumbledore did not raise his voice. "I do not wish for Harry to die. I never have. Every step I have taken has been to give him a chance to live long enough to choose." "Choose," Molly repeated. "Albus, you told me you had something in place. something to make the end easier. Something clinked on the bedside table. Harry heard glass touch wood. The hairs on his arms rose. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "We need to speak plainly, Molly. You asked for honesty." "I did," she whispered. "Even if I regret it now. There are potions in place," he said. "Stabilizing drafts, calming tonics, charms to support his focus. Over the years we have also used targeted loyalty mixtures to keep him aligned with the right side, and a carefully measured affection blend directed toward Ginny." Harry's mind slipped for a second. The words did not make sense. They floated over him like someone speaking a foreign language. Then the pieces clicked. Affection blend. Loyalty mixtures. Directed toward Ginny. He remembered how suddenly he had started to notice her. How quickly his chest had felt tight when she laughed. How the thought of risking his life bothered him less when she smiled at him from the other end of the table. He had thought that was real. Molly's chair scraped. "You mean love potions," she said. Her voice had gone sharp. "A controlled mixture," Dumbledore answered. "Far less crude than the love drafts, you know. It encourages attachment, trust, a sense of comfort. It does not erase his will." Ron shifted his weight again. "So that is why he stopped snapping at you after third year," he said. "You dosed him." Harry clung to the steady rise and fall of his chest. In. His fingers were cold. "I guided him," Dumbledore said. If Harry had turned to another side, if he had chosen to reject his role, all our hopes would have fallen with him. "You know this, Ron. Your family would be among the first to suffer." "So you drugged him," Ron said. "And me. And Ginny." Molly made an outraged sound. "You said it was just to help him sleep, Albus." "The base was a sleeping draft," Dumbledore answered. "The additions were subtle. His feelings for Ginny were encouraged, not created from nothing. He already cared for her." Harry tried to think of Ginny as he had known her in first year. Small, shy, a blur behind her brothers. He tried to trace the line from that girl to the fierce player on the Quidditch pitch who made his hands sweat. The line wobbled and broke. "And the loyalty," Molly whispered. "To you," Dumbledore sighed. China clicked again. "The war requires obedience at times when explanation is not possible. I have never made a decision lightly. When I added the loyalty mixtures, it was because I believed it was the only way to keep him walking toward the only path that can save us all. And that path ends with him dead," Ron said flatly. There was a long silence. Even Madame Pomfrey had gone quiet. Somewhere in the ward a clock ticked. "Yes," Dumbledore said at last. The word was soft, but it hit Harry harder than any shout. "In the most likely future, Harry will die. The fragment of soul inside him must be destroyed. No one else can bear it. He must reach a place where he can accept that and walk to it willingly." Molly made a choking sound. "And you call that kindness?" she whispered. "I call it mercy," Dumbledore answered. His voice did not harden. It grew tired. "To lead him in such a way that when the time comes, he will not be afraid. He will feel that he is doing what he has always wished to do. Save others. Protect those he loves. It is a cruel gift, but it is all I can offer." Harry stared at the darkness behind his eyelids. The edges of his vision pulsed. His fingers twitched against the blanket. He forced them still. Ron spoke again, louder. "So all this time I have been babysitting someone who is going to walk off and die because you told him to." "Ronald," Molly snapped. "What?" Ron said. "He is the boy who lived, right? The hero. The one everything is about. I missed Quidditch matches, I dragged him out of the common room, I listened to him rant about Snape, and now you are telling me it was all so he could die at the right time. You owe us a bit more than that, Professor." Harry's heart gave another hard thump. Babysitting. All of it was duty. Dumbledore did not raise his voice. "You and Hermione have done more than you know. You have kept him anchored. You have stopped him from breaking too quickly. If his mind had shattered before we could act, Voldemort would have one." "So we were tools too," Ron said. Molly inhaled sharply. "We are not tools, Albus. You are people I care for deeply," Dumbledore said. "People I have asked too much of. I know that. After this war, if there is an after, I will answer for it." No one spoke for a moment. Harry could hear the slight rattle of cups on saucers. Someone had trembling hands. Molly cleared her throat. "What about the potions now?" she asked. "Will you keep dosing him?" "We cannot stop fully," Dumbledore said. "If we do, he may question too much too soon. We can lessen the amounts. Make the mixture lighter. We need him obedient until the Horcrux inside him can be removed through his death." There it was. The blunt truth. No soft wrapping. Harry's vision blurred. He swallowed down bile. He could taste metal at the back of his mouth. Ron muttered something under his breath. Harry caught the word scar and then git, something like that, but the rest was a growl. Molly sniffed. "I want Ginny safe," she said. "And my family." "So do I," Dumbledore replied. "This is the path with the least loss." The least loss, except for Harry. On the table beside him, something gave a faint, high ring. Harry had not moved. He knew he had not moved. He still felt the way his magic sometimes surged without his consent when he was angry or afraid. The ring turned into a crack. One of the small glass vials on the bedside table split from top to bottom. The sound was bright and clean in the quiet ward. A beat later it shattered completely. The pieces hit the wood in a scatter. The smell of the potion inside rushed into the air, sharp and bitter. Molly gasped. "Harry!" Harry did not flinch. He forced a small, sleepy noise out of his throat and rolled his head on the pillow as if he were still half asleep. Dumbledore stood. Harry heard the rustle of his robes. The old wizard moved closer and Harry felt the faint wash of magic pass over him, as if someone were brushing cobwebs from his skin. "Accidental magic," Dumbledore murmured. "He heard us at some level. He is more sensitive than he realizes." Harry wanted to scream. The words stayed locked in his chest. Molly let out a shaky laugh that did not sound amused. "You scared me half to death," she whispered, and Harry felt her hand brush his hair back from his forehead. "Rest, dear." He almost jerked away. Years of habit kept him still. "There is no more to discuss tonight," Dumbledore said. "We will adjust the potions tomorrow. For now, let him sleep. He will need his strength." Their footsteps moved away. Cloth rustled as Molly wrapped herself in her shawl. Ron muttered another low comment Harry did not catch. The door at the end of the ward creaked, then shut with a heavy click. Silence crept back into the room. The smell of spilled potion stung Harry's nose. It made his eyes water. He kept his breathing steady for 10 more breaths. Then 20. Then he opened his eyes. The candles along the walls had burned low. The light was dim, soft. The world felt slightly out of focus, as if he were looking through glass that had just started to crack. The broken vial on the table glistened in the faint light, pieces scattered around the base of another bottle still upright. The liquid had soaked into the wood, leaving a dark patch that already started to dry at the edges. Harry stared at it. His chest felt hollow. "They dosed you." The thought came clear and flat. "They dosed you so you would love who they wanted and obey who they chose. They planned your death like you were a line on a chart." He swallowed. His throat hurt. He tried to speak and only a hoarse whisper came out. "Right," he muttered to the empty air. "Fine." His own voice sounded wrong to him. Too calm. He swung his legs over the side of the bed. The floor was cold under his bare feet. For a moment the room tilted, and black spots danced at the edge of his vision. He waited until they faded. His body was still sore from the battle. He had vague flashes of the Department of Mysteries. Masks, curses, Sirius falling through the veil, screams, then nothing. It did not matter right now. His grief felt packed away behind the new shock, waiting for space. He reached for his glasses on the bedside table, careful to avoid the glass. The frames were familiar under his fingers. When he slid them on, the world snapped into clearer lines. The ward was empty except for him. Madame Pomfrey had retreated into her office. The curtain at the far end was closed. Beyond the tall windows, night pressed against the glass. The sky was clouded, but a thin wash of pale light escaped through the gaps. Moonlight. Harry stood. His legs trembled. He took a breath and waited again until his knees steadied. He looked at the other potion bottle on the table. The one still whole. A faint, golden shimmer wrapped around it. He had never seen that before. He blinked. The shimmer stayed. He shifted his gaze to the bed he had just left. A thread of the same golden light ran from the pillow up and out, through the wall. Felt wrong. Dicky. The sight made his stomach roll. Maybe it is just the potions, he thought. Maybe they did something to my eyes. Then he thought of Dumbledore saying loyalty mixtures, and his hands curled into fists. Harry picked up the unbroken bottle. The golden shimmer thickened for a second, as if it realized he could see it. He took 3 careful steps to the window, slid the latch open, and tipped the potion out into the night. The liquid caught the faint light as it fell and broke apart into drops before disappearing below. The shimmer snapped. For a second he felt a strange tug in his chest, as if someone had let go of an invisible rope wrapped around his ribs. He caught the window frame with his free hand and sucked in a breath. The world did not end. The sky stayed dark. Somewhere in the distance an owl called. He set the empty bottle on the sill and shut the window. He could stay. He could climb back into bed, pretend he had heard nothing, drink whatever Madame Pomfrey brought in the morning, and let the potions smooth the edges of the anger and fear. They would pat his shoulder and tell him it was all for the greater good. They would lead him down a path to his death and call it destiny. His jaw clenched. No. He moved around the bed, each step careful, and reached under for his trunk. Someone had pushed it close but not locked it. His fingers found the handle and he dragged it out. The weight of it scraped along the stone lightly. He winced at the noise and paused. No one stormed out of the office. He opened the trunk. His wand lay inside on top of folded clothes. The polished wood was familiar against his skin when he picked it up. Relief flickered through him as the magic connection settled. For a second the golden threads in the air brightened, as if the wand sharpened his strange new sight. There. One thread thin and silver, leading off into the distance. He did not know what that was. Another strand, darker and thick, pulsed faintly from his scar down into his chest. That one made his skin crawl. Later, he thought. Deal with it later. For now, leave. He went back to the bed and pulled his invisibility cloak from where it was folded at the foot. The fabric slid through his hands like cool water. He gathered it, then hesitated. Getting from the hospital wing to the gates under the cloak while half-healed and dizzy sounded like a poor plan. Filch, teachers, guardians of the school, whatever wards Dumbledore had placed. The man had spoken of guiding Harry's every step. He would have made sure Harry's steps could not lead outside the board without his consent. Harry closed his eyes for a moment and thought of the one person at Hogwarts who could bypass nearly anything the headmaster put in place. "Dobby," he whispered. The air beside him trembled. There was a soft pop and a rush of warm, slightly damp air that smelled faintly of old socks and cleaning supplies. Harry Potter called Dobby. A high, eager voice said, and then dropped when Dobby noticed Harry standing. "Harry Potter, sir, you is not meant to be out of bed. Madame Pomfrey will have kittens." Harry turned. Dobby stood by the trunk, eyes wide as tennis balls, ears drooping. He wore 3 mismatched socks and what might once have been a tea towel now decorated with hand-drawn lightning scars. Harry felt a wave of fondness under the cold anger. It hit a raw nerve. Dobby had nearly killed himself trying to help him in second year. No potion had been needed. "Keep it down," Harry said quietly. "Please. I need your help." Dobby stepped closer at once. "Always Harry Potter. Always. What does Harry Potter need?" Harry swallowed. "Can you take me out of the castle? Right now? Without Dumbledore knowing?" Dobby's ears flattened. "That is not easy," he whispered. "The headmaster has many spells, but Dobby is a free elf now and very strong. Dobby can try." Harry nodded. "Good. I need to go to Gringotts. In London. I cannot stay here." Dobby wrung his hands. "But Hogwarts is safe, Harry Potter. The headmaster keeps you safe here. He says so." Harry let out a short, humorless breath. "The headmaster wants me calm and obedient so he can send me to die later. Safe is not the word I would use." Dobby froze. His eyes filled with sudden, wet shock. "Die!" he squeaked. "No. Harry Potter cannot die. Harry Potter must not die." "Exactly," Harry said. His voice stayed low, but steel crept into it. So I need to get away from his plans. I am not asking you to go against what he says because I am bored or angry about homework. I am asking because he has been using potions to make sure I do what he wants. You saw what potions did to you. You know what that means. Dobby trembled. Harry watched the little elf grapple with the words. Dobby had seen owners who gave orders that hurt. He had seen the wrong side of magical binding. Dobby hates potions that bind, the elf whispered. Dobby hates them. If the headmaster does this, it is wrong. Very wrong. Harry nodded once. Then help me, please. Dobby straightened. His small chest rose. Dobby will help Harry Potter. Thank you, Harry said. The words came out rough. I need my things. Trunk, cloak, everything. Dobby clicked his fingers. The trunk shrank at once to the size of a small book. It floated up and slipped into Harry's pocket. The cloak folded itself tighter and slid over Harry's arm. His school bag packed itself and followed the trunk into his pocket. Harry blinked. That is useful. One corner of Dobby's mouth twitched up for a moment. House elves are good at useful. Harry stepped closer. Right? Take us to Gringotts. Somewhere inside. Not in the middle of the bank floor. Somewhere we will not be seen at once if you can manage it. Dobby nodded hard. Hold on to Dobby, Harry Potter. Harry wrapped one hand around Dobby's thin arm and clutched his wand with the other. He cast one last glance at the bed where he had nearly gone back to sleep. The broken glass glinted at him. Then the hospital wing vanished. Being pulled by elf magic felt like being yanked through a tight tube filled with static. It squeezed his lungs and made his ears pop. When his feet hit solid ground again, his knees buckled. He staggered and caught the edge of a stone wall. The air in Gringotts was colder than Hogwarts. The smell shifted to metal, ink, and something that reminded him of old coins. Torches burned in brackets along a corridor lined with carved stone. The light flickered over goblin runes. Dobby got us into a side passage, the elf whispered. Goblins do not like elf magic inside the main hall. We must be careful. Harry took a breath and straightened. The walls steadied. Thank you, he said. Dobby looked up at him. What will Harry Potter do now? Talk to them, Harry said. Ask for help. I cannot trust the people who were meant to protect me. Maybe I can trust people who want my gold instead. Dobby let out a shaky giggle. Goblins like gold a lot, he said. Be careful. But Dobby will wait if Harry Potter wants. You have done enough, Harry told him. If the headmaster notices I am gone, he will be angry. If he finds out you helped, he might try to bind you again. Dobby's ears snapped back. He will try, the elf said quietly. He will not succeed. Dobby is free. Harry nodded. Even so, go somewhere safe. If I need you, I will call. Dobby hesitated, then stepped forward and hugged Harry around the waist with surprising strength. Harry patted his shoulder, throat tight. Harry Potter is good, Dobby said fiercely. Do not let them tell you otherwise. Then he popped away. Harry stood alone in the side corridor for a moment. The stone under his bare feet chilled his toes. He muttered a quick charm to warm them, then pulled his wand, checked that his glasses were straight, and walked toward the sound of voices. The main hall of Gringotts was quieter at night, but not empty. A few goblins sat at high desks going through ledgers. Quills scratched. Chains clinked as they moved coin trays. A pair of wizards in travel cloaks spoke in low voices near one of the far counters. Harry stepped out from the corridor and walked up to the nearest free goblin desk. The goblin behind it had sharp features even for his kind and wore a small set of spectacles low on his nose. He looked up as Harry approached, gaze narrowing. Banking hours are reduced at this time, he said. His voice was rough. Come back in the morning. Harry did not back away. My name is Harry Potter, he said. I need to speak to whoever is in charge of my accounts. It is urgent. It concerns security breaches. The goblin's eyes flicked to Harry's scar and then to the thin hospital shirt he still wore. His eyebrows rose. Security breaches, he repeated. Our wards are not so easily circumvented. Harry held his gaze. Then someone you trusted is using my accounts to pay for potions used on me without my consent. The goblin went very still. Slowly, he put his quill down. "Wait here," he said. He climbed down from his high stool and vanished through a door behind the desk. Harry looked around the hall. No one paid him much attention. The two wizards near the far desk had their backs turned. A pair of goblins at another counter spoke quietly, heads bent over a stack of parchment. The torches hissed softly in their brackets. The cold from his bare feet crept up his legs now that the initial rush of movement had faded. He crossed his arms to hide the slight tremble. In his chest, the thick dark strand of magic that ran from his scar pulsed again. The thin golden thread that had led up from his pillow now trailed off toward Hogwarts, faint and frayed. Other lines had appeared in his sight, linking him to the vaults below, to the bank itself, to something deeper he did not want to look at yet. He rubbed his forehead with the heel of his hand. The goblin returned with someone else. The new goblin wore fine robes and carried a short staff. His teeth were sharper, his eyes darker. "Mr. Potter," he said. "I am Griphook. We met once before." Harry remembered the ride down to his first vault at 11. He had been too busy staring at the piles of gold to pay much attention then. Now he nodded. "Yes," he said. "I remember. You say there have been potions used on you," Griphook said, "and that you believe our bank has been involved." Harry shook his head. "I do not know if the bank is involved. I know someone has been accessing my accounts and using my money to pay for potions and spells on me. I want that checked. And I want those potions gone." Griphook's eyes flicked to the thin hospital robes again. "You came directly here from Street Mungo. Or from Hogwarts." "Hogwarts," Harry said. "I overheard the headmaster and others speaking about loyalty mixtures and love potion blends aimed at me. They spoke about my death as a planned step. They said I have been conditioned to accept it. If my money is paying for that, I want it stopped." Griphook studied him for a long moment. Goblin faces were hard to read, but Harry thought he saw something like interest there. "You are either telling the truth or a very foolish liar," the goblin said at last. "Come. We will verify." He turned and strode toward another corridor. Harry followed, wand held loose at his side. The torches in this passage burned with a blue-white flame that made the stone shine. Griphook's office was a long room with shelves full of ledgers and boxes stacked along the walls. A single desk sat in the middle, low to goblin height but still within reach for Harry if he leaned down. "Sit," Griphook said, nodding at a simple wooden chair. Harry sat. His hands shook now that he had stopped moving. He clasped them together in his lap. Griphook pulled a small metal bowl from a shelf and set it on the desk. Beside it he placed a strip of parchment with tight goblin script along the edges. "This is an inheritance and health audit," he said. "You will place 3 drops of blood here. The magic will read your lineage, any vaults attached to your name, any spells bound to your body and mind that were authorized through our contracts." Harry licked his lips. "Will it hurt?" "Yes," Griphook said. "Potions that bind do not like to be dragged into the light. Spells with anchors in your accounts will react. They will try to cling. The more that has been done, the more this will burn." Harry thought of Dumbledore's calm voice speaking of mixtures and plans. He thought of Molly whispering that he was her boy while she discussed how much easier it would be if he walked willing to his death. He rolled up his sleeve. "Do it," he said. Griphook passed him a small silver blade. Harry pressed it to the side of his left hand. The cut stung. 3 drops of blood fell into the bowl. The moment the 3rd drop hit, the runes around the rim flared. Light shot up the inside of the metal and spilled across the parchment. Symbols sparked into life, lines of text winding down the page faster than any quill could write. Then the pain hit. It started in his scar, a hot spike that drove straight through his skull. It spread down his spine in a rush, through his chest into his arms and legs. Every nerve seemed to light up. He hissed and grabbed the arms of the chair. His vision went white for a moment. Behind the light he felt things tear. Threads of magic ripped free. He saw, with that strange inner sight, the golden strand to Dumbledore snap like an overstretched rope. The sticky line toward Ginny melted away. Other bindings clung harder. A weight in his chest refused to move. The dark strand from his scar tightened, then recoiled, angered but unbroken. He smelled smoke. For a second he thought something in the room had caught fire. Then he realized it was his own sweat, sharp with the heat that roared through him. His stomach clenched. He leaned to the side, grabbed the metal waste bin he saw out of the corner of his eye, and vomited. Bile and potion residue hit the bottom with a wet splash. The burning did not stop. His hands shook so hard the chair rattled against the floor. His heart raced until he thought it might punch through his ribs. Tears stung his eyes. "Breathe," Griphook said calmly. "In through the nose, out through the mouth. The more you fight it, the longer it will take." Harry tried to listen. Each breath dragged over raw lungs. His fingers cramped around the edge of the bin. Images flickered in his head. Ginny laughing in the common room. Dumbledore smiling kindly over his half-moon spectacles. Ron grinning with a chocolate frog in hand. All of them shifted, colors draining, as if he were seeing them without a filter for the first time. The affection was still there. He knew he cared about them, but the blind trust that had covered every doubt peeled away, leaving bare nerves and too many questions. The pain peaked and then started to ebb. His muscles loosened in sharp jerks. The golden strands that had filled the air around him shrank and snapped. New lines appeared, some silver, some darker, many still numb. He spat into the bin one last time and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Sweat dampened his hair. His shirt stuck to his back. Griphook watched him with careful eyes. "How much?" Harry croaked. His voice sounded like it had been dragged over gravel. Griphook glanced down at the parchment. The text still shifted slightly, but most of the words had settled. "Enough," the goblin said. Several loyalty mixtures keyed to the headmaster. One affection blend keyed to a witch identified as Ginevra Weasley. A mild, suggestive charm that nudged you toward self-sacrifice when certain triggers were present. All anchored through contracts that used your own vault to fund the ingredients and labor. Harry stared at him. A small, hysterical part of his mind wanted to laugh at the idea that his own gold had paid for his chains. "Can that be stopped?" he asked. "It already has," Griphook said. "The audit severs any bank-approved anchor. Those potions will not work on you again unless you agree to new contracts. As for the spells he has cast with no link to us, those are beyond our reach." Harry leaned back in the chair. The room swayed. He rubbed his hands over his face and felt how damp his skin was. "What about that?" he asked quietly, touching his scar. The dark line had not changed. Griphook looked at the parchment and then at Harry's forehead. "There is a soul fragment lodged there," he said. His tone did not shift, as if he were commenting on a line of numbers. "Old magic. Dark. It is not anchored through any contract we hold. Predates your accounts. So even if I had never had money at all, that thing would still be there," Harry said. "Yes." Harry let his hand fall to his lap. The chair creaked as he shifted. "Can you block Dumbledore from my accounts?" he asked. "From tonight on. No more withdrawals. No more authorizations. He is not my guardian." Griphook bared his teeth. It might have been a smile. "On that we can act. You are of age by ancient law as the child of a line tied to the Hallows and as the last of your house. The ministry may argue, but goblin contracts answer to deeper rules. If you wish to assert full control, we will recognize it." "I wish," Harry said. Griphook took another sheet of parchment from a drawer and slid it toward him. "Sign here," he said. "This severs all third-party access to your vaults and marks any attempt at forced contact as hostile. Be warned. If anyone tries to break that, the response will not be gentle." "Good," Harry muttered. He took the quill. His hand shook, but he managed to write his name. The letters looked strange to him for a moment, as if they belonged to someone else. When he set the quill down, the ink glowed briefly, then sank into the parchment. "It is done," Griphook said. "There are more things in this report you should see. Secondary vaults, titles, properties. But you are on the edge of collapse, and if you fall asleep on my floor, I will charge storage fees." A rough laugh escaped Harry before he could stop it. Felt raw but real. "I am not going back to Hogwarts," he said. The words came out clear, surprising him with how certain they felt. If I walk back through those gates, they will try to put me under again. Or lock me up. I need somewhere they cannot reach me quickly. Somewhere old. Somewhere with power of its own. Griphook tapped one claw against the desk. You humans treat banks as safe places, he said. They are not refuges. They are battlegrounds of a different sort. Even so, there are old sites tied to your family name. Some are sealed. Some are forgotten. One in particular has a connection to very old hunting magic. A grove. A standing circle once used for oaths to gods long before your ministry existed. Harry's head came up. Where? He asked. A forest in the old country, Griphook said. Your people named it once. The name does not matter. What matters is that it is outside the headmaster's web. If you go there, his hand will not reach easy. Harry felt a tug somewhere in his chest. The idea of trees and open sky and air that did not taste of stone and dust and potions called to something restless inside him. Can you get me there? He asked. Griphook shook his head. I manage gold, Mr. Potter, not travel. But you have allies who can cross wards. Harry thought of Dobby again. The little elf had looked ready to throw himself against Dumbledore's spells if that was what it took. I will handle it, he said softly. Griphook inclined his head. Then take this, he said, opening another drawer and pulling out a small pouch. A basic emergency sum. Enough for supplies if you survive the night. The rest we will discuss when you are less likely to vomit on my floor. Harry took the pouch. Felt heavy for its size. The goblin magic on it tingled against his fingers. He stood carefully. His legs were still shaky, but the burning in his veins had faded to a dull ache. Sweat cooled on his skin, leaving him chilled. Thank you, he said. Do not thank me, Griphook said. You are a client. Protecting your assets protects our reputation. One warning, Mr. Potter. Those who bound you once will not accept your freedom quietly. Once they realize the chains are gone, they will try new methods. I know, Harry said. The thought made his stomach twist again. I am counting on that. If they try to drag me back while I am awake, at least it will be honest. Griphook gave a short nod. Try not to die before you settle your accounts. It would be untidy. Harry managed a tight smile. I will do my best. He left the office and walked back through the corridor. The main hall felt louder now, even though nothing had changed. Every sound scraped his nerves. He kept his head down and moved quickly toward the side passage where Dobby had brought him in. Once he was alone in the shadowed hall, he leaned back against the wall and let himself slide down until he was crouching. His whole body shook. He pressed his forehead to his knees and took a long breath. The floor was cold through the thin cloth of his trousers. The stone smell steadied him. He had no plan beyond the next hour. That thought should have terrified him. It did not. Felt clean. He lifted his head. Dobby, he whispered. The small elf appeared at once, eyes wide, curls of steam still rising from where his magic displaced the air. Harry Potter, Dobby said. His gaze swept over Harry's pale face and damp hair. You look worse. Are you hurt? Dobby will fetch a healer. No healers, Harry said quickly. No one from Hogwarts. No one who answers to Dumbledore. I am fine. Or close enough. Dobby wrung his fingers. Where does Harry Potter need to go now? Harry thought of what Griphook had said. Old hunting magic. A grove tied to his family. Outside the headmaster's web. Somewhere old, he said. A forest tied to the Potters. The place the goblins mentioned. Can you feel it? They said it is a grove with stones. A place of oaths. Dobby shut his eyes. Magic flared around him. A faint shimmer. After a moment he nodded. Dobby can feel such a place, he said. It is quiet and deep and strange. Not like Hogwarts. Not like the Burrow. Older. Take me there, Harry said. Please. Then go somewhere safe and do not come back until I call. If they drag you in when they come after me, they will use you as a rope to pull me back. Dobby's face crumpled. Dobby hates this plan, he said honestly. But Dobby will obey. Harry Potter is Dobby's friend. Harry reached out and squeezed his shoulder. Thank you. The pull of elf magic wrapped around him again. The bank vanished. When the world settled, he stood under trees. The air was colder here. Damp earth smell rose around him, mixed with leaf mold and the faint tang of water. The ground under his feet was soft, not stone, covered in fallen leaves and small twigs that snapped under pressure. The sky above was a patchwork of branches and cloud. The moon hung behind the thin cover, a pale disk that cast a gentle light over the clearing. Around him, half hidden by moss, stood a circle of old stones. Some were upright, others had toppled, but the pattern was still clear. The clearing felt quiet in a way Hogwarts never had. Not empty. Watching, Harry drew in a slow breath. The cold air filled his lungs and eased the lingering burn from the ritual in the bank. "This is the place," Dobby whispered. His voice seemed small under the trees. "It is old. Older than Hogwarts. Older than many things." Harry stepped forward. The stones seemed to lean in as he approached. "Go, Dobby," he said softly. "Please. If I fail, I do not want you caught in it. If I succeed, I will call you when I have a place you can come without chains." Dobby looked like he wanted to argue. Then he nodded once, eyes bright. "Harry Potter must not die," he said again. "Remember that, even if others forget." Then he was gone. The clearing settled around Harry. Wind moved through the branches, making a soft rushing sound. A few leaves spun down and brushed his shoulders. He swallowed and walked to the center of the stone circle. He did not know proper words for this sort of thing. He had studied spells in dusty classrooms, not ancient oaths under open sky. Still, old stories had seeped into his bones. Tales of bargains, of names, of gods that listened from shadows between trees. He knelt. The damp leaves soaked through the knees of his trousers. He pressed the tip of his wand into the earth and felt the faint answering hum from the ground. "I want judgment," he said aloud. His voice sounded small, swallowed by the open space. "Or help, or an end. I do not care which. I am done being moved like a piece on a board. If there is anything out here that hates what has been done to me more than it hates mortals in general, listen." Nothing answered. The wind sighed again. He breathed in, then out. Anger bubbled up through the fear, carried words with it he had never thought he would say. "They drugged me to die for them," he called. "They used my own gold to do it. They put a piece of a madman's soul in my head and called it destiny. If that still fits your idea of a good champion, look elsewhere. If you want someone who will break their toys before letting anyone else use them, I am free." The word free hung in the air. Harry took his wand away from the ground. His hand shook. He drew the small silver blade from his pocket again and cut his palm, deeper this time. Blood welled up, warm and bright against the cold air. He held his hand over the earth and let the drops fall onto the leaves. "I offer this," he said, "not because I think it is worth much, but because everything else they tried to take. My choices, my feelings, my life, I am claiming those back. If you want a servant who walks to his own death with a smile, find someone else. If you want someone who has nothing left to lose and will not pretend otherwise, I am here." The ground under his knees thrummed. The air shifted. The moon slid free of the clouds for a moment. Light poured down, thin and silver, and settled over the circle like a veil. Harry's skin prickled. The dark strand in his scar tightened, then quailed as if something much older had turned its gaze his way. He swayed. His hand dripped blood into the soil. It sank in and seemed to vanish faster than it should. The air grew heavier. The forest sounds faded. No rustle, no bird calls, no distant stream. Then, from somewhere beyond the trees, he heard it. A scream, not human, high and ragged, full of rage and fear, cut off in a wet choke. The hairs on the back of Harry's neck stood up. Branches cracked. Something crashed through the undergrowth near the edge of the clearing. A shadow loomed between the trunks, huge and twisted, with eyes that shone faint red in the moonlight. For a heartbeat, Harry thought some monster had come to answer him first. Then an arrow of pure silver light shot out of the dark and drove straight through the thing's chest. It staggered, flailed, and fell, dissolving into smoke that smelled like rot and old blood. A figure stepped into the clearing after it. She moved with the easy balance of someone who had never doubted their own body. Armor that seemed to be made of moonlight and leather covered her shoulders. A bow rested in one hand, another arrow in the other. Her hair was a dark fall down her back, catching the pale light in threads. Her eyes were the color of clear night, and when they swept over Harry, he felt as if every lie and borrowed thought in him had been peeled away already. She looked at the stones, at the blood on the ground, then at the faint shimmer of magic still rising from the circle. "Someone called for judgment," she said. Her voice was cool, edged, and tired in a way Harry recognized. Harry's throat was dry. He managed to speak. "That was me," he said quietly. "My name is Harry Potter." The goddess of the hunt turned fully toward him. The moonlight sharpened. Somewhere in the dark beyond the trees, another creature screamed and fled. She lowered the bow but did not relax it. "A mortal boy in a cursed forest," Artemis said, "bleeding on old stone and daring anything that listens to come and claim him." Her gaze settled on his scar, then dropped to his bloodied hand. "What, exactly," she asked, "do you think you are offering?" The question hung between them. Artemis stood at the edge of the circle, bow loose in her hand, eyes steady on him. The silver light around her made the moss glow. Harry realized he was still kneeling. His cut hand dripped slowly into the soil. His legs were numb. His back ached. None of that mattered as much as the cool focus in her gaze. He pushed himself up until he was on his feet. His knees shook. He tightened his fingers around his wand to stop them. "I do not have much," he said. "That is the point." Her mouth twitched at one corner. He could not tell if that was amusement. "Say it without posturing," she replied. "Mortals make grand speeches when they are desperate. Strip it down. What do you think you are offering?" "Myself," Harry said. The word felt strange and blunt in his mouth. "What is left of me after they finish trying to use me? Whatever power is mine, not the bit that madman shoved into my scar. Whatever choice I can still pull away from the people who planned my death." Artemis looked him over in a slow sweep. The blood on his hand, the thin hospital shirt, the faint tremor in his shoulders, the stubborn way he kept meeting her eyes. "You called for judgment," she said. "Not mercy, not rescue. You did not beg for your life. You asked for someone to hate your chains more than they hate mortals." Harry swallowed. "Yes, that is either courage or stupidity," she went on. "I have hunted both. They taste similar." He tried to smile and felt how forced it was. "Then see which one this is and get it over with." A muscle in her cheek tightened. She stepped into the circle. The air changed. The light from the moon sharpened until every stone edge stood out. The ground under his feet felt harder, older. "You bleed on ground that was mine long before anyone put a tower in your school," she said. "You walk into my reach with a tainted soul and a name that reeks of prophecy. You do not even know me, mortal." "I take it you are not some random spirit," Harry said. His voice shook a little and he let it. There was no point pretending he was calm. Artemis tilted her head. "I am the hunt that runs when the world sleeps. I am the stillness before the arrow flies. In your tangled tongue, they call me Artemis." He had seen pictures in books. Roman myths in a battered volume in the school library. Greek names muttered in divination when someone wanted to sound clever. Goddess of the hunt. Maidens. Moon. The image did not match the woman in front of him. She was not a painting. She was actual weight in the clearing, bow ready, eyes that had watched too many things die. Harry wet his lips. "Right," he said. "Thanks for not shooting me first." "I considered it," she answered. "You open my old road and something foul screams in your head. It would be safer to put an arrow through both of you and let the grove drink what's spilled." Her gaze flicked to his scar. The skin there prickled. "The foul thing in my head is not my idea," Harry said. "I am the one who has to live with it. Or not, depending on how the old man wants the prophecy to go." Her eyes narrowed. "Explain." The words came out harsher than he meant. That was fine. He was done softening things for other people. "There is a piece of a dark lord inside my scar," he said. "He tried to kill me as a baby. The spell bounced, took his body and left this shard. It sits here and makes me speak Parseltongue and twinges whenever he is near. The headmaster decided the only way to get rid of it is for me to die at the right time. I overheard him planning it. With my friend's mother. While I lay drugged in a school bed, Artemis studied him in silence. Her expression did not soften, but something in her eyes shifted. Old anger. Not only for him. You say they drugged you, she said. Loyalty potions, Harry answered. Affection blends. Spells on my mind that nudge me toward walking to my death with a smile. All paid for from my own bank vault. I went there tonight. Had the goblins cut their claws out of my head. The pain has not faded yet, Artemis said. No, he admitted. She stepped closer. The smell of the forest shifted around her. Less damp, more sharp, like cold metal and clean air high on a ridge. She reached out and took his injured hand without asking. Her grip was firm and cool. When her fingers closed around his palm, the remaining ache from the goblin ritual flared. A thin sheen of light spread under his skin, following the lines of his veins. Harry sucked in a breath. That stings. I am not stroking it to sleep, she said. You walked out of one set of chains and straight into another circle. I will not pretend you are untouched. He felt something under her attention. The last traces of the loyalty mixes that Gringotts had not reached. Whispers that still crouched behind his thoughts. They wriggled as her power passed over them. Then they burned away. The urge to defend Dumbledore. The reflex to think of Ginny as a future he owed himself. Each one snapped like a rotten thread. Harry sagged. His knees nearly buckled. Artemis did not let go. The light under his skin faded. Better, she said quietly. He tried to answer and found his throat too tight. He swallowed hard. Thank you, he managed. She did not dismiss it. She accepted the words with a small nod and released his hand. The soul shard still snarls, she said. That is not mine to unmake. It ties into laws as old as the ones that bind me. Divine and mortal rules cross there. I tear it free, and your entire fate snarls with it. I am not interested in tearing your world apart by mistake. Harry laughed once, sharp and tired. Good. Because I have had enough of someone else deciding my fate. Her brow rose. You think you have a choice in this. I think I have as much of a choice as anyone who walks into a war already written by people who never asked for my opinion, he said. Which is to say, I get to decide whether I go along quietly or kick the board over. If you came to tell me there is a third path, I am listening. If you came to say I must kneel and obey you instead of him, no. His chest hurt. His heart hammered. Sweat cooled under his shirt. He did not look away. That earned him a longer look. You speak to gods as if they are neighbors, Artemis said. Are you brave, or simply done caring? Bit of both, he said. For the first time, her mouth eased into something that looked close to a real smile. There was no softness in it, but there was approval. Good, she said. Mortals who are still afraid of me are easy to shape. They break too fast. I am not looking for another broken thing. I have enough of those in my own house. He thought of the hunters he had read about. Maidens bound to her service. Girls who had run from men who hurt them. Girls who had given up mortal futures for a different path. Broken things was not a kind phrase, but there was truth in it. I did not come here because I want to be owned, Harry said. You came because you had nowhere else to run, she answered. He flinched. That hit closer than he liked. Maybe, he said. That still does not mean I will take new chains just because they fit better. Artemis glanced past him toward the trees. The shadows there shifted. A thin figure stepped out into the light, silent as a ghost. She was taller than Harry, with dark hair pulled back, leaving her sharp face bare. Her eyes were a deep, fierce brown. A quiver rested against her back. A simple tunic and short cuirass covered her torso, with bracers on her arms. The silver of her arrows caught the moonlight. Zoe Nightshade. Harry knew the name from legends. Not all the stories had faded even in Wizard Britain. Immortal huntress. Hated men. Devoted to Artemis. Fallen out with her father who had once held the sky. Zoe saw him and stiffened. Her hand went to the knife at her belt without thought. My lady, she said, eyes still on Harry. You called. The others hold the crossroad. Two of the things slipped through the break. I saw, Artemis said. One reached my circle. Zoe glanced at the place where the monster had fallen. The ground still smoked faintly there. The scent of rot edged the air. Then we should move the camp, Zoe replied. The forest is thin here. The old roads are waking. This mortal should not be in the open. Mortal has a name, Harry said before he could stop himself. The words felt suicidal with that much power watching, but irritation pushed them out. Zoe shifted her gaze back to him. She looked him up and down as if he were a slug on a plate. The boy has courage, she said. That will not stop him from being eaten if more slip through. It might make him less boring while he fights, Artemis said. Zoe did not smile. Why is he in your circle at all, my lady? He is male. So were the last 3 gods who tried to tell me what I was allowed to do with my hunt, Artemis answered. You know how that ended. Zoe paused. Then she gave Harry a look that said, clearly, that whatever happened next was his fault. He bled on the stones, Artemis went on. He called any power that hated his chains more than it hated mortals. That is an insult I cannot ignore, especially when the stink of that old snake god clings to him. Snake god, Harry repeated. You mean Voldemort. Your Dark Lord plays at serpents and death, Artemis said. He pokes old forces and thinks they answer only to him. He is an ant that has learned to move fire. I smell something else in your scar. Older. Not from him, though his peace clings to it. That is a problem for another night. For now, we deal with what is in reach. Zoe frowned. What do you intend to do with him? Artemis turned back to Harry. You ran from a headmaster who drugged you into the shape he wanted, she said. You cut free the bank that fed those chains. You walked into a grove that answers to me through your blood. You stood in front of me with that foul shard in your head and refused more chains even while you shook. That suggests you might be the thing I need. Harry blinked. Which is, a champion who owes the gods nothing they do not earn, Artemis said. One who can move in your wizard world and break the plans of the old fool who thinks he can trade your life for his neat victory. One who can gather a company that is not mine and not his. A pack of mortal witches bound to you and through you to me. A harem, in your crude tongue. Though that word insults what I mean. Harry felt his face heat. Of all the phrases he had expected, that one still hit strange. You want me to collect girlfriends for you? He said before he thought. Zoe made a disgusted sound. Artemis, he is impossible. Quiet, Artemis told her, though there was a glint in her eye now. No, mortal. I do not want pretty playthings for you to preen over. I want a core of battle sisters who will take up my mark through your bond. Witches and creatures your world will never trust. Gifted with power and loyalty outside the reach of your headmaster and your ministry. They will be your harem in the sense that they will all be tied to you in heart and magic. They will also be mine in the sense that if you ever treat them as toys, I will decorate the grove with your bones. Harry held up his hands. His cut stung. All right, clear. Gods. I am not plural, she said dryly. Figure of speech, he muttered. She stepped closer again until she was within arm reach. Up close, Harry could see faint scars across her knuckles and a small nick in one ear. She was not some untouched statue. She had fought and bled. You already have names, she said. When you spoke of those who betrayed you, when you thought of those you still care for, I heard patterns. A Vila who hides behind careful manners. A seer whose mind drifts at angles. A sly one in green who plans even when she plays. An Auror who refuses to kneel even when her world demands it. Each sits at a crossroad. Each has reason to hate the chains you broke tonight. Fleur, Harry murmured. Luna, Daphne, Tonks. Zoe made another noise. You give power to any maid who crosses your path now, she said to Artemis. The council will howl. The council howls when I breathe, Artemis said. Your father held the sky and still could not keep them happy. I am done asking their permission to do what my hunt needs. Harry cleared his throat. You speak as if this is already decided. It is not, Artemis said. My offer stands. I will cut away the mortal chains that remain, hide you from their sight, and give you a share of my power. You will go back into your world as my hidden Fong. You will gather my future hunt from those your headmaster would either waste or use. You will kill when I point you at prey that deserves it. You will protect those under my mark. You will not die for Dumbledore. If you die, it will be in a hunt you choose. That last line hit something inside him like a struck bell. Choice, not safety, not comfort. Choice over how he died. And the shard in my head, he pressed. The part of him. If I agree to this and you still cannot remove it, what then? Artemis looked at his scar again. Her gaze sharpened. I can bind that fragment, she said slowly. I cannot unmake it outright without tearing the fabric around it, but I can put it in chains so tight it forgets it was ever free. That will hurt. It will also draw the attention of the snake who cast it when he realizes his mark has gone quiet. He will come hunting, thinking to reclaim what he lost. Good, Harry said. I want him to come. I want to see him without a chain in my own head dragging my feet toward his wand. Zoe eyed him. You sound hungry for this. Harry met her gaze. I lay in a bed while the man I trusted planned my death and the woman who called me her boy argued about the timing. I think I have earned a little hunger. Artemis looked between them. There is another cost, she said. You bind to me, you bind for life. There is no returning to being an ordinary boy who studies and marries and works in an office. Your days will be spent walking edges. You will always carry a piece of my hunt in your steps. The witches you gather will bear my mark as well. Their lives will twist around battles and duties they cannot explain to those who live safe in villages and towers. Do you understand that? I was never going to have an ordinary life, Harry said. The prophecy saw to that before I could walk. If I must live strange, I would rather live strange for someone who tells me the cost up front. Zoe watched him with a mix of resentment and reluctant respect. Artemis watched him with the cool focus of someone judging prey. Last thing, Artemis said. I will not touch your mind without warning. I am not a thief in the dark. But if you agree, I will see certain things. Your memories when they matter to a hunt. Your intentions when you stand on a choice that can kill people under my watch. There is no room in my house for a liar who hides behind pretty words while others bleed. Do you accept that scrutiny? Harry thought of Dumbledore, always distant, always knowing more than he shared, but never admitting how he knew. He thought of years of being nudged and steered with soft lies. If you are going to look, you say you are looking, he said. If I think you have crossed a line, I say so. If you ignore that, I walk. I do not care how divine the contract is. If you want blind faith, you picked the wrong boy. Zoe murmured a curse in a tongue he did not recognize. Artemis stared at him. You would break a pact with a goddess, she asked. If you twist it the way he twisted mine, Harry said. Yes. Silence dropped into the circle. The trees seemed to lean in. Then Artemis laughed. It was not a gentle sound. It had a hard edge that spoke of long nights and too many arguments. It still cleared some of the tension in the air. Good, she said again. I am tired of mortals who bow and call me perfect, then curse my name in whispers when my hunt does what it must. I would rather have one insolent, stubborn, honest boy who will argue with me to my face than 1,000 sheep who bleat praise while they walk into the slaughter pens. She held out her hand. Harry stared at it. Her palm was lined and calloused. A faint silver light clung to her skin. This is not the vow, she said. This is the first step. Take my hand, and I will bind the shard and hide you from the gaze of the old man at your school and the snake who marked you. Refuse and I walk away. Something else will answer you. It will not be as kind. He almost laughed at the word kind. He bit it back. This was as close as he was going to get. He took a breath. No potions pulled his thoughts toward trust. No loyalty charm pushed his hand forward. Fear curled in his stomach. Anger burned over it. He set his wand aside and reached out. His fingers closed around hers. Cold flooded his arm. Not the dead numbness of dementors. A sharp, clean cold, like plunging his hand into a mountain stream at night. It shot up into his shoulder, then across his chest. The shard in his scar flared. A high, thin hiss sounded in his head. The dark strand that tied it trembled. Artemis gripped his hand harder. Silver light erupted around them. It poured from the sky, from the stones, from the earth under his feet. It wrapped them both. Harry could not see the trees. He could hardly see his own arms. Only her eyes, lit from within now, fixed on his face. "Be still," she said. Her voice carried a command that went beyond sound. His muscles locked. His heart still hammered, but he could not move. The light speared into his scar. He screamed. It felt as if someone had driven a white-hot needle through his skull and twisted. The shard writhed. Images flashed behind his eyes. A house on fire. A woman with red hair falling. A high mad laugh. Green light. Something leaping from a broken wand and slamming into his forehead. Silver chains coiled around that piece. The shard struck at them. It bared teeth. It spat curses in a voice that rasped like a snake on stone. The chains tightened. Harry felt every link as it snapped into place. Cold metal around a foul thing. The shard tried to surge outward, to flood his mind, as it had in the graveyard when Voldemort rose again. This time it hit bars that did not bend. It howled. He felt it, not as sound, but as a pressure behind his eyes. His stomach lurched. He tasted blood. Artemis did not look away. Her grip stayed firm. "The piece of him is mine now," she said into the light. "You do not speak through this boy without my leave. You do not ride his flesh. You do not whisper in his dreams. You will sit in your cage and watch through the gaps as he hunts you." The shard spat again. The chains flashed. Another band locked in place. Harry thought his head would split. He thought his heart would stop. His body shook so hard he would have fallen if her hold had not kept him upright. Then, as suddenly as it had surged, the pressure snapped. Silence crashed through his mind. The constant background twinge he had never been able to name vanished. For the first time since he could remember, his scar did not ache. It did not burn. It did not throb with someone else's rage. It felt heavy, but quiet, like a room that had once held a beast and now held only the cage. Harry sagged. Artemis released his hand and caught his shoulder with the other. She guided him down until he was kneeling again. The light faded. The forest came back in pieces. The sound of leaves. The smell of damp earth. The cold of the night air. The distant snap of a twig where something small fled. Zoe stood just outside the circle, bow raised halfway, as if she had been ready to shoot the light itself if it turned on them. A faint sheen of sweat glowed on her forehead. Harry's chest heaved. Each breath pulled in air that felt sharper than before. Artemis watched him. "How do you feel?" she asked. He blinked. Tears blurred his vision. He wiped them away with his uninjured hand. His fingers came away wet and red. Blood had run from his scar and down his temple. "Empty," he said slowly, "but in a good way. Like when you finally clean out a cupboard you did not realize had always smelled bad. The smell is gone, and you only notice it because you are so used to it." Zoe frowned. "You are making no sense." "He is," Artemis said. "For once a mortal uses a fair image." She reached up, almost idly, and brushed her thumb over his scar. The touch sent a jolt through him that had nothing to do with magic. He flinched. "Easy," she said softly. "The wound will scar over in a new way. The chains in your mind need time to settle. You will have strange dreams. You may hear him rage through the bars. He cannot move you now without breaking my law, but he will try to claw at you from the corners. When that happens, call me and remember that you chose this cage for him." Harry swallowed. Her hand was still close to his face. The silver light in her eyes had dimmed, but not gone. "I will manage," he said. His voice came out rough. She withdrew her hand and stood, leaving him kneeling in the dirt. Zoe lowered her bow. "The bond is faint," Zoe said. "You did not pull him fully into our hunt." "He is no maiden," Artemis replied. "He does not walk my path in that way. His bond runs along the old roads in the blood of his house. I ride those. That is enough for now." She looked down at Harry again. "You are not mine yet," she said. "We agreed to the first step only. I cut chains and set one cage. Now you must walk back into your world and decide what to do with that freedom. If you come back here with witches at your side who choose you and my mark both, Then we speak of oaths and titles. Harry forced his legs to cooperate. He pushed himself up again. His muscles shook, but he stayed standing. You expect me to go back to Hogwarts, he said. I expect you to choose where to stand, Artemis answered. Your headmaster will notice you have slipped his leash. He will push harder. Your Dark Lord will feel the silence in your scar and grow uneasy. Old powers move when they smell a break in the pattern. If you hide in my grove and do nothing, they will eventually turn their eyes this way. I am not your nurse. I am not shelter for those who refuse to move. He nodded slowly. You want me to go back and act as if nothing has changed. While I gather the women you mentioned, I want you to go back and watch with open eyes this time, she said. Speak to the Vila girl, the strange seer, the sly one in green, the stubborn Or. Listen to what they want. Offer them a path that is not marriage to some safe boy or bending their necks for your ministry. If they refuse, you do not drag them. If they accept, you bring them here when you can and we lay the marks together. Zoe spoke up. You are trusting him quickly, she said. He is young, mortal, male. He may use this to build a nest for his ego. He may, Artemis said. If he does, you will break his nose. Then I will break the rest. Harry grimaced. Comforting, he muttered. You should be comforted, she said. Few mortals have anyone who will break their nose before they make that kind of mistake. Most are allowed to ruin lives until death finally slaps them. He could not argue with that. Zoe stepped closer, still wary, but a fraction less hostile. If you lie to my sisters, she said. If you twist this into your own little court where they bow to you more than they respect her, I will make sure you cannot walk straight again. Harry met her gaze. If I ever treat them the way Dumbledore treated me, you will not have to. I will walk into the nearest wall myself. That drew a small snort from her. It might have been a laugh, buried under layers of suspicion. Artemis looked between them and then glanced up at the sky. The moon climbed higher. The break in the woods will not wait, she said. There are more of the twisted things moving. My hunters hold them, but they cannot do it forever without me. Zoe, take him to the old stone by the stream. That spot touches the wards of his school. He can call his elf from there. The headmaster will not sense you if you move fast. Zoe nodded. What about you? Harry asked. Artemis lifted her bow. The string thrummed once as if it were eager. I hunt, she said simply. I am not a talker by trade, mortal. You will learn that. When I am done, I will listen for the thread we have tied. If you live through the next days and gather your first sister, pull on it. I will answer. She took one last look at him. You did well not to run, she said. Most boys in your place would have begged me for an easy death, or tried to flatter me. You did neither. That is why you are still breathing. Low bar, Harry said. She almost smiled again. Mortals rarely clear even that, she replied. Then she stepped backward once, and her form blurred in the moonlight. For a moment Harry saw her as a streak of silver and shadow. Then she was gone, leaving only the faint echo of her presence in the circle. Zoe exhaled, as if she had been holding her breath. Come, boy, she said, before some other thing crawls out of the dark. We do not have time to stand around and admire the goddess work. Harry bent to grab his wand and slipped it into his hand again. I have a name, he said. Use it. Zoe rolled her eyes. Fine. Come, Harry. Try to keep up. She turned and moved through the trees with smooth, practiced steps. Harry hurried after her, trying not to stumble over roots in the dim light. The forest seemed to part for her. Branches brushed his shoulders and then shifted out of her way. Why do you hate men so much? He asked after a while. His voice sounded too loud in the quiet woods, but the question had been nagging him. Zoe did not look back. Because I have seen what they do when given power, she said. My father tried to marry me off as if I were a bauble. Heroes tried to lay hands on my sisters because they believed their own songs. Gods forced themselves where they were not wanted and called it passion. After a few centuries of that, one grows tired. Fair, Harry said. For what it is worth, I have also seen what they do when they have power. It is not pretty from where I stand either. You are one of them, she pointed out. I know, he said. That gives me 2 reasons not to repeat their mistakes. She glanced over her shoulder then, assessing. You talk like someone much older than you look. I feel older than I was yesterday, he replied. They reached a narrow stream that cut through the forest. The water glimmered faintly in the moonlight. A flat stone jutted from the bank where the stream bent. Zoe hopped onto it without hesitation. This touches your school wards at a faint corner, she said. Old magic layered under the new. Call your elf from here. He can slip you across with less risk. Harry climbed up beside her. His legs were aching now. The cut in his hand had stopped bleeding, but it pulsed in time with his heart. Do you really think I can fool Dumbledore? He asked quietly. He has watched me for years. He is not stupid. No, Zoe said, but he is arrogant. He thinks you are still what he shaped. Men like that look only for the lines they carve themselves. They miss the cracks. Harry took that in. An odd calm settled over him. He was tired and sore and had a caged monster in his head. A new thread tied to a goddess, and a task to build a divine harem of witches. Yet somehow his thoughts felt clearer than they had in months. Right, he said. Time to find a crack. He looked at the water once more, then closed his eyes. Dobby, he whispered. The elf appeared with a soft pop, wobbling on the narrow stone. Harry caught his arm to steady him. Harry Potter, Dobby said. His eyes darted around. You are alive. Dobby felt something loud in the magic. It hurt his ears. He thought you had exploded. Not yet, Harry said. Although it felt close. Dobby peered at his scar. It looks different, he said. Quieter. Like a bad room with the door closed. That is about right, Harry answered. Listen, I need you to take me to Hogwarts, but not straight into the hospital wing. Somewhere near the tower. Somewhere that will not set off every ward at once. Dobby frowned. Dobby can try. The headmaster has his net around the house. But Dobby is small and can slip through some gaps. Zoe watched them, arms folded. You trust this creature? She asked. With my life, Harry said without hesitation. Dobby made a tiny noise that sounded like a sob. Then hope that trust is placed well, Zoe said. Go. Your goddess will listen. I will watch the old roads and see what shakes loose now that the shard screams in chains. Harry nodded. Thank you. For not shooting me either. Zoe snorted. Do not thank me yet. If you disappoint her, I will fix that oversight. He found that oddly reassuring. He gripped Dobby's arm again. Take us to the tower, he said. Quiet corner. Empty corridor. No portraits if you can help it. Dobby nodded hard. Hold tight. The forest vanished. They landed in darkness. The smell of Hogwarts wrapped around him. Stone. Wax. Old wood. A hint of smoke from the kitchens far below. The air felt thicker here, full of centuries of spells. They were in a narrow corridor he recognized from long nights sneaking under his cloak. Near the Gryffindor common room, but not inside. Tapestries hung on the walls. The floor was chill under his bare feet again. Dobby swayed. Done, the elf whispered. Dobby must go. The wards are sniffing around him like dogs. Call if you need him. Go, Harry said. Stay safe. Dobby popped away. Harry stood for a moment in the quiet hall and listened. The castle muttered under his feet. Wards hummed. Somewhere above, a clock chimed the hour. It was late or early depending on how one counted. The corridors were empty. He moved to a small alcove and pressed his back against the wall. The stone was cold through his shirt. He needed to plan. He needed to talk to Hermione sooner or later. Ron, maybe, if he could get through the hurt. Ginny, at some point, if he wanted to be decent about the mess in his head. He needed to contact Fleur at the tournament site, or through Bill. He needed to find Luna at breakfast and listen when she drifted off into truths no one else heard. He needed to spot Daphne in the crowd and see if the cold confidence hid anything else. He needed to cross paths with Tonks and see if her tired jokes covered the same anger he felt. He also needed to pretend none of that had changed while Dumbledore watched him from behind his half-moon glasses. His palm itched where he had held Artemis' hand. His scar throbbed, but in a contained way, like a bruise under a bandage. He took a breath. The first step was simple. Walk back into the hospital wing, climb into bed, and act as if a sick boy had barely moved. Harry pushed off the wall and started down the corridor. The castle felt different under his feet now. The old stones still groaned, but he felt other lines under them. Hidden paths, old roads, threads that the goblins and the goddess had brushed awake. He knew one thing with sudden clarity. He would never again be the boy who lay in bed while others planned his death over tea. That boy had bled into the grove and vanished under silver chains. Whatever he was now, he walked back into Hogwarts on his own feet, with a goddess in his shadow and a caged monster in his head, planning the first steps toward a hunt that would change his world. He smiled once, thin and without humor, and slipped through the dark toward the ward. The next game was about to start, and for the first time he was not the only player on the board. Harry eased the hospital wing door open and slipped inside. The ward was dark except for a few low candles. Madame Pomfrey snored softly in her office. The beds were neat, covers pulled tight. His own still held the faint dip where his body had been. He closed the door without a sound and padded to the bed. The potion stain on the table had dried to a dull mark. Someone had taken away the broken glass. Harry swung his legs up and lay back. The sheets were cold. He pulled the blanket over himself, nose full of that familiar mix of potions and polish. His muscles shook now that he had stopped moving. Gringotts' pain still echoed in his veins. The memory of silver chains around the shard burned behind his eyes. He stared at the ceiling. The castle murmured under him. Wards hummed in slow waves. He could feel them more clearly now, like low music at the edge of hearing. Other lines tangled through the air, thin and bright or thick and dark. Magic. His scar throbbed once. A low, ugly hiss brushed the back of his mind, then choked off as if something had slammed a door. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he held. So the cage was real. He shut his eyes. "You breathe like prey that has found a hedge," a dry voice commented. Not spoken, more like thought pressing against thought. "You are not out of the woods yet." He did not flinch. He had felt that presence once already. Artemis did not feel like Dumbledore or Voldemort. No soft push. No oily charm. Only a clear weight, like moonlight on skin. "I did not expect to be," he thought back. Or whatever counted as thinking in this direction. Just trying not to fall over before breakfast. A faint pulse of approval came through the bond. "Rest. I am not your nurse, as I said, but even hunters sleep. Your next step is talk, not battle. Talk takes more strength than most mortals give it credit for." He wanted to argue. He was not sure he could move anyway. The bed cradled him in that clean, unsafe way hospitals always did. Harry turned his face into the pillow, breathed in, and let exhaustion drag him down. Sleep came in fragments. He dreamt of silver chains sinking around a writhing dark knot. He dreamt of wolves circling a fire and a goddess watching from the shadows, eyes like cold stars. He dreamt of Hogwarts with huge pale figures perched on the towers, claws dug into the stone, watching every student cross the yard. They had no faces, only smooth skin where eyes should be. He realized with a jolt that they leaned toward him more than anyone else. He looked up at them and they snapped their heads away, as if ashamed. He woke to sunlight and a sharp voice. "Potter, what on earth do you think you are doing out of bed?" Madame Pomfrey loomed over him, hands on her hips, apron crisp. He blinked, squinting against the light from the windows. His body ached in every joint. "Sleeping," he croaked. "Or I was." She huffed and pressed a cool hand to his forehead. "You were not here when I checked last. You know better than to go wandering after a night like that." Harry shrugged, careful with his bruised shoulders. "Needed the loo." She narrowed her eyes. For a second he thought she would summon Veritaserum right there. Then she sighed. "You are as bad as your father," she muttered. "Always thought the rules were for other people." Her words had an odd effect. They did not land like praise. They just stung. He remembered how many of his father's rules had led to his parents' graves. Madame Pomfrey busied herself with vials and charts. "Drink," she said, shoving a goblet into his hand. The liquid was a pale gold. It shimmered faintly. He saw the thin threads around it now, like those he had poured from the window. subtle, curling lines that reached toward his chest. Harry lifted the goblet. The smell hit him before the rim touched his lips. Sweet and sharp under the herbs. Love mixture base. Soft suggestion charm. Rage flashed through him. His fingers tightened around the glass. It would be so easy to throw it against the wall. He forced his hand to loosen. Madame Pomfrey watched him with a pinched mouth. "It is a stabilizing brew with calming additions," she said. "And before you glare at me, yes, approved by the headmaster. You have had a very rough year. No lie there." She believed it. She thought she was helping. Artemis' presence pricked at the back of his mind, cool and distant. Her voice did not speak, but he felt that same quiet contempt she had held for chains. Harry tipped the goblet to his mouth and let a little touch his tongue. Enough to satisfy anyone watching. He pulled a face. "That tastes awful," he said, and coughed. His hand jerked, as if from a gag reflex, and the goblet tilted. Potion spilled onto his lap. Some splashed over the side of the bed. Madame Pomfrey swore under her breath and grabbed her wand. "Oh, for goodness sake, Potter," she snapped. "You could at least try not to waste my hard work." "Sorry," he muttered, catching the empty goblet as if trying to save it. Inside, he let himself feel ugly satisfaction. The threads from the potion spattered on the cloth fizzled out at once, cut off from their path to him. Madame Pomfrey vanished the stain with a sharp flick and took the goblet back. "You will drink the next one," she warned. "No more accidents." He gave her a small, apologetic smile. "Yes, Madame Pomfrey, one dose missed would not fix everything. But it was a start." He spent the rest of the morning in a daze of checks and questions. Dumbledore came just before lunch, all gentle concern and tired eyes. "Harry," he said softly, taking the chair by the bed. "I am glad to see you awake." "Yeah," Harry said. Still here, his heart pounded hard enough to make his ribs ache. The cage in his head hummed. Aware. The bond to Artemis sat like a cool line beside it. Dumbledore searched his face, as if trying to read the thoughts in his skull. For the first time, Harry wondered if the impression of it had been helped by the potions. Now he felt the attempt clearly, like fingers pressing against a locked window. He did not push back with anger. That would stand out. Instead he focused on the feeling of the sheets under his fingertips, the weight of his own breathing. Simple, mundane things. "How do you feel?" Dumbledore asked. "Tired," Harry said truthfully. "Head hurts. Same as usual after someone tries to kill me." The corner of Dumbledore's mouth lifted, but his eyes did not light. "You have been very brave," he said. Harry tasted the words and found them sour. Brave. The nice label they pinned on a boy they were leading to slaughter. "Right," Harry said. "About that." "I assume Sirius still fell." The old man's gaze dropped for a moment. "I am sorry," he said. "Yes." Grief punched Harry in the gut. For a moment it wiped everything else away. His throat closed. He dragged air in through his nose. Dumbledore reached out as if to touch his shoulder, then seemed to think better of it. "I will not ask you to discuss it now," he said. "You have lost much and endured more. There will be time." There had never been time when Harry was younger. Always the next crisis, the next secret. He nodded because he did not trust his voice. Dumbledore went on. "The Ministry has accepted that Voldemort has returned. There will be changes. War-type changes. Hogwarts will not be the same in the coming year." War. Harry thought of Artemis running into the trees, bow in hand. Different war. Different rules. Dumbledore studied him again. "I know you may feel anger toward me now," he said, "for keeping things from you, for how this year unfolded. I accept that. I ask only that you remember one thing. Whatever I have done, however flawed, I have always tried to act for the greater good." Harry almost laughed. He heard the words as he had last night, spoken to Molly over tea while they discussed love mixtures. He thought of Artemis' voice, dry and clear, tearing chains out of his mind with no apology. For the greater good. He met Dumbledore's eyes. "I remember everything that was said," he replied. "In this room and outside it." Dumbledore blinked once. Something cold flared under his calm. "You were asleep," he said. Not a question. A test. Harry shrugged. I woke up. People talk loudly when they think the person in the bed cannot hear. Silence fell for a heartbeat. Somewhere at the far end of the ward, Madame Pomfrey clanked a cupboard door. I see, Dumbledore said softly. Harry waited. His muscles were tense, ready for spells, threats, anything. Instead, the old man gave a slow nod. Then I owe you honesty now, he said. But we will speak of it when you are stronger. Not today. You may not believe this, Harry, but I do not enjoy discussing the ways in which I have failed you. Harry held his gaze. Then stop failing me, he said. Start there. That drew real surprise. It flickered across Dumbledore's face before he smoothed it away. You have grown, the headmaster said. We will talk soon. For now, I will only say this. The path ahead of you is still dangerous. I will not stop trying to guide you away from needless pain, even if you resent me for it. Harry thought of potions that made death feel like duty. He thought of Artemis' answer that she was not a nurse. You can try, he said quietly. That does not mean I will follow the same way. Dumbledore studied him a moment longer, then stood. Rest, he said. The term is almost at an end. You will return to your relatives for the summer. We will make arrangements to keep you safe. Back in the cupboard. Back in Privet Drive. With a caged shard in his head and a goddess waiting in a forest. Harry did not argue. Not yet. He just nodded. When Dumbledore left, the ward felt colder. By the next day, Madame Pomfrey declared him fit enough to leave. She forced 2 more potions down his throat under her direct eye and tooted at his pale face. You will eat properly and rest, she said. None of this wandering the corridors all night. Yes, Madame Pomfrey, he said, and meant none of it. The castle was already shifting towards summer. Exams were over. Work had slowed. Students drifted in small clumps, talking in low voices about the ministry statement and rumors of attacks. Hope and fear tangled in the air. Harry walked through the corridors and saw more than he had before. Thin gold strands wrapped around some students' wrists. Subtle charms. Expectations. The kind of spells parents paid for when they wanted their children to behave. He had never noticed them. He saw his own reflection in a window and almost did not recognize himself. Same messy hair. Same scar, now a little red at the edges. Eyes tired. There was a new sharpness there, though, a thin line of resolve. On the 3rd afternoon, he heard raised voices around the corner from a quiet side passage near the library. Come on, Loony. Show us the funny little beasts again. He did not need to see to know who they meant. His hands curled into fists. Harry turned the corner. 3 Ravenclaw boys stood in a loose half-circle. They were a year or 2 older than him, ties loose, faces bored and cruel in that careless way. One poked at the air above a pile of books with his wand, prodding at something only he saw. Luna Lovegood knelt on the floor, gathering up scattered parchment. Her wand lay just out of reach. Her long hair fell forward, hiding her face, but he could see the set of her shoulders. Not slumped, not broken, just tired. Small pale shapes flitted around her. Harry blinked. They hovered just above her head and shoulders, like translucent fish swimming through air. They had big eyes and long feathery tails. Each time one of the boys tried to touch Luna, one of the creatures darted in front and snapped tiny teeth at the offending hand. The boys did not react. Harry realized they could not see them. The creatures pivoted as he watched, their heads turning toward him at the same time. They stilled, tails fanning out. Not hostile, curious. He saw other things too. Thin gray smudges clinging to the boys' shoulders, at the base of their skulls. His stomach turned. Hungry leech-type things, feeding on their pleasure in cruelty. Luna looked up. Her eyes were clear and bright. She met his gaze without surprise. Ah, she said in her dreamy voice. I thought you would notice them if anyone did. One of the boys snorted. Notice what? The dirt she drags around. He lifted his foot as if to grind his heel on her fallen notes. Harry moved. He did not think about it. His body simply responded. Anger shot through him like a spark down a wire. He closed the distance in 3 strides and grabbed the boy's wrist. "Leave her things alone," he said. His voice came out low and steady. The boy jerked his arm. "Get off," he snapped. "We were just having fun." "This is none of your business, Potter." Harry squeezed. Tendons shifted under his fingers. The leech-gray smudge on the boy's shoulder hissed and wriggled as if burned. The other two boys stepped back, wands half raised. "Easy," one muttered. "We do not need detention with him again." Luna watched, head tilted. The creatures above her darted closer, circling Harry now. Warm tingling brushed his cheek when one passed through his hair. They had no weight, just a faint buzz. "Last chance," Harry said. "Pick up her wand and books. Then walk away." The boy tried to yank his arm back and winced. Harry tightened his grip a fraction more. "You do not scare me," the boy said, eyes flashing to Harry's scar. "You are just the headmaster's little weapon." The words hit harder than the boy intended. Harry felt something unpleasant twist in his chest. "Not anymore," he replied. He let the anger show for a heartbeat. Magic rose to the surface of his skin, cold and dark at the edges. Not the wild, flaring rage of his younger accidents. Something sharper. A shadow that made the air around them dim despite the daylight. The gray leech things on the boy's shoulders recoiled. One tried to slither away and vanished into the floor. The creatures above Luna fluffed their tails and made soft chiming sounds. The boy in his grip went pale. "All right," he muttered. "Fine." He bent, awkward with Harry still holding his wrist, and snatched up Luna's wand. He thrust it toward her, not looking at her face. One of the other boys quickly stacked the scattered parchment and books, cheeks red. "Here," he said gruffly, dumping them beside her. "Thank you," Luna said serenely. Harry released the first boy's arm. "If I hear you three near her again," Harry said quietly, "I will not be this polite." They glared at him, at Luna, at the empty air around them, then stalked away. The gray smudges on their shoulders were smaller now. The leech that had fled did not return. When they turned the corner, the corridor felt lighter. Luna rose calmly, smoothing her robes. She picked up her wand and tucked it behind her ear. The little creatures hummed around her head like content bees. "Thank you," she said, "though I had it under control. The snickerlings would have bitten their fingers if they tried to hex me again." "Snickerlings," Harry repeated. She nodded. "They feed on mockery. They do not like it when the joke stops being funny." Harry looked at the tiny beasts. One drifted close and sniffed at his scar, then made a small offended click and retreated to Luna's shoulder. "I see them," he said. Luna smiled. It was small but bright, like a candle in a cupboard. "I know," she said. "Everyone always thinks I am making them up, but they are very real. You can tell by the way they object to being insulted." Harry huffed a short laugh. "That seems fair." He bent and gathered the last parchment that had slid under a bench. As he straightened, he noticed more of the thin gold strands wrapping around Luna. They were not like the ones he had seen on other students. These slipped through her like smoke, never quite catching. Spells tried to settle on her and failed. He offered her the parchment. "You did not push them," Luna observed. "You just looked at them and they went away." "I pushed a little," Harry said. "In my head. I am a bit tired of watching people act like this is normal." She studied his face. Her eyes were steady and far away at the same time, as if she saw him and 10 other things through him. "You look different," she said. "Not in your hair. That is still doing whatever it likes. Inside, your light feels sharper. Not softer. Sharper, but also less tangled." Harry remembered Griphook Bowl and the pain of chains tearing away. "Had some work done," he said. "On your soul," Luna guessed. He blinked. "Something like that." A quiet space opened between them. The creatures hummed. Sunlight from a high window slanted across the floor, catching dust. "You called something old," Luna said. "In the trees." It answered. "It smells like night and wolves and silver arrows." Harry stared at her. "You know who?" Luna nodded. "The goddess of the hunt. Artemis. She watches you now. It is like standing near a bow that is always ready to fire." He had known Artemis would not be completely hidden from someone like Luna. Hearing it said out loud still made his stomach flip. Does that scare you? He asked. No, Luna said simply. I like wolves. That drew another laugh from him, smaller and less bitter. You are taking this well, he said. She tilted her head. My mother tore open the fabric between worlds and stepped through by accident when I was little, she said. I watched her die. Everyone told me I imagined half of it. They called me mad. After that, hearing that a goddess is interested in you is just Tuesday. Harry felt a tightness in his chest that had nothing to do with chains. I am sorry, he said. Luna shrugged, hair swinging. She is still there, she said. Just not where I can touch her. So I find other things to talk to. Her gaze flicked to the little creatures. One perched on her shoulder, tail curled. I know what it is like when people wrap their own stories around you, she added. They decide you are a dreamer or a hero or a prophecy. They do not ask if you want to be. Harry swallowed. They decided I was a weapon, he said. A sacrifice. I only found out because they got sloppy with their potions. Luna moved closer. She was shorter than him, but her presence did not feel small. They put chains in your mind, she said. I can see where some burned away. They left marks. The thing in your scar is quieter, but it still presses at the edges. It is locked, Harry said. For now. Artemis bound it. Luna nodded as if this confirmed something she had already suspected. She would not leave poison loose in her hunting grounds, she said. That would be careless. Harry looked at her. You talk as if you already know her. I dream of the hunt sometimes, Luna said. Women in silver, running under the moon. Arrows through monsters that try to creep toward warm houses. I thought they were stories, or maybe memories from somewhere that does not exist yet. She studied him again, more intent now. You are different from what I saw before, she added. In the old paths, the hunt did not carry a boy at its heart. They carried Roman stories about men chasing them. Those never ended well. Harry glanced at the snickerlings. They swam lazily around her head. I did not ask to be at the heart of anything, he said. I know, Luna replied. That might be why she picked you. Silence sat between them again. Less awkward now. Harry broke it. I came to you for something else too, he said. Not just bullies and old chains. Luna blinked slowly. You need an oracle, she said. He almost asked how she guessed, then remembered who he was talking to. Yes, he said. Artemis wants a pack. Her words. Witches who do not fit what this world expects. People your ministry wastes or tries to tame. She wants them linked through me so she can help us fight what is coming. The monsters in the cracks, Luna said at once. The ones that smell like rotten lightning and burnt stone. I have seen them at the edge of the forest. They do not follow the same rules as dementors or acromantulas. They feel wrong in a different way. Harry suppressed a shiver. She mentioned them. Typhon brood, she said. Things from older stories than ours. She needs people who can see where they walk and warn before they tear through villages. She needs someone who can look at the sky and say where the next break will be. Luna listened, calm. You want me to leave Hogwarts and run through trees with you and wolves while an angry goddess throws monsters at us, she said. When you put it that way, Harry started. She smiled wider, a bit strange, a bit fierce. Yes, she said. I thought you would never ask. Harry blinked again. That is it, he said. No careful thinking. No list of pros and cons. I have been alone in a room full of people my whole life, Luna said. The few friends I have found rarely stay when people tell them it is strange to be seen with me. You saved my things from boys who wanted to break them because they thought my name was funny. You see what follows me and you do not laugh. You talk about a goddess who values women who do not fit in. Why would I say no? He had no answer to that. Your father, he said instead. The paper. Your home. Are you sure? I love my father, Luna said. But he has made my strangeness his business. Every odd thing I say becomes a headline. He does not mean harm, but he makes a spectacle of something that already hurts. If I stay, he will pull stories out of me until there is nothing left. If I go, he will be sad, but he will move on to the next pattern he thinks means something. Her tone held no bitterness, just truth. I can visit, she added. If we find time between monsters. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Then yes, he said. I would like you with us. I can explain more when I know more myself. Artemis said to bring you to her mark when the time is right. She will lay her own claim. Until then, she will watch through me. Luna nodded. I can feel her, she said. She is curious. She has not had a boy in her web like this before. Harry grimaced. That sounds wrong. It is not all about kissing, Harry, Luna said, amused. Some bonds are about purpose. He flushed. There may be a bit of kissing, he muttered. Artemis mentioned a harem. Her word, not mine. She means a group of women bound through magic. I am still working out how I feel about the label. Luna snorted softly. Of course she used that ugly word, she said. It will annoy the right people. She does that. You are not bothered, he asked. About the word, no, she said. About the idea of a group of witches forming a pack around you, that depends on how you behave. If you ever treat them as trophies instead of hunters, I will put rackspurts in your ears until you walk into doors. I would deserve that, he said. She winked. Good that you know. Footsteps echoed at the far end of the corridor. Harry heard laughter and the clink of inkwells. He glanced that way. We should talk more, he said. Soon. In a place with fewer people who want to throw things at you. The Thestral Paddock, Luna suggested. After dinner. They like you. They remember the forest. It is quiet there. Sure, Harry said. I will bring biscuits. Luna smiled again and drifted away down the corridor. Books hugged to her chest. The snickerlings spun around her like a small glowing cloud. Harry watched her go, feeling oddly lighter. 1. Artemis had said 4 names. Now one had said yes. He turned and walked toward the stairs, thoughts already flicking ahead. By the end of term, whispers about the ministry announcement had thickened. The Daily Prophet now printed Voldemort's name and pictures of Death Eater arrests. Fudge fought to keep his job. Dumbledore spent more time out of the castle. Harry sat through the leaving feast and watched it all. The hall was bright and loud, banners and house colors, plates full. Laughter sounded forced in places. Some faces were missing from the benches. Some students had gone home early to worried parents. Ron sat beside him, shoveling potatoes onto his plate. At least we do not have Snape breathing down our necks till September, Ron said. Small favors and all that. Yeah, Harry said. He heard the distance in his own voice and knew Ron did too. His friend frowned. You are quiet, Ron said. Quieter than usual. Ever since the ministry. I know serious and all that, but you feel different. It is weird. You did not even shout when Dumbledore said you had to go back to your relatives. Harry stabbed a piece of meat and chewed. The taste felt dull. Just tired, he said. It has been a year. Ron grunted. Tell me about it. I still have scars from that brain thing. Silence settled between them. It was not the easy quiet they once had, full of shared boredom. It was sharper. Hermione picked at her dessert across the table. Her eyes flicked to Harry and away. He knew she had questions. He also knew she was waiting for a moment alone, not in a crowded hall. Dumbledore gave a speech about unity and bravery. Harry barely heard it. His thoughts were already on the train on Privet Drive on escape. The next day, the Hogwarts Express carried them south. Harry sat by the window and watched fields roll past, green and gold. Hermione tried twice to start a serious talk. Both times Ron barged in with food or some joke. The moment never quite formed. Luna passed their compartment once, humming, arms full of magazines. She caught Harry's eye and gave him a small nod. He answered with the slightest tilt of his head. Their bargain hung between them, unspoken. At King's Cross, the platform felt too bright. The noise of families reuniting swelled and blurred. Harry watched the Weasleys gather. Molly fussed over her children, eyes lingering on him. You right? She said, pulling him into a hug that was tight but cooler than it had been. If anything feels wrong, you tell us. We will not let that man hurt you again. He almost asked which man she meant. Voldemort or Dumbledore. He bit his tongue. I will, he said. Her scent of cooking and wool brushed his nose. It did not comfort the way it once had. He stepped back. Arthur shook his hand, eyes tired. "We are working on protections," Arthur murmured, "for your relative's house and for outside it. The ministry has agreed to place stronger wards. You will be safe there, Harry, safe again." "Thanks," Harry said, because Arthur deserved the word even if the promise was hollow. He found the Dursleys near the barrier. Vernon already purple at being forced to stand near witches and wizards. Petunia stiff as a rod. Dudley wide-eyed as if expecting Dementors to pop out of trunks. The drive back to Privet Drive was silent. Vernon gripped the wheel like a weapon. He did not dare explode now that wizards watched, but his mustache twitched with each breath. At home, Harry climbed the stairs to his small room and dropped his trunk by the bed. The familiar four walls felt smaller than ever. The bars were gone from the window, but the feeling of a cage never had left. He set Hedwig's cage on the desk, opened it and let her out. "Do not go far," he murmured. "We might be moving again soon. I will need you." She hooted softly and nipped his finger. The first 2 weeks passed in a dull routine. Chores, short walks, letters from Ron and Hermione, carefully vague about order business. A brief note from Luna on odd parchment that smelled of herbs. The nights were busier. Sometimes Harry woke with his heart pounding, the shard scraping at its chains. He would feel a flash of vicious hate, a scream that was not his, then silence as the goddess grip tightened. Once he dreamed of a cliff over a dark sea. Artemis stood at the edge, bow drawn, firing silver arrows into a storm of shadow shapes that tried to swarm up the rock. He woke with sore shoulders as if he had been drawing the string himself. He trained where he could. Simple wand drills in the small space between bed and door. Shadow work without a wand, like drawing the dim corners of the room tighter, then letting them thin again. He did not know if that was what Artemis meant by esoteric abilities. Felt right. On a hot evening at the start of July, a familiar crack sounded in his room. Harry swung his wand up at once. "Constant vigilance," a rough voice said with approval. Mad-Eye Moody stood in the middle of his room, magical eye whirling. Behind him, Tonks leaned against the doorframe, hair bright blue, arms folded. Harry lowered his wand, but did not relax fully. "What is it?" he asked. Tonks grinned. "Pack your things, Potter. You got invited to a party." He stared. "You what?" Moody snorted. "The minister is throwing a quiet little gala at the ministry to prove he is not terrified of he who must not be named. Wants his boy who lived on hand. Makes the public feel better if they see you standing around not dead." Harry's skin crawled at the phrase boy who lived. "And they are just letting me attend," he said, "after keeping me locked in this box for years whenever anything important happens." "Dumbledore thinks it will be good for morale," Tonks said. "And Arthur thought you might want to see how the wind is blowing at the ministry. So here we are. Dress robes and all." She tossed a bundle onto his bed. Harry eyed it. He still remembered the lace nightmare from 4th year. "Do I have a choice?" he asked. Moody grunted. "Not really, although you can choose how you look when you get there. Pale and sulky or tall and quiet. Both send messages." Harry packed quickly. The trunk shrank in on itself when he tapped it. He had asked Griphook for a portable charm that first night. The goblin had obliged with a smirk. Tonks lifted a brow at that. "Someone has been shopping," she said. "Had some help," Harry replied. "They took him through the flu this time, not by broom or side a long apparition." He stumbled out into the ministry atrium, coughing on ash. The atrium was busy. Witches and wizards in formal robes moved in clusters, drinks in hand. Banners floated near the ceiling, sporting phrases about unity and strength. Harry's stomach twisted at the sight of symbols he knew meant little. Fudge stood near the fountain, laughter a little too loud. Scrimgeour lurked nearby, lion mane hair bristling as he watched the room. Aurors in red cloaks lined the walls. Harry spotted Arthur Weasley talking to a goblin delegation. Dolores Umbridge lurked by a pillar, toad face sour. When her eyes landed on him, she flinched and looked away. Tonks bumped his shoulder. "Stick with me," she said. "If anyone tries to pin medals on you, I will trip them. He gave her a small grin despite his nerves. Then he saw her. Fleur Delacour stood near one of the tall glass windows, speaking through clenched teeth to a witch in expensive blue robes. Her hair fell in a smooth sheet down her back. The light from the lamps caught in it, making it shine. Men orbited around her like flies around sugar. Harry saw it differently now. A soft glow clung to her skin. Not just the usual Vila allure cloud that dazzled anyone with eyes. Thin threads shot out from her to the men nearby, tugging at their attention. At the same time, chains of expectation wrapped around her shoulders, heavy and dull. He saw them as gray metal cuffs, linked to the ministry, to her father, to Beau's batons. She smiled when someone spoke, but it stayed on the surface. Her eyes were tired. Bill Weasley stood nearby, arguing with a goblin. His gaze flicked to Fleur and away, conflicted. Harry felt Artemis' attention sharpen. There is the Vila, the goddess thought at the edge of his mind. The siren forced to stand in a hall of men who want to taste her song and clip her wings. Watch, the witch in blue patted Fleur's arm. We simply must have you as the face of the new Unity campaign, she cooed. A foreign champion, saved by British bravery, standing with us against darkness. Imagine the posters. Fleur's jaw tightened. I do not wish to be a poster, she said. I am a curse breaker in training now, not a model. The witch laughed lightly, as if that were adorable. You can do both, she said. Exposure never hurt anyone. Harry watched Fleur's fingers curl at her side. He saw a flicker of heat around her, like fire ready to flare. She swallowed it back. One of the men near her, a junior official with an oily smile, leaned in. You owe Britain a great deal, he said smoothly. If not for our boy, your little sister would have drowned. A few evenings of smiling for the press seems a small price to pay. Harry moved before he had thought it through. Tonks hissed his name, but he kept walking. The sound of his own heart filled his ears. He slid through the crowd until he stood at Fleur's elbow. Funny, he said mildly to the official. I do not remember a crowd of ministry workers in that lake. Just me and a mermaid who nearly dragged me under. The official started. He had not seen Harry approach. His eyes flicked to the scar, to the messy hair, to the wand at Harry's side. Potter, he said, you should not be eavesdropping on senior discussions. I was not, Harry said. You were breathing in a public hall. Hard to miss. A small, startled sound escaped Fleur. It might have been a laugh. Harry turned to her. Fleur, he said. It has been a while. Her gaze met his. For a moment the room narrowed to that. He felt the pull of her allure hit him, a wave of warmth that wanted him to lean closer, to impress, to please. The chains the ministry wanted to wrap around her sought purchase in that space. His scar throbbed. The chains found the silver cage instead and snapped. Artemis' cold light flared. The Vila magic washed over him and broke like water against stone. Harry blinked once and let his mind settle behind the shield the goddess had woven. Fleur's eyes widened the slightest bit. She saw something shift in his face. Most men went soft around the edges when her magic brushed them. He had sharpened. Harry, she said. Her accent wrapped around his name. You look older. Feels that way, he answered. The official tried to reclaim the moment. We were just discussing Miss Delacour's contribution to the war effort, he said. A series of appearances, a few speeches. The public loves a pretty face. Fleur's cheeks flushed. Harry could not tell if it was anger or embarrassment. You want her to stand in a dress and smile while you talk, Harry said. To make people forget you spent a year pretending Voldemort was not back. The man bristled. Mind your tongue, boy. Harry smiled thinly. Sorry. Hero tongue. Hard to control. Tonks had edged closer by now, watching with a hint of pride. Arthur Weasley arrived at the edge of the group, face polite and strained. Is there a problem? He asked. No problem at all, Harry said. Miss Delacour was about to get some air. He looked at Fleur. Unless you like being used as a poster, he added. Her eyes flashed. I need some air, she said at once. The witch in blue opened her mouth to protest. Harry stepped aside and gestured toward the tall glass doors that led to a balcony. After you, he said. Fleur walked away without waiting for permission. Harry followed. He felt the official's glare on his back and did not care. The balcony overlooked the dark ministry courtyard. The fountain below splashed. The night air was cooler than the hall, carrying the faint smell of stone and city. Fleur leaned on the railing and sucked in a breath as if she had been underwater. "Merci," she said softly. "You are welcome," Harry replied. For a moment they stood in silence. Up close, he saw the small lines of strain at the corner of her mouth, the way her shoulders hunched under the pretty robes. The glamour of Vila light sat over all of it, making it easy for others to ignore. "They will come after you for that," she said after a moment. "The ministry, they do not like to be embarrassed, especially not by you." "They were already using my story to make people feel safe," Harry said. "Standing next to you while they did it would not improve my mood." She glanced at him. "You speak different now," she observed. "Less boy, more something else." "Had a rough month," he said. She snorted softly. "So did I. War is not kind to anyone." The doors behind them opened briefly. Music swelled, then faded as they shut again. "I did want to speak to you," Harry said. Fleur's eyebrows lifted. "To me?" she repeated. "Yes," he said. "Not to your allure. To you." Her eyes sharpened. "You do not feel it," she said slowly. "My magic. Not like before." He shrugged. "I feel it," he admitted. "It is like standing near a fire. Warm, distracting. But there is something colder in the way now." "Cold," she said, wary. He tapped his scar. "Old chains changed. New ones laid on other things. It acts like a shield." Fleur watched him, a little frown between her brows. "You came here on purpose then," she said. "Not just to rescue me from stupid men. You had a plan." "Sort of," he said. "It is still forming." "That is not reassuring," she said. But there was a hint of humor in it now. He rested his elbows on the stone beside her, leaving space. "You are working with Bill," he said. "Curse breaking." She nodded. "In training, yes. It is better than being back at school where everyone stares. And better than being paraded as the champion who lost because of a tournament that tried to kill children." Harry winced. "That was not your fault." "I know," she said. "But knowing and being allowed to move on are not the same. People treat me as an ornament here. Pretty Vila. Smile for the camera. Let us put you next to a hero so people feel safe and want to buy newspapers." Anger seeped into her voice on that last word. "I saw the chains," he said quietly. She stiffened. "What chains?" "Not real ones," he said quickly. "Magic ones. Expectations. Oaths. Your family. The ministry. Beau's batons. All pulling at you from different directions. None of them ask what you want." She stared at him. "You see that," she said. "How?" "Someone ripped some of mine off," he answered. "It left my sight a bit strange." Fleur looked away, out over the courtyard. Her hands flexed on the railing. "What do you want, Harry?" she asked. The simple question caught him. No one had asked it like that. "I want to live," he said first. "Not just reach an end that makes other people feel wise. I want Voldemort dead. I want the people who thought drugging me into duty was kindness to feel the weight of that. I want to stop monsters that are coming that they do not even see yet." He paused. "I want people like you and Luna and others to have a choice that is not school or marriage or ministry office," he added. "A third road, hard and sharp and full of blood, but honest." Fleur turned back to him slowly. "You speak like someone offering a deal," she said. He nodded. "I am." She laughed once, bitter. "Vila no deals," she said. "Men have tried to make deals with us for centuries. They bring gifts and promises and always, beneath it, they want the same thing. To own us. To put our fire in their hearth and tell themselves they tamed it. I am not asking you to sit by my fire," he said. "I am asking if you want to help me burn down the chains that think they own you." She blinked. The night air stirred her hair. "Poetic," she said. "Who taught you that?" "A goddess in a forest," he said. "Harsh teacher. Throws monsters at you instead of homework." Fleur stared. "You are serious," she said. "Very," he replied. He told her then. "Not everything. Not the details of chains in his mind or the way Artemis' voice felt in his bones. But enough. He told her about the grove, about calling for judgment, about a goddess who hated how mortals bound each other. He spoke of Luna seeing creatures no one else saw, of old paths waking, of monsters in the cracks. Fleur listened, arms folded, eyes narrowed. You expect me to believe that the goddess of the hunt has taken an interest in you, she said at last. I would not blame you if you did not, he said. But you live in a world with dragons and talking portraits. Is this so much stranger? She considered that. What does she want from me? She asked. A choice, he said. She wants witches who do not fit their boxes. Hunters, scouts, shields. She wants to offer power and purpose that does not answer to the ministry or to old men in towers. She wants to bind you to her through me, in a pack. You would be part of my close circle and hers. You would fight. You would be marked. You would not be free to wander back to a normal life. But you would not be a poster anymore either. And what do you get? She asked. Apart from more work and more reasons for people to hate you. He thought about it. Back up, he said. People I trust who are not under his potions. Friends who choose to stand with me because they want to, not because a prophecy or a headmaster says so. A harem, as she calls it, but not in the way stories mean it. Not a bed full of girls. A circle of battle sisters who might also want to kiss me sometimes. If they choose. Or not. She does not care about that part as long as the arrows fly in the right direction. Fleur choked. You are terrible at this, she said. You know that, he grimaced. Yeah, he said. Luna already told me she will fill my ears with things if I act like a fool. Fleur looked at him for a long, quiet moment. You saved my sister, she said eventually. At the lake. You had no reason to. They only told you to rescue your hostage and leave. But you stayed and fought until you dragged her out. I have owed you for that. Not in the silly way people talk about life debts. In my own way. I told myself I would find a day to repay it. You do not owe me anything, he said. Her eyes flashed. Do not tell Avila what she owes, she said. It is insulting. He held up his hands. All right, he said. Then let me say it this way. This is not payment. This is an invitation. You say yes, you walk into something that will be hard and dangerous and bloody. You say no, I still owe you nothing and you owe me nothing. I walk away and try not to be jealous of whoever gets to stand with you when the monsters come. Silence fell again. The fountain splashed below. Music drifted faintly through the glass. Fleur looked up at the moon. Her face went still, thoughtful. For most of my life, she said slowly, people have looked at me and seen a pretty head and a half soul. They assume Vila are shallow and vain. That we want clothes and jewels and men to drool. Even the ones who claim to love us do not see past the fire. They want to own the light, not the person under it. Her hand tightened on the rail. When the Triwizard ended and you pulled Gabrielle from the lake, part of me woke up, she went on. Not because of some story of a prince and a princess. Because you looked at my sister, exhausted and shaking and ugly with pondweed, and you smiled at her as if she were the best thing you had seen all day. No glamour, no fire. Just Gabrielle. You made her feel seen without wanting anything back. Harry felt heat rise in his cheeks. He remembered Gabrielle's wide eyes and small cold hands clinging to him. I did not do it for any bargain, he said. I know, Fleur replied. That is why it mattered. She turned to face him fully. You ask what I want, she said. I want to be more than a poster, more than a pretty face in a curse-breaking office. More than a prize for some man who thinks landing Avila proves he is strong. I want to use what I am for something I choose. She held his gaze. If I join you, if I let this goddess mark me, if I tie myself to your pack, I do it for me, not to repay any life debt. Do you accept that? Yes, Harry said at once. And if I find that your circles treat me as decoration instead of hunter, she added, I will burn them down and walk away. You will have help, he said. Artemis will do worse than burn them. That pulled a small, sharp smile from her. You say you will have others, she said. Not just me. Luna. You mentioned her. 2 so far. 2, he agreed. Maybe more if they agree. Daphne. Tonks. Others who are tired of boxes. Fleur nodded once. Then here is my answer, she said. She stepped closer. Her hand rose. For a brief moment he thought she might slap him. Instead she cupped his cheek, fingers cool. Her Vela magic flared, hot and wild. The chains that tried to latch onto him found the silver cage and hissed. I choose to listen, she said. Not yet to swear. Bring me to this grove. Introduce me to your goddess. Let me see with my own eyes what you have walked into. If she speaks truth as you do, I will join. If not, I will leave and we will be done. Relief washed through him so sharp it made his knees weak. That is more than fair, he said. Do not make me regret it, she replied. On impulse, he leaned in and pressed a quick kiss to her knuckles. Her eyes widened. Color rose in her cheeks. You are still terrible at this, she said, voice a touch unsteady. Probably, he said. I am learning as I go. The balcony doors opened. Bill stepped out, hair loose, eyes narrowed. Everything all right? He asked. His gaze flicked from Fleur to Harry and back. Fine, Fleur said. We were just talking about work. Bill looked skeptical. Harry met his eyes. She was saving me from someone trying to stick me on a poster, he said. You know how bad my pictures turn out. Bill snorted despite himself. That is true, he said. You always blink at the wrong moment. He turned to Fleur. Kingsley is looking for you, he said. Something about curse signatures on the latest raids. He wants an outside view. Fleur's expression shifted. This was work she cared about. I will come, she said. She glanced back at Harry once, a question in her eyes. He gave a small nod. Talk later, he murmured. She touched his arm briefly, then followed Bill inside. Artemis' voice brushed his mind. Good, she said. The Fire One is willing to hunt. You have more taste than I feared. Thanks, Harry thought, a bit dry. That is two. Two is the start of a pack, she replied. Bring them to me when you can. The old road between you and the grove will open if you call. Until then, do not let your headmaster drag you back into his cage. He let out a slow breath. Tonks appeared at his elbow again, hair shifting color as she watched Fleur and Bill rejoin the crowd. What did you say to her? Tonks asked. Offered her a job, he said. What sort of job? She pressed. You planning to start your own little army? He met her eyes. There was a joke in her tone, but also curiosity, and something tired deep down. Something like that, he said. An army that answers to people who actually bleed when things go wrong. Tonks studied him. I do not know what you are up to, Potter, she said. But I have a feeling the ministry will not like it. The ministry rarely likes things that work, he replied. She snorted. Too right. The night went on. Speeches were made. Hands were shaken. Fudge tried to pose with Harry near the fountain, but found the boy oddly hard to pin down. For once, Harry was happy to let Moody glare people away. Later, back in his small room at Privet Drive, Harry lay on his bed and stared at the ceiling. Two faces floated in his mind. Luna, eyes full of strange light, creatures humming around her head. Fleur, on a balcony, chains glinting around her shoulders as she lifted her chin in defiance. He felt the faint tug of two new lines in his magic. Not full bonds yet. Possibilities. Threads not yet woven. The cage around the shard held. The goddess watched from her forest. The old paths between his world and hers pulsed like veins. Harry laced his fingers over his chest and let out a slow breath. He was still in the Dursleys' house. The door still stuck. The carpet still smelled of dust. But under that, something had shifted. He was no longer alone on the path he walked. The siren and the seer had heard his call. Next time he stepped into the grove, he would not kneel there by himself. Harry woke with the taste of smoke in his mouth. He sat up fast, heart pounding. His scar did not burn. The cage around the shard hummed. Steady. The smell did not come from his room. The air in Privet Drive still held dust and cheap detergent. The smoke was in his head. Up, Artemis said. Her voice cut through the last threads of sleep. Get out of that box. They are dying. Harry swung his legs off the bed. His wand was already in his hand. He did not remember grabbing it. What, he thought back. Boo! A picture slammed into his mind. A small stone cottage with ivy on the walls. A witch laughing in a kitchen. 2 children chasing each other around a low table, flicking sparks at a toy broom. Then a sudden crack in the air. The walls shuddered. Something huge and wrong pushed through the front door without opening it. Harry tasted metal. The image snapped. Old family house, Artemis said. Edge of your country. Strong wards that think they can stand alone. They are breaking. I smell Typhon on the air. He was already standing. Dobby, he whispered. The elf appeared at once, eyes wide. Harry Potter, Dobby squeaked. The wards here are grumpy tonight. They do not like Dobby popping in and out. We are leaving, Harry said. His voice shook, not with fear, with a sharp rush of focus. Now, a family house is under attack. I will show you. You get us as close as you can. Dobby blinked. Harry Potter is taking someone. Yes, Harry said. We need Luna. He closed his eyes and reached along the thin, strange strand that linked him to the girl who saw creatures no one else did. He did not know exactly how the bond worked. He only knew that when he thought of her, of snickerlings and thestrals and calm eyes, something in the magic answered. Luna, he thought, wake up. Old monsters are moving. He felt a faint, sleepy nudge. Then her mind cleared in a way that had nothing to do with caffeine. All right, she thought back. Where? He had no idea how she heard him. Artemis seemed amused at his confusion. You learn by doing, she said. Show the elf the house. The cottage image rose again, clearer this time. The feel of the wards. The runes carved into the doorstep. The smell of cooking, now overlaid with sulfur. Harry pushed it toward Dobby. Here, he said. This place. As close as you can get without dropping us on top of the thing. Dobby stared, ears trembling. Dobby can try, he whispered. But the magic is strange there. Like old curses and new cracks. We do not have time to be careful, Harry said. Take me to Luna. Then both of us to that house. Dobby grabbed his arm. The world twisted. They landed in a small bedroom that smelled of herbs and old books. Moonlight spilled across a bed where Luna was already sitting up, hair in a tangle around her shoulders. She held her wand loose in one hand. I wondered how long it would take for something like this, she said calmly. Harry did not waste time on small talk. Family house under attack, he said. Artemis says Typhon sent. I need you to see the paths they hide on. Luna nodded and slid out of bed. She wore a long shirt with faded stars on it. She shoved her feet into socks, grabbed a cloak from a chair, and stepped forward. Take my other arm, Dobby, she said. The wards here know you now. They will let you out if you do not try to steal the silverware. Dobby never steals, he protested. Luna smiled. I know. Her hand wrapped around Harry's wrist. Her skin was warm and cool at the same time, like someone who had just woken from a dream. Ready? She asked. Harry nodded once. The elf took a breath. Then the world twisted again. This time it hurt. The air around them crackled. For a second Harry thought they would splinch straight into a ward and be bounced into a lake. They landed hard on a patch of wet grass. Harry staggered and caught himself. The night air slapped his face. The cottage from his vision stood 20 yards away, or what was left of it. One wall had torn open as if something gigantic had swiped at it. Bricks lay scattered in the yard. The roof sagged. Flames licked at the edges of a broken window. The front door was gone. A long gouge cut through the stone of the path. The mark glowed faintly red, as if it had only just cooled. Harry smelled sulfur and blood. Dobby whimpered and clutched his leg. Bad magic, he whispered. Very bad. Luna stepped forward, eyes wide. Tiny pale shapes zipped into view around her, humming in panic. Thump sprites, she said softly. They live in walls. When they flee, the house is already dead. The words hit Harry in the gut. Anyone alive? He asked. Luna closed her eyes. Not inside, she said after a heartbeat. But there is movement in the trees. Frayed. Not human. Artemis pressed at the back of his skull, cold and focused. You are early enough to see the tracks, she said. The thing that did this moves on old paths. It is not smart. It is hungry. The next house is close. Harry swallowed. The urge to rush inside and drag out bodies warred with the knowledge that if Luna was right, there were none left to save. He tightened his grip on his wand. "Luna, can you see where it went?" he asked. She nodded. Her pupils widened until her eyes looked almost all black. The air shimmered. Harry watched as faint lines appeared around the broken wall, like the ghost of a path burned into the night. Heavy marks, each step too large for any normal beast. The prince glowed a dull red in her sight. "It stepped through the edge of their wards," Luna murmured. "It did not break them. It slid between them like slipping through curtains. The magic here was never meant for things that think like that." "Typhon brood," Artemis said. He felt the words rather than heard them. They like cracks. They press against the edges until something gives. Harry moved toward the house. The heat from the broken window prickled his skin. He stepped over a fallen stone and peered inside. The kitchen from his vision lay in pieces. A table overturned. Chairs smashed. A pot still bubbling on the hob. No bodies. No screams. Only claw marks. They raked down one wall in deep straight lines that cut through plaster and stone. The marks glowed faintly yellow. Whatever had made them had not used magic. It had brought something worse with it. Wand spells, Harry thought. Charms. Protection wards. All useless. He swallowed down the bile that rose in his throat. Footsteps crunched on gravel at the lane. He jerked back from the window. "Dobby," he snapped. "Hide us." The elf clicked his fingers. Magic snapped around them, sharp and strange. The world blurred. The smell of smoke remained, but the air thickened, as if he stood behind glass. Voices rose at the lane. "Clear the area," growled a deep voice Harry recognized as Kingsley Shacklebolt. "We do not know if the wards are stable." "I told you this was Death Eaters," a younger man said. "Who else would rip a house apart like this?" "Death Eaters do not leave marks like that," a woman answered. "Use your eyes." Tonks. Harry edged to the side of the broken wall and peered through the shimmer. Aurors moved up the path, wands out. Their faces were hard and pale in the shifting light. More witches and wizards in darker robes fanned out around the perimeter. Tonks picked her way over the fallen stones. Her hair was a blunt brown tonight, pulled back. She looked older than she had at school. There was nothing playful in her eyes. "Merlin," she muttered, staring at the claw gouges. "These go straight through the stone. What in the name of everything was that?" Kingsley went to the gap and looked in. He did not step over the threshold. "House is empty," he said. "No bodies. No magical signature of a standard curse discharge. The residual is wrong." Tonks glanced at him. "Dementors?" she asked. He shook his head. "No cold residue. No despair trace. This is something else." Harry clenched his jaw. Artemis was right. The ministry would default to what they knew, even when the smell of the air told them they were wrong. "Death Eaters," said the younger man again. "Maybe they made a new curse." Kingsley gave him a flat look. "Or maybe you want it to be Death Eaters because you know how to fill out that report. Masked wizards. Dark mark. Clean story." Tonks snorted under her breath. "Fudge will want a clean story," she said. "Especially if this is not the first house. That makes 3 families this month. Officially. There are probably more that vanished without anyone telling us until the neighbors noticed the smell." Harry felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. 3 families. Maybe more. All in 1 month. Luna stood at his shoulder, watching the Aurors like someone watching a play she had already seen twice. "They cannot see the tracks," she whispered. "They only see the broken wall." "What do you see?" Harry whispered back. She pointed. The faint red prints that only she could see cut across the yard toward the tree line, then vanished at the edge of the wards. "The path bends toward a village," she said. "There is a row of houses, a small chapel, a patch of waste ground where children play. It is curious about noise." Harry pictured it. A normal night in a village. Lights in windows. People watching moving pictures. Children asleep. He could not stay behind glass while that thing moved toward them. He looked at Dobby. "Can you slip us along the track Luna sees?" he asked. "Ahead of the Aurors." Quiet. Dobby swallowed hard. His ears flapped. Dobby can try, he said. But the magic there feels like angry rock. Very heavy. We do not need to land on its back, Harry said. Just near the village. In the cover. Artemis watched through his eyes. Her presence sharpened. You will not wait for the ministry to blunder into this, she said. Good. This is what I marked you for. Luna squeezed his wrist. Her fingers trembled, but her voice stayed steady. Children are still asleep, she murmured. We have a little time. Not much. The beast is slow, not stupid. Tonks moved closer to the broken wall. For a second Harry thought she might look straight at him. Her gaze passed over his hidden position, skin prickling. Whoever did this, she said, did not care about subtle. We need to move. If there is a pattern, we have to find it before the next house goes. Kingsley nodded. We will sweep the area. Try to pick up a trail. You take the northern fields. I will send Dawlish to watch the roads. They stepped back from the house. Harry made his choice. Dobby, he whispered. Now. The elf grabbed him and Luna. The world twisted again. They landed in darkness. The smell hit him first. Damp earth. Old oil. The faint sour fill of rubbish. Under it, a sharp, stinging reek of sulfur that made his eyes water. They were standing behind a row of garages on the edge of a village. Orange street lamps cast pools of light on the road beyond. A small chapel steeple rose a little way off. A handful of houses lined the lane, curtains drawn, televisions flickering behind some of them. Luna breathed in. It is close, she said. Listen. At first Harry heard nothing except the faint hum of electricity and a dog barking in the distance. Then the ground shivered. It was not much, just a tiny tremor under his feet. The air thickened. Somewhere beyond the garages, something heavy scraped against stone. He shifted his grip on his wand. Dobby, stay with Luna, he said. Take her out if this goes wrong. Dobby bared his teeth. Dobby will not leave Harry Potter. You will if I shout, Harry said. I need you alive to move the others when this gets worse. Luna touched Dobby's shoulder. If you stay, you can pull us both away if it learns to jump, she said. Harry is right. We must plan for teeth. The elf shivered. Dobby hates teeth, he whispered. Harry moved to the corner of the garage and peered around. The thing came around the end of the lane as if it owned the ground. For a second his brain refused to slot the pieces together. It was too big. Its front half was a lion, massive and bulky, shoulders higher than a car roof. The mane was not normal fur. It looked like woven strands of cooled lava, black with glowing cracks that ran through it. Each breath came out in a spray of sparks. Attached to its back, rising higher, was a twisted goat body that seemed to grow out of the spine at a wrong angle. Its head lolled and jerked, eyes milky. It bleated, but the sound was wrong, full of echo and static. Its tail was a thick serpent. The snake head flicked from side to side, tongue tasting the air. Its eyes were a flat, burning red. Drops of some dark liquid dripped from its fangs and hissed where they hit the road. The creature paused in the middle of the lane and sniffed. Windows rattled. Harry forced his muscles to stop shaking. Bile climbed up his throat again. He swallowed it down. Wand spells bounce off that hide, Artemis said. Quiet and cold. The belly is tougher than a dragon's. The mane shrugs off heat. The goat head carries a curse that rots magic. Do not stand in front of it when it screams. Thanks for the uplifting detail, he thought. You asked to hunt, she replied. This is what hunting looks like. A light flicked on in the nearest house. Harry swore under his breath. A man in a dressing gown moved in front of the window, yawning, heading for the kitchen. The snake head turned toward the light. Harry stepped out. Hey! He called, voice cracking. Over here. The lion head swung toward him. All three heads focused on him at once. For a moment it simply stared. Then it bared its teeth. Flames spilled out between them, licking the pavement. Luna came up beside him, eyes wide. Dobby clung to the corner behind them, shaking. Remember the basilisk? Luna said softly. This is like that, only muddled. 3 stories stapled together where there should only be one. Comforting, Harry muttered. He lifted his wand. Oi! He called again, louder. You angry, overgrown lizard. Come pick on someone who already has nightmares. The chimera roared. The sound shook the air. Dogs up and down the road started barking. Lights came on in more windows. Car alarm wailed. The serpent tail struck. Harry threw himself sideways. The fanged mouth hit the tarmac where he had been standing and spat dark venom that smoked and ate through the surface of the road. Do not let that touch you, Artemis warned. Not in the plan, Harry snapped. He fired a stunner at the lion head. The red beam hit the beast's chest and vanished like a pebble thrown into a pond. The fur rippled, then smoothed. The chimera shook itself as if flinging off a fly. Luna flicked her wand. Ventus, she whispered. A blast of wind slammed into the goat head, spinning it to the side. The bleat cut off. For a moment the third body dangled and swung, then righted itself with a nasty cracking sound. Bad idea, Luna said calmly. It does not like wind either. That makes it cross. The goat's milky eyes glowed. His jaw opened far too wide. Harry felt the hair on his arms rise. Move, Luna said. They dove behind different garages. The goat screamed. It was not a normal sound. It hit like a wave of static. The air rippled. The brick wall beside Harry cracked in a jagged line. His wand hand went numb for a second. Every protection charm he wore shuddered. Curses in the voice, Luna called from the other side. Old ones. It is chewing on the magic around us. Harry gritted his teeth and forced his fingers to close around his wand again. Can you see anything useful? He shouted. Patterns, she answered. The lion carries the body. The goat unravels magic. The snake spreads poison. Cut away one, the others still maul you. We need something that does not care about either curse or hide. A knife, Artemis said. Venom in the blood. Your basilisk gift. Use what you already set in motion. Harry remembered leaving the chamber with a tooth in his hand. He remembered Gringotts' goblins smirking when he asked for something made from it. In my trunk, he muttered. Somewhere under my socks in my nice safe bedroom in Surrey. You are tiresome, Artemis said. The knife is closer than that. Harry blinked. His hand tingled. He reached behind his back and felt leather. He pulled. A short blade slid free in his palm, wrapped in a dark sheath. The leather was smooth and warm. The sheath carried faint runes. The handle fit his grip as if it had been waiting. He drew the knife. The blade gleamed with a dull green light. The air around it shimmered. I did not bring this, he said. You gave the goblins the fong, Artemis said. You asked for a weapon. They made it. They handed it to you in their hall. You put it in your trunk. When you bled on my stones, the contract bled with you. It is tied to your hunt now. Call and it comes. That would have been nice to know earlier, he muttered. You had not needed to stab a monster yet. The chimera roared again. Harry shoved the sheath into his waistband and tested the weight of the knife. His hand did not tingle when he gripped it. The venom was bound into the metal, not smeared on the edge. Luna peered around the corner. It is sniffing, she said. You have its full attention now. Good, Harry said. He stepped out again. The chimera lumbered forward. The ground shook with each step. Its claws cut grooves in the road. Sparks flew from its mane. The snake tail snapped, searching for a target. Dobby, Harry called without taking his eyes off the beast. Wake someone in that house and get them to the back. Quiet. No panic. They must not open the front door and walk into this. Dobby swallowed. Dobby will try, he whispered. He vanished with a pop. Luna moved to Harry's other side, just behind him. The snickerlings clung to her hair, eyes wide. I can keep its mind muddy, she said. Not much. Just enough to make it a little slower to pick the true you from the shadows. Do that, he said. I will try not to die while I look for a soft bit. The chimera charged. The lion head led, jaws open. Flames spilled out in a constant stream. The heat hit Harry like an oven door opened too close. He dove to the side again, rolled, and came up with his wand pointed. Glacius, he shouted. A jet of cold slammed into the ground ahead of the beast. The fire hit the frozen patch, hissed, and sent up a cloud of steam. The chimera roared in frustration. Its paws slipped for a second on the slick surface. It recovered fast, claws biting into the pavement. "Simple tricks," Artemis said. There was a hint of approval. "Keep it off balance. Use the human world against it. Its mind knows caves and plains, not streets and glass." Harry darted behind a parked car. The metal was already hot from the nearby flames. The snake tail struck again. He ducked. The fanged mouth slammed into the bonnet. Venom hissed and ate through the paint. The chimera jerked, annoyed, and flipped the entire car aside with a toss of its head. The vehicle spun and crashed onto its roof, glass shattering. Harry flinched. A shard of glass sliced his cheek. Warm blood ran down his jaw. The smell of it hit the beast's nose. The lion head snapped toward him, eyes going bright. "Right," Harry muttered. "That got your interest." He braced his wand arm. He could not keep firing standard spells. They slid off its hide. He needed to get in close. The idea was insane. He did not have a better one. "Luna," he called. "Make it look at something else." She raised her wand toward a street lamp. "Nox," she said. The lamp went out. For a second, the lane plunged into deeper darkness on that side. The chimera head turned, distracted by the shift. Harry ran. He sprinted straight at it, knife in his left hand, wand in his right. Heat battered his face. His lungs burned. His shoes slapped on cracked tarmac. The lion lunged. Time stretched. He dropped into a slide. The front claws slashed through the air where his chest had been. He felt the wind of it. Asphalt scraped his back. He rolled under the bulk of the lion chest, close enough to smell scorched fur and meat. The underbelly was a wall of muscle and armor like hide. The knife in his hand felt small and stupid. "Not here," Artemis snapped. The joints. The places where 3 stories meet. The point where lion spine twisted into goat body loomed above him. Flesh bulged and sank, too many muscles fighting for space. The scales of the snake tail joined there, thick and slick. Harry pushed up from his slide and lunged with everything he had. The knife bit. It sank into the twisted joint up to the hilt. The blade met resistance that felt like bone and then slid through. A scream that was 3 voices at once ripped the air. Harry yanked back. Venom flooded into the wound. Black steam poured out around the blade. The flesh at the joint turned a sickly green, then black. The goat head thrashed. The snake tail convulsed and snapped wildly. The lion bucked. Harry flew. He hit the ground hard and rolled. Pain shot through his side. He tasted blood again. His ribs screamed. The chimera staggered. It tried to turn to follow him, but its legs did not move properly. The joint he had stabbed seized. The goat head shrieked, then abruptly slumped. His milky eyes went dark. The snake tail whipped around, fangs dripping, and sank its teeth into its own flank as it thrashed. More venom. The beast convulsed. Luna lifted her wand. "Bombarda," she shouted, aiming not at the hide but at the already damaged joint. The explosion hit the weak point like a hammer. The twisted limb tore loose with a wet crack. The goat body ripped away, trailing blackened flesh. The serpent tail came with it, still biting. The chimera howled. It crashed onto its side, claws scrabbling at the ground. Flames burst from its mouth in wild jets, burning emptily into the sky. Harry forced himself to his feet. Every muscle protested. He still had the knife in his hand somehow. "Again," Artemis said. There was no softness in her voice now. "Finish it." He ran. The lion head lifted, eyes rolling. His jaws snapped at him, slower now. His front legs flailed. He ducked another clumsy swipe and went for the exposed neck, just behind the jaw. He brought the knife down in a hard, brutal thrust. The blade punched through skin and muscle. Hot blood sprayed his face. It burned faintly, then cooled as the venom did its work. The chimera gave one last shuddering roar. The sound cut off mid-note. The huge body went still. Harry stood beside the carcass, chest heaving, hand on the knife hilt. Blood dripped from his chin and nose. His side throbbed. His ears rang. The street was a mess. Car on its roof. Another with its bonnet melted. Cracked asphalt. Broken concrete. Lights burned in house windows now, curtains twitching. Someone screamed inside a home and was hushed. The chapel bell gave a confused single clang as if someone had bumped it. Dobby appeared beside him, shaking. "The family is in the back garden," he whispered. Dobby woke them and told them to stay in the shed. "They are scared but alive." Harry nodded, still staring at the dead monster. Luna came up slowly. Her hair was full of dust. A thin cut ran along her arm where flying debris had caught her. The tiny creatures around her nose looked less panicked. They sniffed at the chimera and made small disgusted sounds. "That was horrible," she said. "And a bit beautiful. In the way a lightning strike is beautiful when it hits a tree and makes a new shape whether you want it or not." Harry snorted, then winced as his ribs protested. "I will take your word for the beautiful part," he said. He yanked the knife free from the neck. The body already started to change. The lava mane dimmed. The flesh sagged, then dissolved into a thick, grayish sludge that ate into the road, then vanished with a faint hiss. Within a minute, nothing remained except scorched lines and claw marks. Luna watched, eyes wide. "That is not natural," she said. "Even for a monster born from old myths. Something dragged it here and is dragging it back." Harry wiped the knife on his torn shirt and slid it back into its sheath. "We need Fleur," he said. "She will know what kind of magic leaves that sort of smear on the air." As if summoned by the thought, a soft crack sounded near the chapel gate. Harry spun, wand up. Fleur stood there, hair tied back, robes marked with ward tracery. Bill was at her side, wand already half raised. Kingsley and Tonks appeared a heartbeat later with 2 more oars. Breathless. Harry's stomach dropped. He looked at the scorched road, at the gouges, at the last wisp of mist where the chimera had melted. No body, no beast, just damage. Tonks stared. "What in all the names happened here?" she demanded. Bill blew out a breath. "Someone dropped a blasting hex and forgot to stop," he said. Fleur's eyes found Harry. She took him in from head to toe, from the blood on his face to the knife now hidden again, to Luna at his shoulder and Dobby hovering, wide-eyed. Her eyes widened in understanding that had nothing to do with seeing the chimera itself. "Harry," she said, "you look like you let a dragon chew on you." He opened his mouth. The words jammed in his throat. Luna stepped forward, expression dreamy and firm at the same time. "A wild emotional release," she said. "Very healthy. A boy came out here and hit the ground until something inside him stopped screaming. The earth is upset, but he feels better." Tonks gave her a look. "What?" she said. Luna gestured at the cracked road and scorched walls. "You can see the pattern," she added in a softer voice that did not match the nonsense tone. "Rounds of pressure, then release. Not a curse. Not entirely." Kingsley surveyed the scene with narrowed eyes. His gaze lingered on the melted car, on the odd streaks at knee height. "Whatever did this," he said slowly, "did not come from a wand." Fleur walked closer to Harry. "You are bleeding," she said quietly. "You should not be here alone." He felt her magic brush against him, curious and sharp. The usual Vila pull had a different flavor tonight. Less glamour, more heat and focus. "You were not alone," she added, glancing at Luna. "I see." Bill frowned. "We were tracking anomalous surges from the first house," he said. "By the time we got here it was already over. Do either of you want to tell us what you did?" Harry wiped blood from his eyes and forced himself to look steady. "We stopped something from reaching that house," he said. "You are late." Tonks bristled. "Excuse me," she said. "We have been running since the alarm went up. You two should not even be on scene. You are students." "Students who got here before you," Harry replied. "Luna and I did not break this road for fun." "Careful," Artemis murmured. Her voice brushed his mind, not his ears. "They are not the enemy you want. Not yet." Harry reined in the rest of the words that wanted to spill. Kingsley stepped between Tonks and Harry with a small movement. "What did you see?" he asked, voice calm. "Nothing you say leaves this lane without filters. I am tired of writing Death Eater on lines that do not deserve it." Luna met his gaze. Something in his tone seemed to reassure her. "A chimera," she said. "One head of lion, one head of goat, one of serpent. stitched together at the spine. It walked between wards as if they were reeds on a riverbank. The skin laughed at spells. It screamed curses. Its tail dripped poison that ate through stone. Tonks stared. "You expect us to write that down," she said. Kingsley did not flinch. "A chimera," he repeated slowly. "Those are stories from very old Greek texts." "Stories matter," Luna said. "They teach shapes. Someone used those shapes tonight and fed them rotten lightning." Fleur stepped closer. "You stabbed it with something," she said in a low voice. "I can smell basilisk. Faint. But there." Harry blinked. "You can smell that." "Vila knows," she said. "We remember old venom. It shapes our fire." Her eyes searched his. "You did this with help," she added. "You did not stand in the road and throw yourself at it alone. Tell me I am right." He thought of Luna pulling the goat scream away, of Dobby dragging the family to the shed, of Artemis' voice guiding his hand at the joint. "I did not do it alone," he said. "Good," she answered. "Then I will not slap you." Tonks huffed. "Can someone explain why two teenagers are talking about stabbing Greek nightmares like this is a club meeting?" she said. "Because I am missing something." Kingsley looked at the scorched marks again. He drew his wand and traced a slow pattern in the air. Faint traces of green light rose, then cracked. Whatever residue was left from the chimera hissed and drifted away like smoke. "This is not standard dark curse work," he said. "You were right earlier, Tonks. 3 families torn out of their homes in a month. No dark marks, no surviving witnesses, no usual signature. Now we have a lane that looks like a dragon dragged its tail through it, and 2 students who talk like they have been expecting this." His eyes went back to Harry. "The headmaster is going to want to know why you left your relative's house," he said. "You know that." Harry met his gaze. "He can want," he said. "A goddess wanted me somewhere else." He regretted the words as soon as they left his mouth. They sounded mad in the cool night air. Tonks rolled her eyes. "Brilliant," she muttered. "You are going to set off every monitoring charm in that old man's head." Fleur did not laugh. She watched Harry with something close to understanding. "Goddesses are very bad at accepting no," she said. "If one told you to move, I am not surprised you listened." Kingsley held up a hand. "I will write this as an unknown magical entity attack," he said, "with possible involvement of ritual work from parties unknown." Tonks stared at him. "That is going to cause a storm." "Good," he said. "Maybe a storm will shake people out of their Death Eater tunnel vision." He turned back to Harry. "You 3 have done enough for tonight," he added, including Dobby with a nod. "Go home before reinforcements arrive and try to turn this into a press event." Harry wanted to argue. He wanted to stay and help secure the area. He knew he could not without exposing more of what he had become. Fleur touched his forearm lightly. Her fingers were warm. Her eyes flicked toward a dark corner near the chapel. "Give me the time and place," she murmured. "I will come." He understood. She meant the grove. Artemis. The next step. "Tomorrow night," he said softly. "The old forest behind Hogwarts near the Thestral clearing. You can reach it through Bill. He knows the wards." She nodded once. "I will find it," she said. Tonks narrowed her eyes. "What are you 2 whispering about?" she demanded. "School gossip," Fleur said smoothly. "I am still French. We talk." Bill muttered something about French secrets under his breath, but his lips twitched. Harry caught Luna's sleeve. "Dobby," he said, "back to my room first. I need to not be here when the next wave of ministry shows up." Dobby grabbed them. The world folded. They landed in the dark of Privet Drive. Harry staggered and caught himself on the bed. He sat down hard. His hands started shaking now that the fight was over. The knife hilt slipped. He set it on the bedside table and gripped his knees instead. Luna sat on the floor without asking, legs crossed, back against the wall. She looked like a child at a sleepover, except for the dust and thin blood on her skin. Dobby hovered by the door, eyes huge. "Are they alive?" Harry asked. "The family," Dobby said. "Yes, they are crying and hugging and thanking the shed walls. They think it was a gas explosion in the street. The Aurors told them so." Harry closed his eyes for a second. A knot in his chest loosened. Good, he said. One thing tonight that does not end in a grave. Luna tilted her head. That chimera was not made by chance, she said quietly. The way it dissolved, the way it moved, the way it followed a path from a house with old wards to a village with soft walls. Someone in our world called it. Harry nodded. Artemis mentioned Typhon, he said. Some ancient thing. Father of monsters. Luna picked at a thread on her cloak. My mother wrote about Typhon, she said. In one of her notes. She thought old Greek stories were warnings, not fairy tales. Gods fighting monsters is just a way to talk about magic people ripping holes where they should not. She looked up, eyes serious. If someone here has found a way to poke that hole and pull beasts through, they will not stop at one chimera, she said. They will keep going until it breaks their hands or the world. Artemis listened through their words. When she spoke, her voice was grimmer than before. She is right, Artemis said. This felt like a test, not a full assault. Someone in your country is playing with leashes they cannot hold. Then we find them, Harry said. We cannot wait for the ministry to notice a pattern. He opened his eyes. Luna watched him. We need Fleur on the next piece, she said. She sees curses. I see paths. You see bonds. Together we might see the whole mess. And Artemis provides arrows, Harry added. Artemis provides a kick when we get cocky, Luna replied. Arrows are extra. He snorted. A knock sounded at his door. Harry froze. Harry! Petunia called through the wood. Her voice was tight with annoyed worry. What is all that noise? You are not talking to your freak friends again, are you? He glanced at Luna and Dobby. Under the bed, he hissed. Luna slid without shame under the frame. The snickerlings zipped after her, tails brushing the dust. Dobby snapped his fingers and vanished with a soft pop a second before the handle turned. Harry wiped his face with the corner of his sheet, smearing some of the blood away. He shoved the knife under his pillow. The door opened a crack. Petunia peered in. He kept his expression blank. Had a nightmare, he said. It was close enough to truth. She sniffed. Her eyes flicked to the broken bit of glass still stuck in his cheek. You are bleeding on the sheets, she said sharply. I will not have that filth in my house. Clean it up. Yes, Aunt Petunia, he said tonelessly. She huffed, shut the door again and walked away. Under the bed, Luna muffled a giggle. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. You can come out now, he whispered. Luna wriggled out and sat up, brushing dust from her hair. You live in a very angry cupboard with a bed attached, she observed. Welcome to my childhood, he said. She gave him a strange, soft look. You are building something different now, she said. Away from cupboards. Even if it is made of monsters and hunters. His shoulders slumped. The adrenaline was fading. Pain moved into its place. His side ached. His ribs felt bruised. His cheek throbbed. Artemis, he thought. We killed it. That has to slow whoever is pulling them. For tonight, yes, she replied. You did well. You moved before the ministry. You used your head instead of throwing yourself at its teeth without a plan. You protected the family first. That matters. He did not ask if she cared about the dead family in the cottage. He felt the answer anyway. A cold, steady anger that sat under her words. I care about every house that thinks its wards are enough, she said. Mortals love to pretend they can ignore the wild until it knocks on their door. Monsters like this do not respect their lines. That is why the hunt exists. He wiped his hand over his face again. His fingers came away smeared with dirt and dried blood. What happens next? He asked. Next you sleep, she said. Tomorrow night, bring both girls to the grove. The Vila wants to see with her own eyes. I will lay the first marks. We will talk about how to smoke out the fool who opens doors for Typhon in your world. Her presence faded to a low hum again. Harry sat for a moment, then pushed himself up with a groan. Luna, you should go home, he said. Your father will panic if he finds your bed empty. He sleeps with his head in a bucket to block the voices from the pipes, she said calmly. He will not notice until morning. But I should still go because he will worry when the bucket tips. He blinked. Right, he said. Thank you. For tonight. For staying. She stood and stepped close. You did not freeze, she said. That matters more than the knife. You moved when it counted. She leaned in and pressed a quick, light kiss to his cheek, on the edge of the cut. Warmth flickered through him. It had nothing to do with Vila fire. It was simple human contact in a room that had seen very little of it. For luck, she said. Hunters kiss before they walk back into the dark. He swallowed. Is that in some book? He asked. She smiled. No, she said. I just decided it now. But it can be a tradition. Dobby popped back in, eyes a little less huge now. Dobby will take Miss Luna home, he said. He will also clean the blood from the sheets so the nasty ant does not shout more. Thank you, Dobby, Harry said. Luna took his hand for a second. Tomorrow in the grove, she said. Do not be late. Wolves do not like it when people keep them waiting. He squeezed her fingers, then let go. Dobby grabbed her arm. They vanished with a soft snap. Harry was alone again in his small room, the night quiet but for the distant sound of a car on the main road. He washed his face in the tiny bathroom, flinching when the water hit the cut. He wrapped his ribs with an old bandage he found in the cupboard. It was not perfect, but it helped. Back in bed, he slid the knife under his pillow. Sleep came in jagged pieces. He saw the chimera again, roaring in a lane lit by street lamps. He saw other shapes behind it, larger and stranger, pressing against the edges of reality. He saw a hooded figure standing before a cracked altar lit by sick green fire, chanting in a language that tasted like rust. He woke sweating, then drifted back under. Morning came with bright sun and the sound of a lawn mower. The day passed in chores and fake normal. Vernon grumbled about petrol prices. Petunia complained about the neighbors. Dudley watched television and pretended not to sneak snacks. Harry kept his head down and his mind busy. He replied to a letter from Luna in invisible ink, confirming the time. He wrote a short note to Fleur and sent Hedwig with it, trusting the owl to find her at Gringotts or wherever her curse work had taken her that day. That night, when the house finally settled, he dressed quietly, stuck the knife in the waistband of his jeans, and called Dobby. The elf took him to the edge of the Hogwarts wards, to the familiar patch of forest near the Thestral clearing. The trees felt different now. The air held a weight that had not been there before. Old paths thrummed under his feet. He could feel lines of power running through the roots. Luna was already there, sitting on a fallen log, stroking the muzzle of a Thestral. The skeletal horse nuzzled into her hand, eyes bright. Fleur arrived a few minutes later with Bill. The goblin ward master had given them barely concealed glares as they slipped past his protections. Bill squeezed Harry's shoulder. You step careful with whatever you are doing, he said quietly. The old magics are not fond of boys who think they are special. Harry nodded. I know, he said. Fleur looked around the clearing, eyes shrewd. This place smells like moonlight and old blood, she said. And something that is not quite forest. That would be me, Artemis said. She stepped out from between two trees as if she had always been there. The moon overhead brightened. Wolves slid into view from the shadows, eyes reflecting silver. Zoe appeared at Artemis' side, bow in hand, gaze cool. Fleur inhaled sharply. Luna only smiled. Goddess Artemis, Luna said calmly. It is nice to meet you while awake. Fleur sank to one knee without thinking, then stopped herself and stood again. I do not kneel to anyone, she said, voice tight. Not anymore. But I will listen. Artemis watched her with interest. Good, she said. I have enough on their knees for the wrong reasons. Stand. Hunters do not crawl. Her eyes went to Harry. You handled the chimera well, she said. Messy but effective. You kept your first priority the family, not the kill. You took help instead of throwing yourself under its feet to feel heroic. That is why you are alive. Harry swallowed. You saw all of it, he said. I felt enough, she replied. The rest I see in your blood and the way the wolf spirits here sniff you. A big gray wolf padded up to Harry and bumped his leg with its nose. He reached down and scratched behind its ear automatically. The animal huffed and leaned into the touch. Zoe eyed Fleur and Luna as if weighing them on invisible scales. "These are the first," Artemis said. "The seer who sees what others mock. The Vela who burns under chains. You came willing. You understand that stepping onto this path means fewer choices later." Luna nodded without hesitation. "I would rather walk where I can see teeth than stay where everyone pretends there are none," she said. Fleur took a breath. "I am tired of being a poster," she said. "If I must stand in light, I want it to be because I choose to, not because men think I look nice in it." Artemis smiled. A small, hard thing that held genuine approval. "Good," she said again. "Then watch, both of you, while I mark the first lines." She stepped closer to Harry and laid her hand over his heart. Cold flooded him, followed by a steady warmth. Lines of silver light flared under his skin, tracing patterns that settled into a faint glow. She turned to Luna and Fleur. "Hold out your arms," she said. Luna did so at once. Fleur hesitated a fraction, then lifted her right arm. Artemis brushed her fingers along their wrists. Silver marks appeared on their skin. Not chains, not brands, simple, clean images. On Luna's wrist, a small crescent moon tangled with a line of stars, some clear, some hazy. On Fleur's, a bow with a flame at the arrow tip. "These marks will grow if you stay," Artemis said. "They will fade if you decide to walk away. I will not keep women by force. That is the mistake too many gods made before me." Fleur exhaled. Her shoulders lowered a fraction. "You talk more sense than some mortals," she said. Artemis snorted. "Gods are just mortals with too much power and time," she said. "The trick is remembering that before you start believing your own songs." She looked back at Harry. "Now we talk about your chimera," she said. "Because the thing that called it will not stop at one story stitched wrong." The night closed in around them. The wolves settled. The thestrals shifted in the shadows. The three teenagers stood in a rough triangle with a goddess. Harry realized, with a sudden strange calm, that this was what his life was now. Not school and homework and Quidditch. Not being a weapon on a shelf for an old man who loved the idea of the greater good more than the boy who had to die for it. This, planning hunts with a goddess and two witches who had chosen to stand beside him, knife and wand in hand. He felt the weight of the knife at his waist, the faint echo of the chimera scream in his bones, and the silver mark burning softly on his chest. Artemis gestured toward the trees, where old paths glimmered faintly. "Welcome to the protocol," she said. "We hunt the ones who think they can drag Typhon's brood into your world and live." Harry met her eyes and nodded. "Then let us start with whoever thought a family in a cottage was a test case," he said. "Because I am not done with them yet." The wolves lifted their heads as one and howled. Somewhere far away, in a room filled with old books and ticking instruments, Albus Dumbledore looked up sharply as a shiver ran through the wards of Britain. Something new was moving in the dark, and it was not his. Dumbledore was already standing when the door banged open. Blue light from half a dozen instruments flickered over his glasses and the scarred wood of his desk. One of the delicate silver spindles that tracked ambient magic in Britain had cracked straight through the middle. Smoke curled out of it. Alastor Moody limped in without waiting to be called. His normal eye looked tired. His magical eye whirled once around the room and fixed on the broken spindle. "So it was him," Moody growled. "Only Potter or Tom could knock that sort of thing out of line." Dumbledore did not look away from the smoking device. "The trace confirms it," he said softly. "Residual basilisk venom. Ancient Greek construct energy. Chimera. Harry. All tangled together." Severus Snape followed Moody inside, robes snapping behind him. He held a stoppered file between two fingers, as if it offended him. "I took this from the road where Shacklebolt found those scorch marks," Snape said. "It was the only thing that did not fade when the Aurors started waving their wands about. It should not exist, and yet there it is." He set the file down. Dark residue clung to the glass, slow and thick, with a faint sickly sheen. Dumbledore finally turned. His eyes were shadowed. "Chimera blood," he said. "And basilisk venom soaked through it," Snape answered. "Not simply layered. Woven." Someone killed that monster with a blade made from basilisk and then pulled the body back through whatever crack they had dragged it from. Moody snorted. Potter had that fong turned into a knife last year, he said. Goblins bragged about the commission to one of my contacts. Thought it was funny. Boy walks into the bank with basilisk parts in a sack and asks for a letter opener. Dumbledore closed his hand around the file. The glass was cool. The magic around it was not. He is drawing on things we barely catalog, he murmured. Basilisk, Greek monsters, forest spirits, Artemis. Snape stiffened. So it is true, he said. That name has been floating around the camp gossip after the World Cup mess. A goddess in the forest. You refused to deny it. Dumbledore set the file down with care. God or goddess does not matter as much as power and intent, he said. Right now there is something very old walking our wood, and Harry is standing next to it. Moody leaned both hands on the back of a chair. His scars looked deeper in the blue light. You knew he slipped your leash, he said. You sent the mutt and the wolf to watch his relative's street. You knew Potter was going out at night and you let it happen. Dumbledore did not flinch at the word. I hoped he would come back to me when he was ready, he said. If I tightened the wards again, he would only push harder the next time. I thought I could guide him with a lighter touch. Snape made a sharp sound that might have been a laugh. Your lighter touch involved mind blocks and loyalty potions, he said. How shocked you must be that the boy ran toward the first divinity that offered him honesty. The words hung between them. Moody watched Dumbledore carefully. So, he said, what is the plan now? Let him keep hunting Greek pets until Tom notices and decides to recruit him. Dumbledore shut his eyes briefly. In his mind he saw the prophecy ring again in that horrible glowing script. Neither can live while the other survives. A boy in a cupboard. A wand. A scar that was never just a scar. I cannot let Harry drift any further from us, he said. Not with Voldemort moving and Typhon stirring under his feet. Snape frowned. Typhon, he said slowly. You think the Chimera came from that myth? Father of monsters. Chains under a mountain. The pattern fits, Dumbledore said. Kingsley reports 3 families torn apart this month. No dark mark. No known curse. Then a Chimera. Then Harry and a knife only he owns. He is inserting himself into a war bigger than Voldemort. Without guidance. Without context. Without protection. Moody gave him a flat stare. Protection is one word for it, he said. Some of us would use others. We do not have time to argue my past choices. Dumbledore snapped, more sharply than he meant. He forced his voice down. We bring him in, now, before he steps fully outside any circle I can reach. And if he refuses? Snape asked. Dumbledore looked down at the cracked spindle. Silver filings lay around it like frost. Then we treat him as we would any other dangerous young wizard who has bonded himself to something we do not control, he said quietly. We restrain him until we can separate boy from influence. Moody straightened. I will take a team, he said. The usual bones. Lupin, Tonks, the Weasley boy, and the Granger girl if they insist. The children might pull him off whatever altar he is kneeling at. You will not fight him unless you must, Dumbledore said quickly. The prophecy still holds. He remains our best chance against Voldemort. Moody's magical eye spun. Our, he repeated. You mean your. Snape watched them both. Where do we find him? He asked. Dumbledore lifted his hand. Fawkes stirred on the perch. Golden eyes met blue. The phoenix gave a soft sound, then flared. For a heartbeat the office filled with images. A clearing with stones. Tall trees. Thin silver threads in the air that hummed with power. Wolves. The outline of a woman with a bow, made of light and night at once. Harry standing between her and 2 girls, wand in one hand, knife at his belt. Then the flash was gone. Fawkes settled again, feathers ruffled. The Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore said. His voice was quiet. Near the Thestral clearing. He has made a habit of walking there at midnight. Moody nodded. Good enough, he said. We will go in cloaked and quiet. Lupin knows those paths. We grab the boy and the witches and talk sense into them before your goddess notices. Dumbledore looked at the place where the Chimera file sat. She has already noticed, he said. He did not stop Moody when the old Auror turned and stumped out. He did not stop Snape when he slipped after him in a swirl of black. He only stood in his empty office and listened to the soft ticking as another instrument cracked down the middle. Harry hit the ground hard enough to rattle his teeth. The breath whooshed out of his lungs. Leaves stuck to his shirt. His ribs, still tender from the Chimera fight, protested loudly. Zoe's boot landed next to his ear. "You dropped your guard," she said. Again. He rolled onto his back and glared up at her. The moon above the grove cast pale light through the branches. Silver lines that Artemis had carved into the stones glowed softly around the edge of the clearing. "Artemis was talking in my head," Harry said. "I cannot exactly tell a goddess to hold that thought." Zoe gave a very small smile. "You can and you should," she said. "If you do not put your own safety first when you fight, you die in dramatic and stupid ways." Fleur laughed from where she leaned against a tree, wand in hand. Her hair was braided out of her face tonight. A faint silver mark showed at her wrist where Artemis' touch had settled. "Zoe is right," she said. "You lunge too fast when you think someone else might get hurt. Very noble. Very idiotic." Luna sat on one of the stones that marked the edge of the grove, knees tucked up under her chin. She had a notebook balanced there, though Harry was fairly sure she had not written anything down. The snickerlings clung to her hair like a moving crown, their tiny tails flicking. "He thinks about protecting everyone else first because no one protected him," she said mildly. "That habit does not go away just because he met a goddess." Harry opened his mouth to argue, then shut it. There was not much to say. Artemis stood near the center of the grove, one hand resting on the head of a big gray wolf. Her presence filled the clearing more than the moonlight did. She wore the same simple hunt leathers she always did. Her bow rested at her back. Her eyes were on him. "Zoe is right," she said. "Luna is right. Fleur is right." Her mouth almost twitched. "You are wrong. You are allowed to practice saying no. Even to me. Especially to me." Harry pushed himself to his feet with a wince. His shirt stuck to his side where the old bandage had shifted. Fleur watched the way he moved and frowned. "You did not let me finish healing that," she said. "We had to get to the grove before the wards shifted," he protested. "And you had curse work with Bill." She crossed the clearing in a few quick strides and set her palm gently over his side. Warmth sank through the shirt. The ache eased. "I am here now," she said. "Let me do my part." He met her eyes. "Thank you," he said quietly. She held his gaze for a heartbeat longer, then stepped back. Artemis clapped her hands once. The sound was soft, but it cut through the air. "Enough practice for tonight," she said. "We have a bigger problem. Chimera means Typhon. Typhon means someone in your world found a very old key and started turning it in locks they do not understand." Luna swung her legs down. "Mum wrote about Typhon in her drafts," she said. She thought the story about him being buried under a mountain was a way to talk about dangerous magic being sunk into the bones of the earth. Human hands can unbury bones. They do it all the time. Fleur folded her arms. "Do we know who is doing it?" she asked. "Death Eaters. Some lost cult. Ministry fools playing with ritual circles in the Department of Mysteries." "The magic on that chimera did not feel like Tom," Artemis said. "He steals other people's work and mixes it with fear. This felt more like a scholar who should have stayed in a library, and instead decided to see what happens when you import a nightmare." Harry rubbed the back of his neck. "Dumbledore," he said slowly. "Could it be him? Or someone near him? He collects dangerous things and locks them away. He might have tried poking at Typhon to see if he could control it. Or someone in his Department of Mysteries tried." Artemis shrugged. "The energy that tugged on that chimera was centered in this country and this century," she said. "That is as precise as I can be. You will have to do the digging." Luna tilted her head, listening to some sound only she heard. "The corridors in the ministry have been whining lately," she said. "Dad says the pipes complain when unspeakables drag new projects in. It has been louder since June." Another reason to go gently when we step into that place, Artemis said. But first you must deal with the man who thinks you belong to him. Harry did not need to ask who she meant. The small hairs on his arms lifted. Dumbledore, he said. Your chimera hunt shook his toys, Artemis said. He sent hounds into the forest. They are moving even now. Zoe's hand tightened on her bow. A low growl ran through the ring of wolves at the edge of the grove. How many? She asked. Less than a war band, Artemis answered. Enough to feel bold. Not enough to stop us if we wish to clear the grove with arrows. Harry's stomach clenched. The order, he said. Remus, Tonks, Moody, Ron and Hermione if they begged to come. He looked at Artemis quickly. You are not going to kill them, he said. They are misled, not monsters. Her gaze sharpened. For a moment the weight of her age pressed down on the clearing. I am not in the habit of slaughtering children who walk into my trees with bad maps, she said. If they loose lethal curses at my wolves, I will answer. If they try to drag my hunters away in chains, I will answer. But I chose you because you care who dies. So I will give them a chance to walk back out. She stepped closer and set 2 fingers lightly against his forehead. Her touch was cool. You speak to them first, she said. You show them what you have learned. You draw the line. If they cross it with eyes open, then they are choosing a side in someone else's war. Harry nodded. His throat felt tight. Luna hopped off the stone. She tucked her notebook into her bag and picked up her wand. I should add them to the roster, she said. Wolves, goddess, 2 witches who chose this, 1 boy who keeps forgetting he can say no, and 5 people who still think they live in last year. Fleur checked her own wand, then smoothed a hand over the faint silver mark on her wrist. Do I look like a girl who has been brainwashed? She asked dryly. Harry looked at her on purpose. The way she stood, the way her eyes were steady, the way her magic flared at her edges rather than being pressed down. No, he said. Good, she answered. Then when your friends accuse you of hexing me, I will try very hard not to set their trousers on fire. Zoe moved to Artemis' side, eyes on the trees. They are close, she said. The wolf spirits can taste their fear. Artemis nodded once. Hunters to the edge, she said. Wolves hold. No one fires until I say so. Harry wiped his palms on his jeans. His heart was pounding already. His ribs twinged as he drew in a breath. Dobby, he said. The elf popped in at his elbow, already anxious. His ears drooped. His eyes flicked to Artemis, then back to Harry. Harry Potter calls, Dobby said. Dobby came as fast as he could. The wards are singing angry tonight. They are about to get worse, Harry said. Order members are coming. I need you ready to get Luna and Fleur out if this turns into something ugly. This is not a fight I want you caught in the middle of. Dobby swallowed. Dobby can take them if you shout, he said. But Dobby does not like leaving Harry Potter alone with mad wizards. You are not leaving me, Harry said. You are moving pieces. That is just another kind of help. The elf straightened a little. Dobby understands, he said. Artemis gave Dobby an assessing look. You are welcome in my grove, little one, she said. You obey him by choice, not by collar. That is rare. Dobby's ears went pink. Dobby likes this place, he whispered. It smells like night and not like bleach. Branches rustled at the far side of the clearing. Harry turned toward the sound. His wand was in his hand before he thought about it. Luna moved to his left. Fleur took his right, a half step back, covering him without argument. They were in formation before any adult stepped into view. Remus Lupin appeared first, pushing a low branch aside. He looked exhausted, shadows under his eyes, cloak torn at one edge. His wand was out but pointed low. Behind him came Tonks, hair short and dark tonight, eyes sharp. Moody followed, staff and wand both ready. Ron Weasley crashed out of the brush just behind them, twigs in his hair. Hermione slipped out next to him, breathing hard. Harry felt something twist in his chest at the sight of them. They were not mirages. They were not ghosts. They were the people who had stood at his side in the graveyard, in the hospital wing, in the common room. They were also pointing wands at him. Harry, Remus said. Easy. No one is here to hurt you. Moody snorted. Speak for yourself, he muttered. The magical eye locked on Artemis at once. It widened in a way Harry had never seen. Sweet Merlin, he said under his breath. You have been busy, boy. Tonks looked from Harry to Luna and Fleur and then to the wolves ranged behind them. Her mouth dropped open slightly. Watch her, she said weakly. Nice pack. Ron just gaped. His eyes flicked to Fleur and his face went blotchy red. What is she doing here? He demanded. And Luna. Harry, what the hell are you playing at? Hermione took a step forward before anyone could answer. Her hair was frizzing from the damp night air. Her voice shook, but she pushed on. Harry, we need to talk, she said. Professor Dumbledore is worried. You left your relative's house, you have been seen at dangerous sites, and now you are standing in the middle of the Forbidden Forest with wolves and an unknown entity the Ministry cannot classify. You have to come back with us. Right now. Artemis watched them with cool interest. The wolves stayed still as carved stone. Zoe shifted her weight slightly, ready to move. Harry kept his eyes on Remus and Tonks. I would say it is nice to see you, he said. Except you did not even write me before you decided to storm my grove. Tonks winced. We tried, she said. Owls bounced off the wards. The headmaster said he had other ways of checking on you. He had potions and chains, Harry said. Not the same thing. Moody stepped forward, staff thudding into the ground. His scarred face was set. You have bonded yourself to a goddess, boy, he said. That is chain enough for 10 lifetimes. You really think you are calling the shots here? You are a 15-year-old with a scar and a prophecy and a head full of anger. You are ripe for manipulation. Harry laughed once, short and sharp. It sounded wrong in the quiet grove. Nice speech, he said. Shame you did not give it when Dumbledore was dosing me with loyalty brews. Hermione flinched. Dumbledore would never, she started. Harry cut across her. Save it, he said. His voice came out harsher than he felt. I have heard enough excuses. You want to talk about manipulation? Fine. Let us talk. He flicked his wand. The silver lines carved into the stones brightened. Artemis did not move, but he felt her approval like a hand on his shoulder. A shallow pool of light formed at his feet, flat and still. It was not water. It was memory given shape. Images rose from it in faint, shimmering strands. Molly Weasley sitting at a kitchen table, hands wrapped around a mug. Dumbledore opposite her, fingers steepled, eyes tired and too kind. Harry and Ginny are good for each other, Molly said in the ghost scene. She will give him a reason to live after all this. He will make her safe. He will not live after all this, the Dumbledore in the memory said quietly. Not unless the prophecy chooses to be kinder than I expect. But if he believes he has something to live for, he will go to his death more willingly. Ghost Molly's face went white. You cannot mean, she whispered. He must go to Voldemort at the right moment and die, Dumbledore said. It is the only way to remove the piece of soul lodged in that scar. He is a pig raised for slaughter, Molly. We owe him comfort while he walks to the pen. The memory blurred. Harry could not stand to replay more. He let that strand fall. Another rose. Snape and Dumbledore in the potions lab, thick glass jars around them. The smell of crushed herbs and something sharp. You want a loyalty draft in the pumpkin juice? Snape said with cold disgust. How poetic. The children already raised their cups to you each feast. Why not lace their trust for you into it as well? Only enough to nudge them toward hearing me, Dumbledore answered. Not to erase their will. I need them to follow Harry when the time comes. They cannot do that if they spend all their time questioning my decisions. Hermione stared at the images, face drained of color. Ron looked as if someone had punched him. Remus went pale under his scars. Albus, he whispered. You said the potions were only for pain. The images faded. The pool of light sank back into the lines of the stone. Harry faced them. The goblins showed me those, he said. Along with the chains in my head from a batch of spells someone had no right putting there. I asked for proof before I believed. I got it. What have you asked for? Hermione's hands shook. Her wand trembled. That could be fake, she whispered. Illusions. You know legitimacy now, Harry. You could have learned ways to plant scenes. The headmaster has never done anything but protect us. Harry felt something inside him snap. Protect us, he repeated. By keeping us ignorant. By leaving my scar filled with someone else's soul and hoping it would conveniently explode at the right time. By dosing you so you would follow orders even when they made no sense. He took a step forward. Fleur and Luna moved with him, flanking him without needing to look. You remember third year, he said, when he waited until last moment to tell anyone about the time turner. When he let me think Sirius was a murderer until the last possible second. When every decision came with half the information. Hermione bit her lip. Her eyes darted back toward the memory circle, then up again. Those are mistakes, she said. Not evil plans. He has the prophecy. He has burdens you do not understand. He turned me into a walking sacrifice, Harry said. His voice stayed level now, almost calm. He fed you potions so you would hold my hand on the way to the slaughterhouse. That is not a mistake. That is a plan. Ron burst out, words tumbling over each other. He cares about you, Ron shouted. He fought you know who last month. He runs the order. He is the greatest wizard alive. And you are out here in the woods kissing foreign girls and chatting with a goddess like you are some kind of dark prince. Fleur stiffened at that. A faint shimmer of heat washed off her. The wolves behind Harry growled low. Tonks shot Ron a sharp look. Watch your mouth, she said. Fleur has done more actual field work this summer than you. Ron rounded on her. Of course you take his side, he snapped. Ever since that chimera mess you have gone on about strange magic and missing chains. Maybe whatever got into him got into you too. Tonks flinched as if he had slapped her. Remus stepped in quickly. Enough, he said. All of you. We did not come here to scream insults at each other. His eyes went back to Harry, full of a pain that made Harry want to look away and could not. I did not know about the potions, Remus said. If I had, I would have fought him on it. I am not asking you to forgive that. I am asking you to step back from this for a moment and remember that we are all scared. That we all watched the Dark Lord return, and we are scrambling to keep people alive. Harry swallowed. I know you did not know, he said. You would never have let him call me a pig for slaughter and walked away. Remus flinched at the phrase. His fingers tightened on his wand. He used those exact words, he asked hoarsely. You heard them, Harry said. Everyone did. Silence stretched. Tonks let out a long breath. I believed it was Death Eaters, she said quietly. The families. The chimera. It was easier. I could put that into a report and write the same boxes as always. Then I saw the marks on the road. I saw the venom and the burn. And I saw the way Kingsley looked at the headmaster when he said it would be simpler to blame masked idiots. There are too many pieces that do not fit anymore. She looked at Harry, then at Artemis. And now I am standing in a clearing with a goddess and a boy who showed me more honest evidence in 5 minutes than my boss has in a month, she said. That is not nothing. Moody barked a laugh. Evidence of what? He said. That Dumbledore makes ugly choices in ugly times. Welcome to war. He has been walking that line since before your parents were born. None of this changes the fact that Potter is bound to something that speaks in his head. Artemis finally spoke. I am in the habit of speaking to anyone whose blood I mark, she said. That is how bonds work. I am not the one who wrapped spells around his thoughts and soaked his friends' drinks in persuasion brews. Moody's wand snapped up at once. The wolves stood as one. Every wand in the clearing shifted. Enough, Harry shouted. The word rolled out on more than breath. Moonlight flared around his feet. The silver lines in the stones pulsed. Everyone froze. For a heartbeat it felt as if the entire forest held its breath. Harry stepped forward until he stood between his friends and Artemis, palms open, wand still in his right hand. You came here to drag me back, he said. Here is my answer. He raised his wand just enough to point it at the ground in front of him and drew a glowing line in the leaf litter. Silver light sank into the earth, steady and sharp. This is the boundary, he said. On one side is Dumbledore, his potions, his prophecy, and his plan to march me to my death at a time that suits him. On the other side is me, Artemis, and anyone who chooses to hunt monsters without letting themselves be used as bait. Ron made a choked sound. You make it sound so simple, he said, as if you are not walking into something worse. A goddess with a harem of girls. Power that smells like dark magic. You have gone completely round the twist, mate. Stop calling yourself his mate if you are going to spit on everything he does, Luna said suddenly. Ron blinked at her. You think Artemis is controlling him? Luna went on. Her voice was soft, but there was a steel in it Harry had not heard often. You think Fleur and I are here because of a potion? Look at us. Look properly. You read more books than you pretend. You know how compulsion feels when you meet it. Does this look like that? Hermione hesitated. She focused on Fleur, on Luna, on the way they stood, on the way their eyes were clear, not glazed. No, she said reluctantly. You two do not read like imperious victims, or like someone on love potion. But that does not mean this is safe, Luna. Gods have agendas. They are not like us. I know that, Luna said. I chose anyway, because at least Artemis tells you what she wants you for. Fleur stepped closer to the line in the dirt. She looked down at it, then up at the group from Hogwarts. I did not come here as any one ornament, she said. Gringotts asked me to help with curse work. I saw the chains in Harry's mind. I helped cut some of them. He asked me to stand with him. I am not an idiot. I know what that means. I chose anyway. Ron's jaw clenched. You really expect me to believe my mum would poison me, he said. That Dumbledore would let her do it. That everything we built at Hogwarts is just him playing chess with our lives. Yes, Harry said. I do. Ron's face twisted. Then you do not know us at all, he shouted. He raised his wand. Stupefy, he yelled. Harry moved without thinking. For a second the world went silver at the edges. Artemis magic surged under his skin. The stun bolt flew toward his chest. He lifted his hand. The spell hit an invisible curve of light and shattered. Red sparks scattered harmlessly into the air. Ron stared. What? He breathed. Moody reacted faster. Incarcerus, he snapped. Ropes burst from his wand. They never reached Harry. The wolves stepped forward as one. The ropes hit a curtain of their gathered magic and dissolved into gray ash that drifted to the ground. Last warning, Artemis said quietly. She had not moved, but her voice vibrated through the clearing. Remus threw out an arm, blocking Ron from firing again. Stop, he said. All of you stop. We are 3 seconds from turning this into something we cannot walk back. Tonks stood very still. Her wand was in her hand, but she had not raised it. Her eyes were on the line in the dirt. Harry, she said, if you come with us, if you step back into the Order, can you live with Dumbledore after seeing those memories? After hearing those words, Harry thought about the pig for slaughter line again. About the weight of the knife under his pillow. About the way the Chimera had screamed. No, he said. I cannot. Tonks nodded once. Then he should have thought of that before he poured potions into children's drinks, she said. She holstered her wand. The movement was slow and deliberate. Moody gaped at her. Nymphadora, he barked. What in the hells are you doing? She shot him a look that could have cut glass. Do not call me that, she said. I am choosing. She stepped toward the line in the dirt. Remus reached for her. Tonks, he said. Wait, she shook her head. I will not keep working under someone who thinks it is acceptable to drug kids as long as the greater good is in the report, she said. I joined the Aurors to stop dark wizards, not to help one in a lemon drop wrapper feel better about his planning. She looked at Harry. You said this side is hunting monsters without being bait, she said. I can work with that. I am good at hitting things and laughing in the face of death. I am less good at pretending we did not just see what we saw. Harry swallowed. If you cross this line, there is no going back, he said. Dumbledore will not forgive it. Tonks smiled sadly. He can add it to the list of my disappointments, she said. He already thinks I waste my potential on stupid hair charms. She stepped over the silver line. The air hummed around her foot as it touched Harry's side of the clearing. The silver mark on her ore badge flared for a second, then dimmed. Artemis raised an eyebrow. "Another hunter," she said. "You are making a habit of this, Harry." Tonks shot her a look that was half respect, half challenge. "If this is a cult, it is the strangest one I have ever seen," she said. "But I will take honest strange over cozy lies." Ron made a choked sound. "You cannot do this," he said. "You work for the ministry. You cannot just switch sides because Potter found a pretty goddess and some fancy knives." Tonks looked back at him. "Watch me," she said. Hermione stared at the line. Her fingers clenched around her wand until her knuckles went white. "I need time," she whispered. "I need to think. I need to see Dumbledore's face and hear what he says. I cannot just walk away in one night." Harry nodded. "I am not asking you to," he said. "I am asking you to stop letting him feed you potions without your consent." Hermione let out a small, hysterical laugh. "That part one can agree on," she said. "If he tries to hand me anything, I am throwing it in his beard." Remus dragged a hand through his hair. "I cannot leave the order," he said. "Not yet. There are too many people who rely on it. Too much work that needs doing. But I will not let Albus talk about you as if you are a thing again. That I promise." Harry met his gaze. "I will hold you to that," he said. Moody glared at them all. "Emotional nonsense," he snarled. "We are at war. You do not split your forces because your feelings are hurt." Tonks rounded on him. "My feelings are just fine," she said. "My sense of right and wrong is what is twitching." Behind her, one of the wolves walked up to Harry and bumped his hand with its nose. He reached down and scratched it automatically. Artemis watched the motion, then looked back at the group on the far side of the line. "You have your answer," she said to them. "He chooses to hunt with me. You choose whether you stand in his way. That choice has consequences either way. That is how grown decisions work." Moody opened his mouth, then shut it again. He looked at Tonks, at Remus, at Harry. His magical eye whirled once, taking in the wolves, the goddess, the quiet determination in the eyes of the girls at Harry's side. "The old man will not like this," he said at last. "He will call it a kidnapping, corruption. He will call it a lot of things." Harry felt something cold settle into a stable shape inside his chest. "He can call it what he wants," Harry said. "It does not change what he did." Moody jabbed his staff into the ground. "We are leaving," he told Ron and Hermione. "Now, before someone on either side does something stupid they cannot take back." Ron hesitated, eyes moving from Harry to Fleur and back again. Hurt and anger burned there. "You are really not coming with us," he said. "Not even for Grimmauld, for Mrs. Weasley, for the twins." Harry shook his head. "Not like this," he said. "Not as a pig for slaughter. When you want to talk without Dumbledore standing behind you, you know where the grove is." Ron made a rude gesture that did not require any band symbols to be clear. His voice cracked. "You are not the only one who has nightmares, you know," he said. "You are just the only one who gets a goddess to hold your hand." He turned and stomped into the trees. Branches whipped at his shoulders. Hermione followed, casting one last worried look over her shoulder. Remus went after them, shoulders slumped. Moody stared at Tonks for a moment longer. "I will not protect you from the fallout," he said. "You made this choice. You live with it." Tonks nodded. "First honest thing we have said to each other all night," she said. He gave Harry one last measuring look. Then he turned and vanished into the shadows, staff tapping. The grove felt different when they were gone. The air was lighter and heavier at the same time. Tonks let out a long breath she had clearly been holding. "That went about as well as it could have," she said. "No one died. No one got bitten. There were no lethal curses. I call that a win." Harry sagged a little. The adrenaline drain hit him all at once. His knees felt shaky. Fleur was at his side in an instant, hand on his arm. Luna stepped close on his other side, steady and calm. "You held the line," Luna said. "You did not stab anyone. Artemis is probably mildly disappointed." Artemis snorted. "I am relieved," she said. Dead friends are harder to invite to dinner. Tonks looked down at her wrist. There was no mark there yet, only the faint pale skin where her Auror badge usually sat. So, she said, trying for lightness and almost managing it, do I get a moon tattoo now, or do we do that after tea? Artemis moved toward her. Zoe watched closely. You crossed the line with eyes open, Artemis said. You know what you are leaving and who you are angering. You still chose. Tonks lifted her chin. Yes, she said. Artemis touched 2 fingers to the inside of Tonks' wrist. Silver light flared. When it faded, there was a new mark there. Not a chain. Not a brand. A small comet, its tail shaped like a laughing mouth. Tonks stared at it. That is ridiculous, she said. I love it. Harry felt a laugh bubble up in his throat, real and startled. He let it out. The sound eased something tight in his chest. Welcome to the moon's vanguard, Artemis said. Tonks wiggled her fingers. Do we get jackets? She asked. Or at least matching boots. Luna nodded solemnly. We should make patches, she said. With wolves and knives and tea. Fleur rolled her eyes, but her smile was soft. You two are impossible, she said. Harry looked at them, at the goddess, at the wolves, at the faint silver line still glowing in the dirt where his friends had stood. He knew Dumbledore would not take this quietly. There would be meetings and shouted arguments and perhaps even a warrant with his name on it. He also knew, with a certainty that settled all the way into his bones, that he would not step back over that line. He drew himself up, met Artemis' eyes, and spoke so the trees could hear. The Harry Potter you knew is dead, he said softly. If anyone crosses that line again to drag me back to the slaughterhouse, they will meet the moon's vanguard instead. The first boulder hit the wards and the air shook. Harry grabbed the nearest stone pillar to steady himself as the sanctuary shell flared white. Moonlight rippled across the invisible barrier that ringed the grove and rolled up into the trees. The blast pushed his hair back and filled his mouth with the taste of dust and magic. Another rock followed. Then another. Each one slammed into the barrier hard enough to make the wolves flinch and snarl. Artemis stood in the center of the clearing, bare feet on the earth, eyes shut. Silver light crawled over her skin and sank into the ground in thin lines. The marks on her hunter's wrists glowed faintly in answer. Giants! Tonks shouted over the drumbeat thunder outside. They are using giants as siege engines. This is mad. She stood near the western stones, wand out, hair short and dark. The comet mark on her wrist burned bright. Not our giants, Luna said. She was perched on a flat rock just inside the ring with her knees drawn up, wand resting across them. Her gaze was far away, as if she was looking through the trees without moving. These are older. They smell like salt and old ships. Lestrygonians, Artemis said without opening her eyes. Cannibal giants from Greek waters. Someone found them a path to your forest. Harry moved closer to her. The marks on his chest tingled. How many? He asked. Enough to crack lesser shelters, she said. Not enough to crack mine quickly. That is why they brought wizards with them. Outside the wards, voices rose. Harsh shouts. The crack of spell fire. The giants roared in a deep, ugly way that made Harry's bones vibrate. He checked his mental list again. Inside the grove. Artemis, Zoe, Harry, Luna, Fleur, Tonks, Dobby, 2 centaurs who had agreed to stand watch at the tree line, and a dozen wolves. Thestrals milled further back in the shadows, their hollow eyes bright. Outside, unknown number of Death Eaters and Lestrygonian giants. Somewhere behind them would be Voldemort. He could feel the Dark Lord's presence like a cold weight on the far side of the wards. The air around Artemis changed. The lines of silver light that had sunk into the ground leaped back up, then plunged again, deeper this time. She took a sharp breath and opened her eyes. We are out of time, she said. Typhon is pressing from below while Voldemort pushes from above. I can hold one front. You will have to hold the other. Harry's stomach clenched. You are leaving, he said. I am stepping sideways, Artemis answered. The chains that hold Typhon are older than Olympus. Something in your world is tugging on them. If I do not answer, The crack widens and you get more than giants tonight. Zoe stepped up beside her, jaw tight, hand on her bow. You should not go alone, she said. Take some of us with you. Artemis shook her head. Your strength is here, she said. This sanctuary is your anchor. If I pull you into the underbones, your bodies fall and the wolves have no one to lead them. Her gaze went back to Harry. You carry my mark, she said, and a knife that remembers another monster. You have hunted once already. You will lead this defense. Harry felt every eye in the grove land on him. Fleur pushed away from the tree she had been leaning on. She adjusted her grip on her wand. We follow his call, she said simply. Luna nodded. Someone has to keep the giants from stepping on the stones, she said. He is as good a center as any. Tonks blew out a breath. Well, she said, I signed up for weird when I crossed that line. Might as well make it count. Dobby crept closer to Harry's leg. His hands twisted together. Dobby will move people if they fall, he whispered. Dobby can also push rocks if Harry Potter says. The centaur to the left, Megorian, lifted his bow. The stars warned us there would be a storm of stone, he said. We will shoot at the joints and eyes. The wolves watched Harry, ears high, waiting. He swallowed hard. Right, he said. Then we do this properly. He looked back at Artemis. How long can you hold Typhon? He asked. Her mouth tightened. Not long enough for you to be lazy, she said. Time will move oddly for me once I step through. For you it will feel like minutes, maybe an hour. If you survive that long, I can rejoin you. If you are dead, I will know. That is reassuring, Harry muttered. She actually smiled at that, quick and sharp. You wanted to be treated like a partner, she said. That includes ugly honesty. She stepped closer and pressed her hand over his heart again. Cold shot through his chest, then turned into a steady heat. Silver threads flared under his skin, then spread out in 3 directions, linking to the marks on Luna, Fleur, and Tonk's wrists. They all flinched as the new connection settled. What was that? Fleur asked. Anchor points, Artemis said. If my link to Harry frays, it will travel through you and keep the circle closed. You 3 are my eyes when I cannot look. Luna tilted her head, then nodded. There is a hum now, she said, like a string between us when we move. Tonks flexed her fingers. Feels like static before a storm, she said. Artemis looked Harry in the eye. You will feel me fade, she said. Do not panic. Use what I left. Call the wolves. Shape the wards where you can. And remember you are not alone, no matter how loud the giants shout. He nodded, throat tight. Come back, he said. That is not an order. That is a request. Her gaze softened for a heartbeat. I am tired of leaving mortals in the dirt, she said softly. I will do my best. She leaned in and pressed her forehead to his for a brief second. The contact sent a shock of feeling through him that had nothing to do with divine power. He smelled pine and cold air and something like bowstring. Then she stepped back, turned, and walked to the very center of the grove. The wolves moved aside to let her pass. She lifted her bow and drove the tip into the earth. Light exploded upward. For a second Harry saw 2 worlds at once. The grove as it was, and another layer underneath, full of shifting stone and coiled darkness. A vast shape writhed there, bound in chains of light and black metal. Typhon. Artemis stepped into that layer as if walking through a curtain. Then she was gone. The light faded. The air closed. The grove felt suddenly smaller and heavier, as if someone had taken a weight from above and hung it around their necks instead. Harry stood very still and listened. Artemis' presence was still there in the marks on his skin and the pull at the edge of his mind. But it was distant now, focused somewhere deep below the forest. The next boulder hit the wards hard enough to crack one of the outer stones. The sanctuary shell screamed. Positions, Harry snapped. He did not raise his voice much. He did not need to. The mark on his chest pulsed. The wolves snapped to attention. Luna, he said, you are on sight. Climb up. Tell me where the giants are and what gaps they leave. She hopped off her rock and moved toward a nearby tree. On my way, she said. Try not to get eaten before I call out your name. Fleur, Harry said. You are on the outer ring with the centaurs. Fire first, then blades if they push too close. Aim for eyes and mouths. Giants or Death Eaters, either works. She flashed him a quick smile that did not reach her eyes. With pleasure, she said. I have been wanting a reason to burn something big. Tonks, he said. I need you on flex duty. Patch any wards that crack. Trip any Death Eater who tries to slip through. If someone falls, you get them back here or you shout for Dobby to do it. Tonks nodded. Copy that, she said. I will be your spare hands. Zoe, he said, turning to the immortal hunter. You have command of the wolves. You know their rhythm better than I do. Keep them between the stones and anything that makes it past the first line. Zoe dipped her head once. Understood, she said. If you call for a charge, we will answer. Dobby, Harry said, you stay near the stones. If I yell for a move, you do it without question. That means pulling people out even if they argue. Especially if they argue. Dobby drew himself up. Dobby will listen, he said, even if Harry Potter swears at him. I do not swear that much, Harry said automatically. Another boulder hit the wards with a deep boom. This time the barrier rippled and then held. Luna reached the top of a thick branch and wrapped one arm around the trunk. Her eyes went wide and dark as she looked out over the trees. They are spreading out, she called. 8 giants at the front. 3 more circling to the left with cloaked wizards under them. The rest are hanging back. Something taller is with them. It smells like rot and snake blood. Voldemort. Harry swallowed and felt sweat slide down his back. Eyes where they can see us, he said. They will try to test the shell before they commit. He moved to the inner edge of the ward line and put his hand flat against the invisible barrier. It buzzed under his palm. Artemis had woven this shell from moonlight and old root magic. It felt different from the normal Hogwarts wards. Less sharp, more like a web. He closed his eyes for a second and let his mind sink into it. He felt pressure in 3 places. 2 where giants were pounding stone into the same point over and over. 1 where a line of curses hit the shell in a steady rhythm. He guided a little of his magic along the threads and pushed back. The shell thickened in those spots and thinned in others. If something small and clever tries to slip in low, I will need eyes, he called. Already watching, Luna said. There are little things in the gaps. Not spiders. Not pixies. They feel like pieces of something bigger. You do not want them around your ankles. Vila fire can sweep the ground, Fleur said. I will burn anything that tries to crawl. Do it in short bursts, Harry said. We do not know how long we are holding. Save your strength. She gave him an impatient look. I know how to fight a siege, she said. This is not my first war line. He opened his mouth to apologize, then closed it. She was right. He did not need to micromanage her. Trust you, he said instead. That got a small nod. Another boom shook the trees. The shell flickered. Then a voice slid through like smoke. Harry Potter, Voldemort called. You make so much noise for someone who claims to want nothing to do with my war. The sound came from everywhere at once. It was not the shout of a man at the edge of a forest. It was amplified by magic and fed through the cracks where the shell was thinnest. Harry resisted the urge to look around like a startled child. Do not answer, Luna warned softly. Not yet. He is listening for where your voice comes from. Harry pressed his lips together and stayed quiet. Voldemort chuckled. I will take your silence as admission, he said. You set yourself up as a new power on my board. You kill my monsters. You steal my ores. You play at god consorts in a schoolyard grove. And you are surprised when I knock at your door. Tonks muttered an angry word under her breath. The wolves growled again. Do not react, Zoe said. He wants you to lash out first. Harry drew in a slow breath. The marks on his chest burned faintly. Artemis' presence flickered, distant but steady. He watched the shell instead of the trees. Small distortions appeared in the barrier where curses hit. Dark green and sickly white spells splashed against the moonlight. Some bounced. Some sank in a little before dissolving. One curse left a streak of greasy residue. Corruption spell, Tonks said quickly. They are trying to rot the wards. Kingsley warned us about that research. It eats through slow if you let it sit. Clear it, Harry said. She flicked her wand and muttered a cleansing charm. The smear vanished. Lestrygonian roars rose again. One giant stepped into view through the trees. It was taller than the castle towers, with skin like old saltstone and eyes that glowed faint yellow. It hefted a boulder bigger than Hagrid's hut and hurled it at the shell. The rock hit, cracked into chunks, and fell in a shower of stone. Cracks spidered through the shell in that spot. Now, Harry said. Fleur. Give them a reason to hesitate. Fleur stepped forward until she stood just inside the barrier. Her eyes glowed with Vila flame. She raised her wand in a smooth arc. Incendio, she said. But the word came out shaped by something older in her blood. Fire roared out, but it was not normal spell flame. It was pale gold, almost white, and it slid along the inside of the shell until it found the broken place where heat still clung. It burst out through the crack in a focused lance and speared the nearest giant in the face. The Lestrygonian screamed. His hair caught fire. His eyes boiled. It stumbled back, flailing, and crashed into two of its companions. Trees snapped under its weight. The wards shook again from the impact, but the crack did not widen. Luna made an approving sound. Nice, she called. That one will not throw anything again. Fleur lowered her wand and took a steadying breath. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Next time I will make it pretty, she said. Later, Harry said. For now ugly works. The Death Eaters outside roared in anger. Spell fire redoubled. Cover that crack, Tonks said. She flung a string of quick reinforcing charms at the weakened spot. The moonlight thickened there again. They held. For a time the siege turned into a brutal rhythm. Giants threw. The shell flared. Fleur sent lances of fire through the weakest points. Centaurs loosed arrows through little gaps that Harry opened for them, aiming for soft giant parts. Tonks chased corruption spells and patched cracks. Luna called out movements from above and warned when smaller shapes tried to slip low. Twice Harry saw something like a shadow snake slide along the outer edge of the shell, searching for a way in. Each time Luna shouted and Fleur burned the ground clean. The wolves paced inside the ring, restless and ready. Harry was everywhere at once, or at least tried to be. His magic ran through the shell, thickening here, opening there. He shouted quick orders, trusted the others to handle details, and tried not to think about the fact that he was 15 and no one sane should ever have put this sort of job in his hands. He did not feel like a chosen one. He felt like a boy with his back to a wall and too many people behind him. At some point, he realized he was smiling. Not because he enjoyed any of this. The giant's screams turned his stomach. The smell of burning flesh made him want to gag. But there was a grim, fierce satisfaction in knowing that this time, when the monsters came, he was not in a cupboard. He was in front of a gate, and he had teeth. Outside, the attack stalled. The giants pulled back a little, grumbling in their own language. The Death Eaters went quieter. The curse barrage slowed. They are talking, Luna said. The tall thin one is angry. He is waving his wand at the giants and at something that looks like a hole in the air. Show me, Harry called. Luna climbed further up and then raised her wand. A small circle of light appeared above the center of the grove like a makeshift window. Through it Harry saw the outer field. He saw the Lestrygonians, huge and scarred, standing with boulders in their hands. Dogs of a sort he had never seen before prowled around their feet, all ribs and glowing red eyes. Death Eaters in black cloaks ringed the group, some masked, some not. In front of them all stood Voldemort. He did not look like the snake-like figure from the graveyard. The body was the same, the chalk skin, the red eyes, the long fingers on the wand. But he wore something extra now. A band of black metal circled his throat, carved with symbols Harry did not recognize. A similar band wrapped his left forearm above the dark mark. Thin threads of dark light ran from those bands into the ground and out into the air. A rip hung in the space behind him. It was not a full door. It was more like a wound. The edges crawled with sick green light. Something moved beyond it. Harry did not want to know what. Voldemort turned his head slightly toward the window, as if he could feel the gaze. Luna snapped the view closed at once. He cannot see where we are, she said. He can feel that we are looking the same way I felt you watching the chimera. That is all. Harry exhaled slowly. He is wearing something new, he said. It pulls at the same place Artemis went. Tonks swore again. Unspeakable toys, she said. That looks like one of their concept shackles. They use those to bind ideas. Someone handed him their work, or someone inside his camp did it for them, Fleur said. Either way, he is not just using normal curses anymore. Harry rubbed his temple. The marks on his chest burned. Artemis, he thought. He has hooks in the same place you are going. Can you feel them? For a long moment there was nothing. Then a faint answer came, like a voice carried on water. I feel him, she said. He built a thin pier out over the abyss and dips a bucket in. He cannot see the chains or the full shape of Typhon. If he did, he would already be screaming. But he has enough to feed some monsters through. Can you cut his pier? Harry asked. Not without leaving this shell open for something worse, she said. I am busy wrapping your foolish ancestors' mistakes in extra rope. Right, he thought. Then we break the pier from this end. He opened his eyes. They are regrouping, Luna reported. They are bringing something forward. It smells like metal and void. A cold wind blew through the grove. The wards flickered. Voldemort's voice slid through again, sweeter this time. Harry, he called. Are you enjoying yourself in there? Does it feel good to finally stand in front of a door instead of behind one? You made such a mess of that lane last time. I thought you might like a real test. Harry laughed once. I thought you liked to monologue only when you could see your audience, he said. Luna winced. He can trace now, she muttered. I know, Harry said. I am tired of hiding. Tonks gave him an incredulous look. You are taunting the Dark Lord while giants throw rocks at us, she said. This is your idea of a plan. He hates being treated like a background noise, Harry said. If he focuses on me, he might leave the stones alone for 5 seconds. Outside, Voldemort hissed. At last, he said. There is the mouthy brat I remember. The air at the edge of the grove rippled. Something pressed against the wards from the outside, slow and steady. It was not a boulder this time. It was a creature. At first Harry thought it was another giant. It was that big. Then he saw the mane. The Nemean lion, Artemis' voice whispered in the back of his mind. Even distant, it held a note of anger. That hide should never have left my sky. The beast stepped into view through the trees. It was massive. Bigger than the chimera had been, though less twisted. It looked like a lion carved out of bronze. His mane was thick and heavy. His eyes glowed white, padded forward, tail lashing, and pressed one heavy paw against the shell. The barrier did not flare under the impact. It dimpled. Moonlight sank around the paw and slid off as if the beast was oil and the ward was water. The lion leaned its weight on the barrier and pushed. The shell bowed inward. Tonks swore again, longer this time. Please tell me someone knows what that is, she said. Nemean lion, Harry said grimly. Hide that ignores weapons. Claws that cut through almost anything. In stories you kill it by strangling it with your bare hands. You cannot cut it. You cannot burn it. You have to get close and be stupid. Fleur shot him a look. And you know this because, she asked. Greek myth book in the Dursley's bin, he said. I used to hide in the library. The legends were more honest than most adults. Can Vila fire touch it? She asked quickly. He reached out with his magic and brushed the shell where the lion pressed. The creature presence felt wrong. Heavy and smooth and closed. No gaps. Probably not, he said. Not unless we find a way to crack the hide from inside. The lion pushed harder. The shell bowed deeper. Cracks appeared in the light around its paw. They spread slowly but steadily. Fresh plan, Tonks said. Please tell me someone has a fresh plan. Luna climbed down a branch and dropped lightly to the ground. We cannot let it keep leaning, she said. If it opens a physical gap, the giants will throw stones straight through. Harry stared at the lion, mind racing. The chimera had been brute strength sewn out of 3 wrong bodies. He had stabbed it at a joint where its stories met. The Nemean lion was one story done right. Clean. No obvious weak point. You cannot cut it from the outside, Artemis said faintly. The hide is proof against gods and men both. The only person who ever killed it did it by grabbing its throat and not letting go until it stopped moving. That is not reassuring, Harry thought. I do not have her muscles. You have other tools, Artemis said. You have a knife that ignores scales, a mind that likes cracks, and a handful of girls who are not afraid to throw fire into holes. Harry took a breath. Zoe, he called. Get the wolves back from that side. If the shell breaks there, I do not want them under the paw. Zoe whistled. The wolves on the western edge slunk back a few paces, still growling. Luna, he said, if I can open a path under that paw, can you tell where it goes? She nodded slowly. If you give me a line through, yes, she said. Fleur, he said, can you pour fire into something narrow for a long time if you have a clear channel? Her eyes flashed. I can, she said. It will feel like swallowing the sun, but I can. Tonks, he said. Be ready to patch anything that cracks around us. You are our last net. Tonks blew out a breath and rolled her shoulders. No pressure, she said. Just holding the sky together. He moved to the very edge of the shell where the lion's paw pressed. He could see the creature claws through the light now. They were long and sharp. Each one left little tears in the magic as it shifted. He set his hand flat against the ward. Artemis, he thought, can I thin the shell under its paw without bringing the whole thing down? If you are very careful, she said. Imagine pulling a thread from a tapestry. You can make a small gap if you do not tug on the wrong place. He focused on a point just under the lion's pads, where the weight was most concentrated. He narrowed his world to that single spot. The shell thinned there until it felt like skin instead of bone. Luna, he said. Look. She stepped up beside him and laid her fingers against the barrier. Her eyes went dark again. I can see inside its paw, she whispered. The skin is thick. The bone underneath is not. There are little gaps where nerves weave through. They shine when it shifts. Harry drew a knife-shaped thought in his mind and ran it under the paw, just inside the hide, guided by her words. He felt the gap. Fleur, he said. I am about to open a channel. You pour everything you have through it and keep it moving. Burn the nerves. Burn the bone. Do not stop until the lion moves. She moved up on his other side, face set. Her wand hand shook a little, but her eyes were steady. On your mark, she said. He closed his eyes and took one more breath. Then he pulled. The shell under the paw parted for the width of a knife blade. Heat roared past him. Fleur sent a lance of Vila fire through the gap. It did not flare outward this time. It shot straight up into the lion's paw, pressed close against living flesh. For a second nothing happened. Then the lion screamed. The sound was like a grinding metal plate dragged across stone. The paw jerked back. The shell snapped back into place before it could collapse. The lion staggered, tried to put weight on the burned paw and failed. It dropped to one knee, huge head shaking. Again, Harry said. Same place. Before it heals. Fleur bit down on her lip hard enough to draw blood and flung another stream of fire through the narrow gap. The smell that came back made Harry's stomach heave. Burned meat and hair and something metallic. The lion howled. It lashed out at the shell with its other paw in rage. Claws scraped the barrier and threw sparks, but the pressure lessened. Pulled back, limping. Pull back from the shell, Luna said quickly. It is about to slam a shoulder into it out of spite. They all stepped away at once. A heartbeat later, the lion's massive body crashed against the wards. The shell bowed, then snapped back, flinging the beast away like a rubber band. The giant monster rolled, crashed into two trees, and came up snarling, burned paw held close to its chest. It roared at the grove and limped backward into the shadows. A cheer went up from the centaurs. Harry let the shell knit closed fully and dropped his hand. His arm shook with exhaustion. His head pounded. Fleur slumped against the nearest stone, panting hard. Sweat poured down her face and neck. Her wand hand trembled. He stepped toward her at once. Easy, he said. Sit down before you fall. She hissed a laugh. Do not fuss, she said. But she let herself sink to the ground with her back to the stone. Her chest rose and fell in quick gulps. Tonks knelt beside her and set a hand on her shoulder. "Here," she said. "Small sips." She conjured a cup and filled it with cool water. Fleur drank and nodded thanks. Outside, the Death Eaters shouted again. The giants grumbled. Voldemort's voice went very quiet. Then it rose, cold and furious. "Enough games," he said. "You hide behind borrowed walls and think that makes you a power. You are a boy with stolen toys, Harry. You will come to me. You will kneel. Or I will tear the sanctuary down stone by stone and pile your wolves under it." Harry wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "You are the one throwing old monsters at a schoolyard," he called. "You look more like a child with dangerous toys than I do." A hiss answered him. The rip in the air outside widened. The ward screamed. This time Harry saw it even without Luna's window. The space beyond the trees split in a jagged line. Thick green light poured out. Something huge and shadowy shifted behind it. Artemis' presence in his chest lurched. He staggered. "Harry," Luna called. "He is pulling harder on the place Artemis went. The chains are shaking." He gritted his teeth. "Artemis," he thought. "Do not let him drag you through." He felt her answer as a raw effort. "I am not the one he has hooked," she said. "He is tugging at Typhon's own tail. If he keeps pulling, he will get a mouthful of his own fear. But the crack you stand on will not like it." The ground inside the grove trembled. The wolves whined and flattened their ears. The thestrals stamped. Tonks grabbed the nearest stone to keep her balance. Fleur pushed herself back to her feet with a curse in French. Harry looked at Zoe. "Can you and the wolves hold our side if I step out?" he asked. Her eyes widened slightly. "You are not suggesting what I think you are suggesting," she said. "He wants me to kneel," Harry said. "If I stay inside, he keeps hitting the shell until something worse breaks. If I step out, he focuses on me and maybe forgets to pull on the crack." Luna stared at him. "You cannot take him alone," she said. "Not in a field full of giants with that kind of anchor." "I will not be alone," Harry said. "You can see paths. Fleur can still throw fire. Tonks can give cover. Zoe has arrows. Dobby can pull me back if this goes wrong." "And Artemis said not to be dramatic and stupid," Zoe reminded him. He smiled without humor. "She also said to use my head," he said. "Right now my head says that if we wait, he will bring something worse than a lion." He turned back to the shell. The crack in space beyond the trees pulsed. Voldemort's voice came again, closer now. "Come out, boy," he said. "Look at what I hold. This is power. Old and pure. Not the scraps your dear headmaster fed you. Not the little tricks your goddess dribbles into your brain. This is the stuff gods fear." Harry felt a sharp anger rise in his chest at that. Artemis feared Typhon power in the way a sane person feared a wildfire near a house. It was respect, not worship. Voldemort talked as if he had found a toy. He stepped forward and set his hand on the shell again. "Let me through," he whispered. "Just me. Then seal up behind me again." The barrier hesitated. It recognized his mark. It recognized Artemis' link. Slowly, the shell thinned in front of him until it felt like a curtain of cool air. Luna grabbed his sleeve. "You step out there and you make sure he sees you by choice," she said. "Not as bait. Do not let him treat you as a thing again." "I will remember," he said. Fleur stood up and moved to his other side. "If you fall, I am dragging you back by your ear," she said. "So do not fall." Tonks snorted. "Just for the record," she said. "This is an awful plan. I am in." Zoe touched his shoulder briefly. "If you die out there, I will complain to Artemis personally," she said. "She will not enjoy that talk." He managed a thin smile. "Dobby," he said. The elf appeared at once. "Yes, Harry Potter," he said. "Stay just inside the shell," Harry said. "If I yell for you, you grab me and pull me back. No matter what." Dobby swallowed. "Even if you say no," he whispered. "Especially then," Harry said. Dobby nodded hard. Harry took one more breath and stepped through the shell. The air outside hit him like a slap. The smells were stronger out here. Blood, smoke, giant sweat, damp earth. The sound of distant spell fire echoed strange through the trees. The sky above the clearing was full of flickering green and red light from curses. He walked out into the open space in front of the grove. The Lestrygonian giants turned their heads toward him. Their eyes glowed. Death Eaters shifted. Wands came up. Voldemort stood at the front of their group, near the edge of the rip in the air. Up close, the bands of metal on his throat and arm were clearer. Symbols crawled over them, never settling. Shadows leaked from the edges and sank into the ground. "Harry Potter," he said. His red eyes ran over Harry from head to toe. They caught on the faint silver visible at Harry's throat where Artemis' mark pulsed. "You smell different," Voldemort said. "Less like that old man. More like wild dogs and moonlight. Did you find yourself a new master, child?" Harry stopped just out of reach of the giants and raised his wand. "Funny," he said. "I was about to ask you the same thing." He nodded at the rip behind Voldemort. "That looks like someone else's leash on your neck," he said. "Could not get the immortality you wanted out of Horcruxes, so you started pulling on anything old and ugly you could reach." Voldemort's smile stretched thin. "You talk about things you cannot comprehend," he said. "You are a child with one monster on your record. I have walked further in the dark than your headmaster ever dared. I have seen what waits beyond death. I have brought a piece of it back with me." He lifted his left arm. The band there flared. The rip behind him widened again. Cold wind blew out of it. Harry gritted his teeth. The marks on his chest burned. "Artemis," he thought. "He is opening it wider." "Hold," she answered. Her voice sounded strained. "Every time he pulls, I wrap another chain. He thinks he is drawing power. In truth, he is tying himself to an anchor he cannot move. If you can make him afraid while he does it, he might pull back before it is too late." Harry raised his voice. "You know what I see when I look at that crack," he said. "I see your worst fear. Not death, not pain, not even me. I see the moment you realize that there is something out there you cannot control or bribe or kill. And you already tied yourself to it." Voldemort flinched. Only a little. But Harry saw it. A few Death Eaters shifted uneasily. "The boy talks pretty," one muttered. Voldemort turned his wand sideways without warning. "Crucio," he hissed. The curse flew faster than Harry could dodge. It hit an invisible shimmer in the air and spread over him like hot needles. He screamed. Pain flooded him, bright and total. Every nerve lit up. His muscles seized. He fell to his knees. The marks on his chest flared. Artemis' chain pulsed. The pain snapped, not fully, but enough that he could breathe again. He knelt in the dirt, gasping, while laughter rolled from the Death Eaters. "You see," Voldemort said, "your goddess link is not perfect. To shield some of my touch, that is all. You are still breakable." Harry spat blood onto the ground. "Everyone is breakable," he said hoarsely. "Even you. The difference is that I know it." He forced himself back to his feet. Inside the shell behind him, he heard Fleur's voice rise in a sharp curse as she flung a shield charm over the shell where stray curses hit. Tonks muttered under her breath as she chased more corruption spells. Luna's voice brushed his mind. He had not known she could do that. "Do not let him pin you in one place," she thought at him. "Keep moving. Make him turn his back on the rip sometimes. His threads tug where he looks." Harry swallowed and shifted a step to the left, then another. Voldemort moved with him. The crack behind widened a little more and then shuddered. Something huge and many-eyed pressed against the inner side of it. Harry did not let himself look closely. "You wanted a new war," Voldemort said. "You wanted to stand apart from light and dark. This is not a game you can win, Harry. You are one boy with a knife. I am the Lord of Death." Harry barked out a laugh that tasted like blood. "You are a man who split his soul and hid in boxes," he said. "Death still hates you. You are not its lord. You are a parasite clinging to its coat." "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort snarled. Green light exploded from his wand. Harry had seen that curse twice before. Once at his parents' house in the memory that lived in his scar. Once in the graveyard. Both times it had been a straight line. This time it came at him in a curve. The bands on Voldemort's arm flared as he cast. The arrow of death arced in mid-air, pulled by the threads that ran from him to the crack in space. It twisted like a living snake. Harry threw himself sideways. The curse followed. Time seemed to slow. He could see the path of green light now the way he had seen the chimera moves in the lane. Artemis training and Luna's sharpened view tangled in his mind. There were multiple possible paths for the curse. One led through his chest. One through his shoulder. One through empty air. None of them led back to Voldemort. But the crack was another story. The curse threads brushed past the edge of the rip as it chased him. Now, Artemis said in his mind. Push. Harry poured his will not at the curse, but at the space it moved through. He shoved at the thread that connected spell to caster and caster to crack. The path kinked. The killing curse missed his chest by a hair and slammed straight into the jagged edge of the wound in reality. The impact was soundless. Everything froze for a heartbeat. Then Typhon screamed. The sound did not come from the trees or the air. It came from under the world. The ground convulsed. The crack blazed with light. The chains Artemis was wrapping flared white. Voldemort staggered. The bands on his arm and throat went white-hot. Smoke rose from his skin. He shrieked. For a moment Harry saw fear tear through his eyes. Real fear. Not anger. Not rage. Simple, pure terror. The giants groaned and clutched their heads. Two dropped their boulders. One fell to its knees. The Death Eaters screamed and covered their ears. Harry used that second. He lifted his wand and aimed not at Voldemort's chest, but at the ground under his feet. Depulso, he yelled. The blast hit the dirt like a hammer. The ground under Voldemort shattered and threw him backwards. He hit the edge of the crack with his shoulders. The rip flared again. Artemis shouted something wordless in Harry's mind and hauled on the chains at the same time. For a second, Voldemort's body and the crack overlapped. Shadows lashed out from the wound and clawed at him. Harry saw black marks burn into his skin where they touched. The dark marks on the Death Eater's arms flared in answer. Then Voldemort tore himself away with a raw animal scream. He flung himself sideways and rolled. The rip snapped shut like a mouth. The bands on his arm and throat shattered. Black shards flew in all directions. Two Death Eaters were hit in the chest and dropped where they stood. Another giant took a shard in the eye and howled. Harry's chest heaved. His vision swam. Inside the grove the shell steadied. The tremors under his feet eased a fraction. Artemis' voice came again, clearer now. Good, she said. He tried to feed off Typhon and you made him bite his own tongue. I have tied the chains tighter. He will find it harder to pull that trick again. How hard? Harry thought. Will he stop? She snorted in his mind. Voldemort will never stop reaching for more power, she said. But now he will remember that some wells bite back. Voldemort dragged himself to his feet. Smoke rose from his skin where the bands had been. New black scars crawled up his neck like crooked fingers. His breath came fast and sharp. He looked at Harry as if seeing him for the first time. You are an annoyance, he said. His voice was raw. A child. A mistake. And yet you keep putting splinters in my path. Get used to it, Harry said. I am not going away. Voldemort raised his wand again. This time there was no extra light from the bands. No pull from the crack. His next curse was pure, ugly wand magic. Fiendfire, he hissed. Flames roared out, black and twisted. Harry threw up a shield. The cursed fire hit and started to eat through at once. His magic screamed as he tried to hold it. Inside the shell, Fleur saw the fire and reacted without waiting. She stepped up to the inside of the barrier, planted her feet, and flung her own fire out through a thin slot Harry had left. Vila Flame met Fiendfire. The clash sent a shock wave through the field. The cursed fire tried to eat the Vila Flame the same way it ate his shield. But Fleur magic was older than most wizards knew. It did not burn in the same way. For a moment the two fires wrestled. Then the Vila Flame wrapped around the Fiendfire and dragged it down, smothering it in a cage of gold. The combined blaze collapsed in on itself and vanished, leaving scorched earth and a cloud of steam. Fleur sagged against the stone again, shaking. Tonks threw an arm around her shoulders and muttered a quick cooling charm. Harry stared at the empty patch of ground where the fires had been, then at Voldemort. You are not the only one with old toys, he said. Voldemort's face twisted. Enough, he snarled. He lifted his wand for another curse. Arrows flashed out of the trees. Centaurs had moved up while the fires raged. They rained arrows down on the giants and Death Eaters from the flanks. Hoofs pounding. Zoe whistled. The wolves surged out of the shell in a gray wave, teeth bare. They tore into the cursed dogs at the giants' feet without hesitation. Lestrygonian roars filled the air again. The battlefield dissolved into chaos. Spells crisscrossed. Giants swung clubs. Centaurs shot. Wolves leaped. The shell behind Harry flared as it opened and closed in quick pulses to let allies slip through and back. Harry lost sight of Voldemort for a moment in the mess. He ducked a curse, flung a stunner at a Death Eater who had his back turned, and rolled away from a giant boot. He saw Dobby appear under a falling boulder and yank a centaur clear at the last second, then vanish with him back inside the shell. He saw Luna standing just inside the barrier, wand raised, eyes dark. She was not throwing many spells. She was watching lines. Left, she shouted. 3 steps. He moved without questioning. A bolt of sickly yellow light missed his shoulder by inches and hit a Death Eater behind him instead. The man screamed as his arm turned to stone. Down, Luna called. He dropped. A giant club swung over his head and crashed into a tree. Leaves and branches rained down. Up and forward, she called. He sprang to his feet and ran, trusting her sight more than his own. He burst through a tangle of smoke and spell fire and found himself face to face with Voldemort again. They both froze for a half-second, surprised by the sudden proximity. Then they both moved. Expelliarmus, Harry yelled on reflex. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort shouted. The spells met between them. The twin beams collided and locked, just as they had in the graveyard. A golden thread sprang up between their wands. A cage of light wrapped around them. No, Harry refused that pattern. He had done that dance before. He had let the wands decide. He had hung between life and death while their cores argued. Not this time. He yanked his wand hard to the side and cut the spell. The golden thread snapped. The backlash threw them both in different directions. Harry rolled with it and came up in a crouch, wand in one hand, knife in the other. He had pulled the basilisk blade from its sheath without remembering doing it. Voldemort staggered but kept his feet. He snarled and slashed his wand across his body. Sectum Sempra, he hissed. Harry recognized Snape handwriting in that curse. He twisted. The cutting hex grazed his side and bit deep into his already bruised ribs. Pain flared. Warm blood poured down his flank. He stumbled. Voldemort saw the opening and stepped in, wand rising for another spell. A single arrow slammed into the dirt between them. Both men froze. Artemis stood at the edge of the grove, bow in hand, eyes bright. She had stepped back into the physical plane without fanfare. One moment she was not there. The next she was. She walked forward with calm, deadly steps, drawing another arrow as she moved. Silver light clung to her hands. Her hair whipped in a wind only she seemed to feel. The wolves snapped to attention. The marks on Harry's chest burned with sudden heat. Artemis drew back the bowstring. "You are loud," she said to Voldemort. "You tug on chains that are not yours. You throw my stories at children. I do not like that." Voldemort stared at her. "What are you?" he demanded. Her mouth curved. "Older than you," she said, "and less impressed with myself." She loosed the arrow. Voldemort flung himself aside. The arrow did not follow him. It hit the ground at his feet and exploded into a net of light that wrapped around his legs and chest. Tightened, pinning his arms. He screamed and fired off curses at random. They fizzled against the net. Harry saw the moment when the old fear hit him again. Not fear of Harry. Fear of anything stronger than himself. He lunged forward. Artemis moved with him. They crossed the field together, one with a bow, one with a wand and knife. Harry sent a series of quick strikes at the net, not to break it but to tighten it. Each spell pulled a different thread. The net constricted around Voldemort's torso. Artemis aimed her next arrow at the ground again, not at the man. She drove it into the shadow of his feet. The shadow bucked. Something darker than normal shade grabbed at his ankles and held. "You think you know death," she said. You have not even met the door guard. Voldemort howled. He forced his arms apart with raw magic and snapped one of the net threads. He raised his wand with fingers bleeding. He pointed straight at Harry. Avada Kedavra, he screamed. The curse flew. Harry saw its path. He knew he could not dodge this one. He had already burned too much luck and power. Artemis stepped in front of him. The green light hit her in the chest. It sank into her as if hitting water. For a heart-stopping instant, Harry thought he had just watched a god die. Then Artemis laughed. It was not a warm sound. It was bright and sharp. Child, she said to Voldemort, I walk the places your curse pretends to rule. You cannot kill what you do not own. She raised her hand. The green light that had sunk into her flared up again, now shot through with silver. She snapped her fingers. The altered curse split into 3 threads and shot in 3 directions. One struck a Lestrygonian square in the face. The giant dropped like a felled tree. One hit a pack of cursed dogs. They vanished in a puff of ash. The third arced back toward Voldemort. His eyes went wide. He twisted and managed to throw himself clear enough that it only grazed his shoulder. Even that was enough to leave a blackened patch of skin and a ragged scream. Harry used the distraction. He closed the last distance and drove the basilisk knife down. Voldemort saw the blade at the last moment. He jerked his body. The knife sank into his left forearm instead of his throat. Basilisk metal met flesh that had already been scarred by Typhon's shadow. For a moment, Harry felt everything. Tom Riddle's soul fragments, the Horcrux scars, the chains to Typhon, the anchors to Death Eaters through the dark mark. They all flared in his awareness as the venom flooded the wound. He saw 100 thin lines that tied Voldemort to objects and people. He saw them hum with stolen life. He did not have time to track them all. He did the simplest thing. He yanked. For a heartbeat, every dark mark in Britain burned. Death Eaters screamed in safe houses and cellars far away. Horcruxes hidden under curses shuddered. The fragment in his own scar snarled and rattled against its cage. Then the knife hit bone. Voldemort blasted him away with a pulse of raw magic. Harry flew backward and hit the ground hard. The knife ripped free of Voldemort's arm as he went. The blade landed a few feet away, spinning. Blood poured from the wound in Voldemort's left arm. Black, thick, smoking. The dark mark on that skin writhed as if trying to crawl away. Voldemort grabbed his arm with his other hand, panting. His eyes burned. You, he hissed. You dare. Artemis drew another arrow, but the ground shuddered again. The giants, panicked by the strange magic and their burning marks, started to retreat. Centaur arrows chased them. Wolves snapped at their heels. Death Eaters grabbed each other and vanished in cracks of apparition, some dragging wounded, some leaving them. Voldemort looked around. He saw his giants falling. He saw his Death Eaters fleeing. He saw Artemis standing in front of Harry, bow raised. He saw centaurs on the ridges and wolves at the edge of the grove. He met Harry's eyes one last time. This is not over, he said. You have made yourself a third power. The world will fear you as much as it fears me. Harry wiped blood from his mouth. Good, he said. Maybe they will stop pretending you are the only danger. Voldemort's mouth twisted. Then he vanished with a sharp crack, leaving a smear of black blood on the ground where he had stood. The field went strangely quiet. No more boulders flew. No more curses streaked through the air. The giants who could still move crashed away through the trees. The wounded groaned or lay still. Artemis lowered her bow slowly. Harry lay where he had fallen, staring up at the sky. His chest heaved. His side burned. His arm throbbed from where he had braced the knife. His head rang. He felt completely wrung out. Footsteps pounded toward him. Fleur reached him first and dropped to her knees at his side. Her hands hovered over him, not sure where to touch first. You idiot, she said, voice shaking. You could have died out there. He managed a crooked smile. I thought you were dragging me back by my ear if I fell, he said. I will, she said, after I am sure you are not bleeding out. Tonks skidded to a stop beside her, hair now a washed-out color from exhaustion. Move over, she said gently. Let me check his ribs. Luna appeared next, calmer than either of them, though her eyes were bright. You turned his curse into a key for a second, she said. That was very clever. Please do not do it again without warning. Dobby popped in near Harry's head, hands twisting. Harry Potter is hurt, he said, voice thick. Dobby should have pulled him back. I told you to wait until I yelled, Harry said. You did right. Artemis walked up and stood over them. Her eyes were on Harry's face. There was a bruise of something like pride there, under the usual hard edge. You pulled his strings, she said. You did not try to outgun him. Good. Harry smirked weakly. That is all I have, he said. If I try to outblast him, I die. She crouched down so they were closer to level. Her hand came up and brushed dirt and dried blood from his cheek. You have more than that, she said. You have a knife that hurt him. You have friends who stepped between you and fire. You have a mind that looked at a killing curse and thought about angles instead of colors. That is more than enough to scare your wizards. He wanted to joke. He wanted to say something about how he was already good at scaring them. What came out instead was a rough, honest sentence. I thought I was going to die, he whispered. She nodded once. You will think that many times, she said quietly. You will be right a few. Today is not one of them. Her thumb traced the line of his jaw for a second. Then she leaned in and kissed his forehead. It was not a dramatic kiss. It was not even romantic in the way he had pictured with girls his own age. It was something fiercer and older. A seal. You are not my servant, she said against his skin. You are my companion. You stand at my side, not behind me. Fleur watched, expression unreadable, then smiled faintly. Good, she said. He needed someone to tell him that besides us. Luna nodded. Hunters do not make good pets, she said. They chew through leashes. Tonks let out a shaky laugh. Can we move this emotional moment inside the shell before more Death Eaters decide to peek? She said. Artemis stood and offered Harry her hand. He took it. She pulled him to his feet with ridiculous ease. His side screamed. His ribs protested. The world swayed. Fleur was there at his elbow at once. Luna took his other side. Tonks hovered just behind in case he slipped. Together they walked back toward the glowing shell. The wolves paced with them, close and watchful. Dobby popped ahead to clear a path and then darted back, anxious and proud all at once. Behind them the battlefield smoldered. Lestrygonian bodies lay where they had fallen, too heavy to move. Death Eaters who had not escaped lay scattered, some dead, some groaning. Centaurs moved among them, disarming those still breathing and binding hands. High above, unseen by most, Fox circled once, letting out a single clear note that echoed strangely over the ruined field. At the edge of the forest, well back from the sanctuary, a handful of figures watched. Dumbledore stood among the trees, Fox perch empty for once. His face was carved with lines Harry had not seen before. Kingsley was beside him, jaw clenched. Remus stood a little further back, eyes fixed on the boy limping toward the shell with Artemis at his side. That, Kingsley said quietly, is not a child we can put back into a school timetable. Dumbledore did not answer. He watched as Harry turned, just before he stepped through the shell, and looked straight toward the trees where they hid. Their eyes met across the distance. Harry did not raise his wand in challenge. He did not smile. He simply held Dumbledore's gaze for a long moment, then turned his back and walked into the sanctuary with his new pack. The shell closed behind him in a soft pulse of moonlight. Inside, the grove felt different. The marks on the stones had drunk deep of battle. The air was thick with the smells of sweat and blood and burned magic. But the trees still stood. The wolves still paced. The thestrals still shifted in their clearing. The sanctuary had held. Harry sagged by the nearest stone as soon as he was inside. His legs gave out. Fleur and Luna eased him down before he could hit the ground too hard. Tonks knelt opposite them and started cleaning the cut on his side with efficient, careful movements. Artemis stood nearby, watching, arms folded. Zoe checked the wolves for injuries and then moved to help the centaurs bring in any wounded allies. Dobby appeared at Harry's other side with a pile of clean cloth and a determined expression. You fought well, Artemis said. You held your line. You made him afraid of something other than his own reflection. Harry let his head fall back against the stone. Is he gone for good? He asked. For now, she said. He will lick his wounds and tell himself stories about how this was a test and not a defeat. Men like him are very good at lying to themselves. She looked around the grove. So will your ministry, she added. They will look at this and see a third power they cannot control. They will be afraid. Harry closed his eyes. Let them be afraid, he said. Maybe fear will keep them away for a while. Fleur pressed a hand over his. We will deal with them when they come, she said. For now we rest. We are still alive. That is enough. Luna leaned her shoulder lightly against his. The giants will tell stories about tonight, she said. About the boy who set their own fear loose in their master veins. Stories matter. Tonks tied off the bandage around his ribs with a firm tug. There, she said. You are held together with spit and curse tape. But it will do until you sleep. He let out a tired laugh. Sleep sounds good, he said. Artemis stepped closer. You will have it, she said. You have earned a few hours where monsters stay under the bed instead of at the door. She touched his hair briefly, almost in a fond gesture. Tomorrow, she said. We talk about what comes after a siege. You chose your side tonight. The world will react. You will need to decide if you are content with being a sanctuary, or if you want to be something more. Harry opened his eyes and looked at her. At this point, he said, I think the world is going to decide we are something more whether we like it or not. Artemis smiled, small and fierce. Then we will shape that story ourselves, she said. Before someone else does it for us. He nodded, too tired to say more. Fleur squeezed his hand. Luna rested her head lightly against his shoulder for a moment. Tonks leaned back on her heels and let out a long, shaky breath. The wolves settled around them in a loose circle, warm and solid. Above, the moon moved on in its slow path. For the first time since the giants had thrown their first stone, Harry let his eyes slide shut. The sanctuary stood guard while he slept. Harry woke to people arguing. Voices pressed at the edge of his hearing before anything else did. Sharp, controlled, too tired to shout but too stubborn to stop. He cracked his eyes open. The sanctuary roof was branches and starlight above him. The air smelled of smoke, salve and wet fur. Someone had tucked him on a pile of blankets near the central stone, close enough that the wards hummed against his skin. His ribs hurt, his side burned, his head felt stuffed with cotton. The voices came from the tree line. Not here to arrest him, Kingsley said, low and steady. I am here because the minister wants to know if we just watched a second war begin. And I am here, Dumbledore answered, because Harry is still a student of my school, regardless of your new titles and banners. Another voice cut in, cool and precise. Headmaster, your school did not stand between him and a killing curse today. This grove did. Choose your words with care. Daphne. Harry blinked, fully awake. Memory caught up in a rush. Giants. The Nemean lion. Voldemort. The crack in the air. The knife in bone. Artemis taking the curse and laughing in its face. He tried to push himself up. Pain flared and his arms gave way at once. A hand pressed lightly to his chest. Do not move until I say so, Artemis said. She sat cross-legged beside him, hair loose over her shoulders, bow resting within reach. Her eyes were on the tree line, not on him, but her fingers stayed firm over his sternum. You were going to let them shout out there forever, he muttered. I was going to let them tire themselves, she said. Mortals burn through outrage quickly. It saves time. He turned his head. Fleur dozed against the same stone a foot away, chin tucked on her chest, arms folded. A bandage wrapped her right hand where the vilifier had backlashed. Luna lay on her back nearby, staring up at the branches, not quite asleep, not quite awake, wand resting on her stomach. Tonks sat with her back to another stone, hair a washed-out brown, eyes sharp on the entrance, one leg stretched, the other bent. A few wolves were piled in a loose arc around them, gray fur rising and falling. Dobby snored very softly at Harry's feet, clutching the hem of his blanket. The sight tugged at his chest in a way that had nothing to do with battle wounds. What did I miss? he asked. 2 hours of people telling each other what they think they want, Luna said dreamily without looking down. Daphne went to meet them at the line. She is not letting anyone cross without terms. Tonks snorted. You would like her if you did not already, she said. She has Dumbledore tied in knots without drawing her wand once. He keeps reaching for his old tricks and finding air. Good, Harry said. He tried to sit again. Artemis narrowed her eyes. You are stubborn, she said. Hold still. Silver light gathered at her fingertips. It seeped through his shirt into his chest, then spread out. The pain in his ribs eased from screaming hot to deep ache. She shifted her hand to his side where Voldemort curse had cut. The bandage there smoked gently as her magic touched the wound. Heat swept through him, sharp at first and then warm. He sucked in a breath, eyes stinging. Warn a man, he said. I did, she said. You were too busy counting your injuries. Her voice was dry, but there was tension in it. Fine lines bracketed her mouth. There was coal dust on her skin, as if she had been deeper underground than any mine. How bad was it below? He asked. She hesitated for half a beat, then answered. Typhon is quieter, she said. Your little trick with the curse woke him, but it also showed me where the weak chains sat. I have wrapped 3 more times around his throat and 1 around the arm that reached toward your world. He will not push so easily again. Will Voldemort try that crack again? Harry asked. If he is as clever as he thinks, no, she said. If he is as arrogant as I know, he will look for a different door instead of fixing the one that burned him. Comforting, Harry muttered. He looked toward the trees. The argument outside had sharpened. You cannot simply declare a sovereign territory inside Scotland, someone said stiffly. Fudge, by the sound of it. There are laws, regulations, boundaries, Daphne answered, calm and cool. There are also giants lying dead on your land, she said, and a very large, very angry god who just watched you arrive late. Perhaps we all agree that starting the next fight at the edge of the last battlefield is foolish. Harry pushed Artemis' hand gently aside and forced himself up. This time she let him. He swayed. Fleur jerked awake at once and caught his arm. Easy, she said, voice rough. You try to run out there and fall on your face, and I will hex you myself. Tempting, he said, but he leaned into her support. Luna rolled onto her side and then up in one smooth motion. They sent the wind changing, she said. It would be good if you were there when it turns. Tonks got to her feet and stretched. Watch her, Harry, she said. You look like a bludger had a passionate argument with your ribs. Feels like it, he said. Dobby stirred, blinked, and then sprang up when he saw Harry standing. Harry Potter is awake, he said, eyes wide. Dobby will fetch tea, and sandwiches, and maybe a bucket in case Harry Potter is sick from standing too fast. He vanished with a crack before Harry could answer. Artemis rose in one smooth motion, light on her feet despite everything. Do not walk out there alone, she said. Not because you need guarding, because it will remind them that you are not a lone weapon. You are the center of a circle. Harry looked at the 3 girls, then at the wolves, then at her. Come on then, he said. They moved together toward the tree line. Fleur stayed on his right, Luna on his left. Tonks walked a half-step behind, watching the flanks. Artemis paced just ahead, barefoot and steady, bow in hand. Wolves ghosted along the sides. A few centaurs fell in at the edges, silent and watchful. By the time they reached the outer stones, the argument had stopped. Everyone outside was staring. The sanctuary shell shimmered faintly between the stones, marking the boundary. Daphne stood just inside it, back straight, hair neat despite the long night. A thin trail of magic ran from her fingers into the stones, reinforcing the line. Outside, clustered among the trees, stood Dumbledore, Kingsley, Fudge, a small group of Aurors, and 2 goblins in formal mail. Fawkes perched on a high branch, feathers duller than usual, eyes tired. Daphne glanced back as they approached. About time, she said quietly. They were 2 sentences away from trying to declare you an educational subdepartment. Harry snorted. Sounds horrible, he said. He stepped up beside her and laid his hand lightly on the nearest stone. The shell hummed in answer, recognizing him. Dumbledore took a step forward at once, blue eyes bright. "Harry," he said. "My boy." Harry did not flinch at the old name, but he did not open the barrier either. "Headmaster," he said. "Kingsley." "Minister." "Ragnarok. You picked quite a night for a visit." Kingsley gave him a tired nod. The goblin on the right dipped his head in return. Fudge looked like a man who had just walked through a room full of corpses and was trying not to look down. Dumbledore's gaze flicked from Harry to Artemis, to Fleur, Luna, Tonks, Daphne, then down to the wolves at their feet. "This is what you have built," he said softly. Harry held his eyes. "This is what tried to get built while people argued over who owned me," he said. "We just stopped one monster who wanted to eat the world. I am not in the mood for another set of chains, even if they are painted in house colors." Fudge bristled. "No one is trying to chain you, lad," he said, edges of fear under the bluster. "We are trying to understand. You have created an armed faction without ministry sanction. That is cause for concern. Giants are dead. Dark creatures were seen. There are reports of foreign magic. The public is afraid." "The public was not here," Fleur said coldly. "They did not see giants throwing stones at children. They did not smell flesh burning. They will believe whatever you tell them." Kingsley lifted a hand, palm out. "Enough," he said quietly. "We can trade accusations all day, or we can admit that without this place, there would be a hole in the forest and several missing villages." He looked at Harry. "From a tactical view, your group just proved it can stand against giants and you know who at the same time," he said. "From a political view, that makes you a third force. Neither the Ministry nor the Death Eaters, but something between. That frightens people who have only learned how to pick between red and black." Luna tilted her head. "So they want us to be a color they already recognize," she said. "So they do not have to think." "Many do," Kingsley said. "Not all." Dumbledore took a breath. "Harry," he said again, voice careful, "I am grateful that you survived. What you did tonight was extraordinary. I do not deny your courage. But you have placed yourself and others outside the protections of your world. You are still underage. The law has views on that." Harry laughed once, short and sharp. "The law also has views on soul jars, binding potions and using a child as bait," he said. "I do not remember you quoting those when it mattered." A muscle jumped in Dumbledore's jaw. "Harry," he began. "No," Harry said. The word came out quiet, but it carried. He felt Artemis' attention sharpen beside him. Daphne magic thrummed in the stone under his hand. Fleur's fingers tightened on his arm. "You made choices," Harry said. "Some of them kept me alive. Some of them hurt me. You lied. You fed me potions without my consent. You left me with people who hated magic. You told yourself it was for the greater good. That part is done. I am done being an asset you move on a board you never let me see." Dumbledore's face aged in front of them. The lines around his eyes deepened. For a moment he looked very old. "I will not deny my failures," he said quietly. "I believed I was buying time. I thought if I could keep you alive and ignorant until you were ready, you would have a chance to live. I misjudged the cost. For that I am sorry. Truly." Harry held his gaze. "Sorry is a start," he said. "It is not a key." Silence hung for a moment. Daphne stepped in. "Here is what is going to happen," she said, voice cool enough to make even the goblins pay attention. "The sanctuary stands as its own ground. No ministry official sets foot past these stones without invitation. We will share warnings about threats that endanger everyone. In return, you stay out of our internal matters. No more potions. No more secret binds. No more surprise blocks on his magic or mine." Fudge spluttered. "You have no authority to declare sovereign status," he said. "The Wisengamot will never recognize such an arrangement." Ragnarok cleared his throat. "The Goblin Nation already has," he said. Fudge jolted. "What?" he blurted. Ragnarok bared his teeth, which might have been a smile. "You are late, Minister," he said. "You were debating committee names while this boy and his goddess held a break in the world. We speak to those who act. Gringotts has agreed to treat this grove as a protected holding, tied to the Peveril estate. Interference with it will be viewed as interference with our contracts. Kingsley blinked. You work fast, he said. Daphne allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. I sent an owl while you were still giving speeches, she said. It seemed wise. Artemis spoke for the first time. This place is mine now as well, she said. Not as property but as oath. The wolves answered. The trees answered. The earth took my mark. Any who come here with murder in their hands will find their feet heavy and their spells thin. If your law wants to argue with that, it is welcome to try. Fudge went pale. Dumbledore looked between Harry and Artemis, then at Fleur, Luna, Tonks, Daphne. This is not a herd of children I can fold back into house points, he murmured. You have built a pack. Harry let out a breath. I am not coming back to Hogwarts, he said. The words surprised him by how right they felt. All the old images flickered for a second. The long tables, the moving staircases, the feeling of walking into the great hall for the first time and thinking he had come home. Then they faded under the memory of potions in pumpkin juice and whispers in his absence. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. I thought you might say that, he said. May I ask what you intend to do instead? Harry did not answer at once. He thought of the centaurs moving among the wounded, of the giants who had limped away, of the goblins wading through curse residue in distant vaults, of children like Luna, laughed at for seeing what others refused to see, of kids with nowhere to go once war burned through their streets. We make this a place people can run to, he said slowly. Not just for me, for anyone your war and Tom's war tries to chew up. Creatures you pushed into forests. Kids you would send back to houses like the Dursleys. We make it clear that if someone crosses certain lines, we will answer. Not as oars, not as Death Eaters, as something else. Kingsley studied him. A protectorate, he said. Outside ministry chain of command, with its own rules. That will make you enemies. Harry shrugged, winced, then shrugged smaller. I already have enemies, he said. At least this way the people I stand in front of know I am there for them, not for someone's ledger. Fleur squeezed his arm, eyes bright. Luna smiled, soft and distant. Tonks let out a long breath that turned into a quiet laugh. Meaning I cannot write you up for going off on your own anymore, she muttered. Sorry, he said. Not really, she answered. Dumbledore looked tired, but there was a slow, reluctant respect in his gaze. You are young to bear such weight, he said. I would have spared you this if I could. Harry shook his head. You tried, he said. In your way. It did not work. I am not asking for your blessing. I am telling you to stop dragging me back into a path that already tried to kill me twice. Silence stretched again. Finally, Dumbledore inclined his head. Very well, he said. I will not try to pull you back to Hogwarts by force. I will, however, send you every scrap of information I gain about Tom. I will not assume you cannot bear it. That is all I asked for at the start, Harry said. Honesty. Choice. Kingsley cleared his throat. From the ministry side, he said. I cannot promise the Wizengamot will accept this arrangement. There will be hearings. People will shout about vigilantism and rogue magic. But I can promise this. While I wear this badge, I will not sign any order that calls this place a target. Harry met his eyes and nodded. Thank you, he said. Fudge looked between them, realized he was outnumbered even before he reached the courtroom, and scowled. This is irregular, he muttered. Very irregular. War usually is, Kingsley said. Artemis lifted her bow a fraction. Enough talk, she said. You have seen we are not the worst thing in your forest. Go settle your papers. Tell your people their children still have a sky. When you are ready to speak again without waving shackles, send Kingsley. Or an owl. Not a mob. Fawkes let out a low, tired note. Dumbledore looked up at the phoenix, then back at Harry. Take care, my boy, he said quietly. You have chosen a hard road. I hope it leads somewhere you can rest. Harry thought of the wolves around the stone, of Fleur hands steady on his skin, of Luna watching lines no one else could see, of Tonks laughing with blood on her face, of Daphne weaving law and ward into one. I think it already has, he said. Dumbledore gave him a look that was half sorrow, half something like relief. Then he turned and walked away into the trees. Kingsley followed, after one last nod. Fudge hurried after them, already muttering about statements and committees. The goblins inclined their heads once more. Peveril Heir, Ragnox said. When you are ready to discuss terms for this protectorate, Gringotts will listen. We prefer deals with those who keep their promises rather than those who write pretty decrees. Good to know, Harry said. They left. The forest closed behind them. The shell hummed as Artemis and Daphne released a bit of tension from it. For a moment no one spoke. Then Tonks let out a long breath and flopped down on a nearby stone. I am officially knackered, she said. I did not even fight a second battle, and I feel like I got run over by the night bus twice. You were brilliant, Daphne said. That cleanse work on the wards earlier kept us from losing half the shell. Tonks blinked at the praise, then grinned. Look at you, she said, complimenting a former Aur. Careful, the old you in Slytherin would faint. Daphne rolled her eyes, but there was a small smile on her lips. The old me did not watch that same Aur nearly get crushed while dragging a centaur out from under a boulder, she said. People are allowed to revise their spreadsheets. Luna leaned her head lightly on Harry's shoulder. You just told 3 of the most powerful institutions in Britain to sit and behave, she said. That was very gripping. I was shaking, he admitted. I know, she said. That makes it more impressive. Anyone can shout when they feel untouchable. Doing it while your hands hurt is much harder. Fleur squeezed his arm again. You were perfect, she said quietly. Not dramatic, not cruel, just clear. He felt heat rise in his face. I had help, he said. Artemis frowned at his side. You are allowed to take credit, Harry, she said. You do not need to hand every victory to someone else. That is the habit of a boy who was rarely praised for the right things. He gave her a sideways look. You are getting very good at stepping right on the soft bits, he said. She shrugged one shoulder. I am a goddess of the hunt, she said. I find weak points. It is what I do. Daphne stepped back from the stone and let her magic settle. The line is stable, she said. They will not try to cross it today. They need time to argue among themselves first. Artemis nodded. Good, she said. We need time as well. She looked at Harry. Go sit, she said. You have more healing to do. Not all of it with light. He wanted to argue. His body voted no. He let Fleur and Luna steer him back toward the center of the grove. This time Artemis followed without taking point, which felt strange. The wolves padded along, occasionally brushing his legs as if counting his steps. By the time they reached the central stone again, Dobby was back, carrying a tray nearly as big as he was, laden with teacups, sandwiches, and something that smelled like broth. Dobby brought food, he said proudly, and tea, and more bandages, and a basin in case anyone needs to be sick. Hero, Tonks said, grabbing a sandwich. Dobby beamed. They ate in a loose circle. The food tasted better than any feast. Maybe it was just the fact that they were all still breathing. After a while, the conversation drifted into quieter channels. The immediate crisis had passed. What came next was less clear. Harry sat with his back to the stone, cup warm in his hands. His eyes kept drifting to Artemis. She noticed. Speak, she said. You are thinking loud enough to scare the birds. He swallowed. When you said this place is yours now, he said, you meant it as oath. What does that make me in that picture? I keep hearing words like anchor and consort and chosen, and I am not sure which one fits. Luna hummed. He wants to know if he is a pet, she translated gently. So he knows whether to chew through the lead. Fleur made a soft noise of protest. He is not a pet, she said. I know that, Harry said quickly. Most of me does anyway. But most of my life people treated me like a thing. A symbol. A weapon. Poor boy. Prophecy. I need to hear this straight from you, Artemis, before we build something on a wrong assumption. The grove went very still. Even the wolves seemed to quiet. Artemis considered him for a long breath. Then she rose and stepped closer, coming to stand directly in front of him. Stand up, she said. He groaned but did as told, using the stone for leverage. Once he was on his feet, she reached out and caught his wrist. She lifted his hand, palm up, and pressed it flat against the scar on her own chest where her silver armor usually rested. The skin there was warm. He could feel her heart. "You are not my servant," she said, voice clear. "You are not my pet. You are not my toy. You are my companion and my equal. You stand beside me, not behind me. When you fall, I reach. When I fall, you will reach. That is the oath we find ourselves in." His throat went tight. "I am mortal," he said roughly. "You are not. That does not feel equal. Mortality is not a lesser currency," she said. "It just spends faster. I have had hunters whose names outlasted empires because of how they carried their brief years. You have already shaken chains I have been watching since before your country existed. Do not sell yourself short just because your bones will one day sleep under dirt." He swallowed hard. "You realize this is a lot for a boy from a cupboard," he said. "Yes," she said. "But you are no longer that boy." Her hand slid down his arm. She let go of his wrist and instead hooked her fingers with his. Her grip was firm, not shy. "Tell me, Harry," she said. "Do you feel like my property?" He glanced at Fleur, at Luna, at Tonks, at Daphne. Fleur watched them with open warmth. Luna smiled, dreamy and sharp at the same time. Tonks had one eyebrow lifted, but her eyes were soft. Daphne, who had been hardest to read at first, regarded them with thoughtful approval. "No," he said. "I feel like I finally get to choose something." "Good," Artemis said. She leaned in and kissed him. It was not a chaste forehead touch this time. It was not feverish either. It was sure. Her mouth was cool and steady against his, tasting faintly of smoke and wild air. For a moment the rest of the grove fell away. The marks on his chest burned in rhythm with his heart. Not painful, just aware. Then she drew back. "There," she said. "That is the difference." I asked. "You stayed." "Choice." He stared at her, chest heaving more from feeling than from healing charms. A hand poked his arm. "If you are done being kissed by a goddess for the moment," Tonks said with a crooked grin, "some of us mortals would like a turn reminding you why we are here too." Fleur rolled her eyes but laughed. "Trust you," she said, "to turn a sacred moment into a cue." Harry felt his face go hot. "I did not exactly plan any of this," he said. Daphne smirked. "That is obvious," she said. "If you had planned it, it would have involved charts." Luna tilted her head. "He has charts," she said. "They are just in his head. Little lines between people and choices. He follows them even when he pretends he does not." Fleur stood and stepped closer. She set her hand on his cheek, thumb brushing the line Artemis had swept clean earlier. "When you walked out there against him," she said, voice low, "I thought my heart was going to climb out of my chest. I have seen brave men do foolish things. I have watched cowards talk themselves into heroism. You did neither. You were afraid and you went anyway, but you never forgot that we were behind you. That matters to me." He swallowed. "I could not forget," he said. "Your fire was the only thing holding that lion back. Your warding kept the shell up." She leaned in and kissed him. Her kiss was different from Artemis. Where Artemis felt like a vow, Fleur felt like heat and promise. She tasted of tea and exhaustion and a spark of Vila fire that never fully faded. For a second his knees nearly gave out. She pulled back with a small, satisfied smile. "Do not do that without warning," he muttered. "What kiss you?" she asked. "Make my legs go useless," he said. She laughed. "Then grow stronger legs," she said. Luna stepped up next, expression open. "I am not very good at cues," she said. "I tend to wander out of line. But I would like to do this now while you are still dazed. You overthink less." Before he could answer, she rose on her toes and pressed a quick, soft kiss to the corner of his mouth. Hers was light, almost curious, as if she was testing how the world sounded with this new note in it. When she stepped back, her cheeks were faintly pink. "There," she said. "Now later, when you panic and wonder if this is real, you will remember that my lips were warm, and that will anchor you." He blinked at her. "That is a very Luna way to say you like someone," he said. "Yes," she agreed. "I do not see the point in pretending otherwise." Tonks whistled low. "Right," she said. "My turn before he faints." She sauntered over, less graceful than Fleur, but no less certain. "Listen, Harry," she said, tone shifting for a moment, losing the joke. "I walked into this thinking I was just a liaison between you and the Order. Tonight I watched you stand between a curse and people who had already written you off once. Whatever badge I end up wearing tomorrow, I want you to know this. You are one of my people now. If the ministry calls you threat, they can line up for my answer." He felt a lump lodge in his throat again. "Thank you," he said quietly. "Do not thank me," she said. "Just do not get dead." She leaned in and kissed him quick on the mouth, a brief press full of salt and crooked humor, then stepped back, ears slightly red. "There," she said briskly. "Now if anyone asks, I can say I kissed a God-blessed wolf boy before he rewrote the war." Daphne looked at him for a long moment. "I am not going to compete with them for theatrics," she said. "That is not my lane. But I will make something clear." She came forward, slower, measured. "I joined you because it made political sense," she said. "A third power that does not treat my family name like a stain or a trophy is useful. I stayed because I watched you give the goblins respect without flinching, and you never once asked me to apologize for knowing how the game works." She lifted her chin. "You are not my master," she said, "but you are someone I have chosen to trust. That does not happen often. Try not to make me regret it." He nodded, a little overwhelmed. "I will do my best," he said. "Good," she said. Then she rose on her toes and kissed him on the cheek, near the corner of his jaw. It was brief, but there was a promise in it. Not of fire, not of divine vows, but of shared plans and late-night strategy over maps. When she drew back, her eyes were steady. "Well," Tonks said, clapping once, "now that we have all had our sentimental moment, can we talk about boring things like supply lines and sleeping arrangements?" "Sleeping arrangements are not boring," Luna said. "They determine whether anyone wakes up with a wolf on their face." One of the wolves huffed as if in protest. Harry finally sat down again before his legs gave up properly. The girls folded around him in a loose circle. Artemis remained standing for a moment longer, watching them all, then sat as well, a little apart but within easy reach. "New order," she said, picking up the earlier thread. "If you mean what you told them, we need structure, even if you detest the word. Packs that survive do not just trust that feelings will keep them from snapping at each other when hungry." Harry rubbed a hand over his face. "I know," he said. "We need rules, lines, jobs. I am just very tired." "Then we start simple," Daphne said. "We can carve out something more detailed when your ribs stop screaming." She glanced around. "Harry is the anchor," she said. "Not leader in the sense of every command, but center. Everything we build should be able to work without him in the room, though. Otherwise, we are back to one boy holding the sky." "Fleur on fire," Luna said. "She burns whatever needs burning." Fleur inclined her head. "I can accept that," she said. "Luna as eyes," Tonks added. "She sees lines none of us can. We use that to avoid walking into traps instead of only using it when everything is already on fire." Luna smiled. "Scout works," she said. "Daphne is shield," Harry said. "Not just wards, but paperwork. Deals. Making sure we are not declared illegal for breathing." Daphne nodded once. "Finally, someone appreciates good documents," she said. Tonks raised a hand. "I will stay as bridge," she said. "For as long as I can keep my job without them trying to chain this place. I can push information in both directions. When that stops being possible, I will pick a side. You know which one." Harry looked at Artemis. "And you?" he asked. She tilted her head. "I am what I have always been," she said. "Huntress. Guardian of the vulnerable. I will stand where there is most need. Sometimes that will mean stepping back and letting you make choices without me." He frowned. "I thought you wanted to be in the middle of every fight," he said. "You are not my only set of hunters," she reminded him. "Though you are the loudest at the moment." She nudged his ankle with her foot. "You do not need me to stand between you and every curse," she said. "If I do that, you never grow into the role you just claimed." He thought about that, then nodded slowly. "Fine," he said. "But next time you decide to go wrestle a titan, warn me. My heart does not like surprises." "Noted," she said. The rest of the day blurred around the edges. They saw to the wounded. They helped centaurs gather their injured and send messages to the herd. Ragnarok left a goblin delegate behind to help ward the edges of the grove in ways ministry cursebreakers would not understand. Letters began to arrive. Some were from people Harry already knew. Hermione, full of worry and tightly written questions, asking if he was safe, if he had gone dark, if he was hurt. Ron, shorter, angrier, words scratched hard into the page, torn between loyalty and habit. Others were from strangers, a werewolf pack in the north, hearing rumors of a place that did not treat them as curse first and person second. A half-giant family in the hills. A muggle-born girl who had heard whispers about a grove where the ministry did not get the final say on her wand. Daphne set up a small table by one of the stones and began sorting them into stacks. "We cannot take everyone at once," she said. "Not physically, not magically. We need criteria. Cases we can help now. Cases we can advise. Cases we keep an eye on." Luna perched on the table edge, reading names without opening some letters. "This one is lying," she said, tapping a sealed envelope. "Not about needing help, but about why. We should check them in person before offering shelter." Tonks leaned over her shoulder. "You can tell that without opening it?" she asked. "The ink smells guilty," Luna said. "Also the owl bit my finger." Harry watched them and felt a strange, quiet pride. This was not a castle. There were no forlong tables. No house points clinking in invisible jars above their heads. But there was work being done. Real work. No points. No detentions. Just choices. That night, when the letters slowed and the wards hummed steady, Artemis found him sitting on a flat rock by the edge of the grove, watching the sky. The moon was high. The trees were quiet. The battlefield beyond the wards lay in shadow, scars already beginning to blend into the forest. "You should be in bed," she said. "You should be somewhere above a mountain," he said. "Yet here we are." She joined him on the rock without comment, drawing her knees up, arms resting loosely over them. For a while, they sat in companionable silence. "Do you regret it?" she asked at last. "Leaving the school, taking this path?" He thought about it. "I regret that the choice was between this and going back to being a pawn," he said. "Not the choice I made." She nodded slowly. "When I stepped away from my father's throne for the first time," she said, "he told me I would regret it, that I would come crawling back once I realized how heavy the bow felt with no one else to hold it. He was wrong. The weight is still there, but it sits on my own shoulders now. That makes a difference." He smiled faintly. "Sounds familiar," he said. She glanced at him, eyes soft. "You carried a war you did not start," she said. "Now you carry a grove you did choose. That alone changes the story." He looked at her. "Do you think we can actually do this?" he asked. "Hold this place, help people, not turn into the same thing we are fighting?" "That depends," she said. "Will you let yourself be questioned when you are wrong?" "Yes," he said at once. "Will you listen when your pack tells you they see a line you missed?" she asked. "Yes," he said again. "Then you have a better chance than most," she said. "Power without questions rots. Power that can be argued with sometimes grows into something better." He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. "Thank you," he said. She shrugged. "Do not thank me yet," she said. "You still have to live it." They sat a while longer. Eventually the sounds of quiet laughter drifted from the center of the grove. He glanced back. Fleur was sitting by the main fire, plaiting Luna hair while the other girl babbled about a new creature she had seen in the wards. Tonks was showing Daphne how to flick a wand in a way that made basic shield spells round and smooth instead of sharp and brittle. Wolves dozed in a heap near them, one with its head in Dobby lap. The sight pulled at him like gravity. Artemis followed his gaze. "Go," she said. "Your pack wants you." "You are part of that," he said. She made a soft sound. "I am older than your pack," she said. "But yes, for now I walk with you. That is enough." They went back together. The last scene of the night was nothing like the grand battles he had grown up hearing about. There were no banners waving, no formal speeches. Just a circle around a fire, hands reaching for bread and stew, shared looks over the rim of cups. At some point, the conversation faded into drowsy murmurs. The fire burned down to embers. The night air turned cool. They settled the way tired people always did. Not in neat rows, but in a pile wherever there was warmth. Harry found himself with his back against the central stone again. Fleur ended up half tucked under his arm, head on his shoulder. Luna sprawled with her head on his thigh, hair a pale spill. Tonks curled on his other side, knees drawn up, hands still resting on her wand even in sleep. Daphne claimed a spot near his feet, one hand touching his ankle as if counting his heartbeat. A wolf flopped down across all their legs at once, sighing in contentment. Artemis sat a little apart still, but within reach, leaning back against the stone with her eyes half closed. She watched them for a while, an odd light in her gaze, something like old grief and new hope tangled together. Then, slowly, she let her head rest back and closed her eyes as well. Harry stayed awake just long enough to watch the sky lighten. The first pale strip of morning touched the tops of the trees, turning them silver. For the first time in a long time, the coming day did not feel like a threat. It felt like something they could walk into together. He let that thought settle in his chest, warm and steady. Then he closed his eyes, surrounded by wolves and girls and a goddess who had stopped seeing him as a piece on someone else's board, and slept as the new dawn climbed over the grove.